to merge, and they have to make sense, including the Form 32As. That is why the turnout is critical. It gives transparency, and it helps to give credibility to the process. And that's why they have to tell the public, you have to know how many people are registered as voters, then you know the percentage of voter turnout, you calculate that, and then you can determine how many votes were cast, how many were rejected. All those numbers, when you compute them, they have to add up. When they don't, my lords, then there's a problem with that election. Thank you, and I think I will cede the ground to Senior Counsel to close it in the next 1 minute.
Very briefly, Honorable Chief Justice and members, Justice of the Supreme Court, on the issue of violence at Bomas and the impact and the character of these 4 commissioners, let the record of this honorable court show the following: that at the time preceding their walking out, the posting of the results on the screen had ceased, had stopped. So all they wanted to know, these 4 commissioners, is to be given the opportunity to peruse the results of these 27 constituencies so as to satisfy themselves as to who the winner of the elections was, number 1. And number 2, whether that winner had reached the constitutional threshold of 50+1. That's all they wanted to know. When that was denied, they had no option but to refuse to be a party to the violation of the Constitution. So as I sit down, let this record of this honorable court show that the results that were announced, the declaration, was not a declaration, just one. That declaration by the chair of the Electoral Commission was not a declaration of the Commission. Therefore, they are the majority, they do not support it, they ask for nullification of that declaration. I thank you.
We'll go fast. Ms. Tangatia.
Madam CJ, I'll cede ground to the head, who was the former head of the bar, Attorney General, okay. Emeritus.
Okay.
Madam Chief Justice, members of the court. My Lady Chief Justice, I have an objection to I have an objection to my learned senior's application, which he indicated earlier. My lady, we will of course be guided by your directions, but I rise to oppose the application by my learned senior, Mr. Gitu Muigai, to present evidence to controvert the submission by Julie Soweto. My Lord, my lady, the indication was that they'd been taken by surprise and should get a chance to present their view. They were not taken by surprise and can't be taken by surprise because... My lady, if I may, this is a very awkward moment for me to interrupt the teacher who taught me procedure. I thought that one could only respond to an application that has been made, not before it is made.
Of course, it has to be made before. The objection has to be made before.
Can I make the application now?
No, there's no point to it. He had indicated he was holding the
the application so that it has been indicated. So my objection is, and his own ground, that he needs to be replying to something that he had never known. That picture was taken from the portal of the IEBC. So he's not taken by surprise because it's their own picture on their own portal, and it's still there now as we talk, as we object. But secondly, this is the first time in many years that I have ever seen a party asking to rebut their own evidence. And that is an oxymoron that reflects accurately the state of their records. But I stand guided and would gladly withdraw my objection if the court wishes.
I think where we are coming from, Senior Counsel, our teacher, Mr. Firoz Noronji, is that when the two forms were displayed, they wanted to respond because they said it's new evidence. And you saw the bench resistant to begin with, but we went to the records to find out whether it is among the forms that were submitted here, especially in the affidavits of Dr. Celestine, Mr. Arnold, and we found actually it is new evidence. That's why we allowed them. It is not an objection. It's a clarification because they said this is new evidence that they had not seen before. It is in that context.
Much obliged.
Yes, yes. So 5 minutes.
All is well that ends well. Mr. Mahat will give the explanation. Thank you very much, Lady.
Your Ladyship, Madam Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, and Associate Justice of Supreme Court, I wish to respond to 3 very quick issues that were raised by my learned colleague, Ms. Julie Soweto. The first one relates to a form that was shown this court. I will want the form to be projected. We will. Whatever that was projected from the portal, that is what we want the court to see. What Ms. Julie Soweto showed. You could go, please go to Jose Camargo. I want to produce to the court the original form 34A.
It's okay.
Yes, you can see it. It's okay. I want to produce the form 34A, the original form 34A. And I want to inform the court that the name Jose Camargo on that form is an overlay. Jose Camargo, the register of the QR code, that was printed by Smartmatic International, and it was printed in the name of Jose Camargo. You can show? The register is available.
We were very patient the way Mr. Mohammed addressed the court earlier. Very, very persuasive. But for good order and not to interfere with his submissions, we kept quiet. And if you look back at the record, a lot of what Mr. Mahat was saying was actually giving evidence. He was talking using the word we. This is how we do it. The trajectory which he is taking, without a witness to tell us the kind of information he's going to give us, is going to put the court in a very difficult position. I think he should transform himself to a witness and we begin to cross-examine him. Because, and this is very serious, either we practice law the way we understand the law, or anybody can confront the court with any document at any time. I understood Mrs. Soweto to be giving an explanation in response to a question by the court. And similarly, Mr. Mohammed was responding to question by the court. And therefore, he had some latitude. But now we're entering a different universe where he is now going to produce evidence. He is saying how the picture was taken. There is no certificate, and this is electronic evidence accompanied by an original. I think it is very, very dangerous territory. And unless some clarity is given on this matter, it is going to be very difficult to operate from now.
My lords, what we are trying to do is to show you documents in our own affidavits in response to documents produced from the bar. Ms. Soweto never produced the document she showed you in any of her affidavits. When we now invite you to look at the original and to make the argument that my learned friend is about to make, that there is a deliberate misrepresentation of what the original document looked like. So we are treated to this attempt to block that fact from the court. This is not a legitimate objection. This is an attempt to interfere with legitimate evidence that is on record.
Let's give it directions, because we'll be here until tomorrow and we don't have this time. Senior Counsel.
Just one point. And I'm normally very quiet, and I continue to be very quiet. But the good professor has misunderstood Ms. Soweto completely. It is not this document which is in question. It's the way the interference is being done, how this document is changed to another document twice or three times. I think the good professor will be doing a good service to the court. And if he is good coming to court with clean hands, he should first of all say, Mrs. Soweto, what Mrs. Soweto showed us today is not in their portal. That is the starting point.
Isn't that exactly
that is the starting point.
Bear with us, Senior Counsel. We've come thus far with a lot of discipline and dignity and respect to the court. The reason why we are here, and you saw us take a lot of time to reflect on the application that was made, Keegan, Mr. Kirago, and Mr. Ngatia. We resisted until we established from the pleadings that we have that these are new forms. And indeed, they are entitled to respond to them. So please, if you can just respond without taking us into anything else, just respond to those new forms, because they were not part of the ones that we have before us. We established that.
Thank you so much, Madam Chief Justice and members of the court. The difficulty we were facing in thinking about this, an allegation has been made as relates to this form, and there's an overlay of someone called Mr. Jose Camargo. What we were trying to show the court, that this is an overlay document, and we wanted to actually show the court where this document from Jose Camargo has come from. The document relating to Jose Camargo has come from the QR register, which is distributed to every polling station. And that document is even in the possession of this court. If you look at the scrutiny report, the QR documents are there. So what happened? Apio took an original Form 34A, he had the QR register, and he took a picture of it. What is the evidence that is being given in this court? That someone called Jose Camargo is interfering with this. And the point we want to make to this court is that if you look at the scrutiny report and if you look at the QR register, which is in those boxes,
you will actually find the name of Jose Camargo on the register that has been printed. We've also produced the original Form 34A. We've come with the receipt. And we're being told that you cannot produce your original 34A, that Jose Camargo was interfering. And in fact, if you look at the numbers on the original 34A, it's the same as what the picture of the overlay was taken. So to the question that someone called Jose Camargo was interfering with the portal, it's actually not true. It's incorrect. And the attempt to prevent that evidence to the court is should actually guide the court that actually that is not true. Why will anyone try to interfere with a portal transmitting, and the result he has is the same as what is in the A and what is in the portal? So to that question, we submit that that is not true, and that is an overlay that someone who has taken the picture. We will give the court the Form 34A to compare with the original 34A with the certified copy that the court has. And in fact, we direct the court to the scrutiny documents. That register of opening and closing the KIM is there, and the name of Jose Camargo for purposes of audit trail is printed in there. Smartmatic, Jose Camargo is printed there. So what has happened? Someone, a PO, took a picture on that one. The next point I want to make is the issue of the KIMs. We've been told there are two KIMs kit, which had the same serial number. And we understood our role to this court to give all the information to the court to make a decision. We admit that those schemes have the same serial number. It was an error that originated at the time of the serialization. But we want to tell the court that those schemes have different IMEI, they have different IP addresses, they have different polling stations, they have so they have different identifiers. And we acknowledge that that is an error that originated relating to those two schemes. But there are other identifiers that can identify those schemes are from our system. And we want to give that information to the court for purposes. Those schemes are on their way to this court. We will give to the registrar of the court for the court to analyze and to look at it. And if you look at those schemes, they transmitted the forms as required in the portal, and the A's also are coming, the original A's, we will also give for those three forms. And our role is to give. The issue of transmission has come up. I just want to say this. There were three sets of transmissions at Bomas. One on the forms that has been downloaded, that was running properly. The second one related to the constituencies, that was continuing. The one which had stopped was the one on the tally. And the reason it stopped was, for 3 days, we had only verified 50 arrows. The process became clogged. For you to be able to transmit to the announcement, verification had to happen, then announcement happens. That means that those arrows have to be stopped because verification cannot happen as announcement is happening. We will be running numbers that have not been announced yet. So because of that, and because of the audit, forensic audit that most of the agents were recommending, we had to stop that process to give verification a chance. There was nothing malicious about that. For those few remarks, Your Ladyship, I stand guided. Thank you.
Mr. Mahat, maybe we can have a look at the
My Lady,
original
if the
34 that you are showing.
Sorry, My Lady, Chief Justice, if the form can be handed over to the court. Excuse me. A moment. Thank you. Thank you. My Lady, my learned friend, Senior Counsel Murgor, has a comment after the court has seen the...
As you continue to look, we'd just like to make an observation. In fact, we are happy that the court receives the document, particularly the Form 34A, and everyone has been quoting Shakespeare and all the rest. I'll just quote some Swahili. Siku ya nyani kufa, miti yote huteleza. If you notice on the 34A, the UDA agent, the second agent, signed the form on the 7th of August, 2022. before the election. Before the election. I repeat, before the election. The other one as well, perhaps might have signed it on the 7th, but it's not clear. So that's all we wish to say.
While at it, Council, just before you go back, and when did the other agent sign?
It looks like 7th, it looks like 9th. Only the IBC and Mr. Chebukati can tell us. It is there.
Yeah, before they explain, they would have to have something to explain.
We have let it go in.
This form, from the naked eye, of course, appears to have been signed by both agents on the same date. And the same date is 07.
Oh, 07 of 08.
07 of 08.
Yes, indeed.
See, well, I thought the point you were making was that the second one signed before the election. As though the first one, if I could just finish.
Okay.
As though the first one had signed on a different date.
No, our point is, and has always been, these forms may have been manufactured elsewhere, before, well after voting, and they all arise one day and they are counted. It is the mess that is IBC, and it is the mess that is the 2022 presidential election that we have been emphasizing. Thank you.
You still want to talk?
Madam Chief Justice, my client is the one who is likely to suffer most in case these sensational matters are not dealt with effectively. Starting with the date, that is more of drama than reality, is seeing a speck in the other person's eye when the log is in the other person's eye. One of the things I think I ought to place on record is this. The forms that are now in issue have not been pleaded, were not tendered, and since they were not pleaded and they were not tendered, we should not be accused of not having responded to them. Point number 2, both agents have made a legitimate or have made an innocent mistake about the date. And I don't see where the laughter is emanating from. Point number 3, the form itself shows a contrary position to that which was sensationally displayed before this court. The sensational reporting that was made was intended to convey a picture which is to the opposite of what the form now before the court conveys. And that reminds me of that very unfortunate day in 2017 at 9 p.m. that again sensational claims were made about Forms 34B from Mombasa, in particular Shangamwe, made also to this court and which led to a nullification of a presidential contest. Madam CJ, there is also one more thing that concerns my client, because again, it has very prejudicial effect. It is what is definition of the commission. I will spend 1 or 2 minutes defining the various ways commission is defined in the law. Commission is first and foremost defined in Article 88. Commission is also defined.
If we open the matter now to other things, we will not see an end to this. You are responding to the 2 forms which were introduced.
As new evidence.
Yes, please don't go to other things that you are not supposed to because we will not see an end to this.
I still have my time.
With respect, even if you have your time.
For the governor,
even if you have your time.
Thank you.
Just deal with the two forms.
So then, coming back to the forms, my request is this. Please delete from the... yes, the other thing is that the form now before you has security features. The one that was displayed does not have. The one that you have does not have the name of Jose Camargo. The one that was displayed before the court has that name of Jose Camargo. The original one you now have does not have that name. And all those things were meant to deceive. They were meant to mislead.
We should never have to ask that we remain the way we started. We should never have to ask that.
Particularly from such eminent lawyers. The one that you have does not have any of those things that were displayed. My client therefore becomes quite concerned whether this case is to be adjudicated in the realm of falsehoods or within the parameters of factual contestations. That is a real concern. The minute we allow matters which are clearly false to infiltrate into the record of this court, we are likely to get into a very, very unfair decision. Let this case be decided on factual points and on factual contestations. We say the same about the second form, that the original has not been provided. But as regards the second one, allow me to say this. Before this contest started, IEBC did avail to this honorable court all the forms 34As. All of them were deposited because we did see that correspondence. Consequently, as regards the second form, I would request this honorable court to find time to look for it, the certified copy, and in case, once again, it does not have this JOS, whatever name it is, please come to this conclusion, that a deliberate effort was made by counsel to mislead this court so as to arrive at a decision which would be most injurious to the first and second respondents. I'm very grateful for the 5 minutes, and I rest.
Thank you very much. With your permission, we would like to go to another segment of these proceedings, the last of them, where we'll be considering the report from the scrutiny or the discovery that was undertaken by the court, and I'll ask the Honorable Lady Justice Joaquin Dongo to take us through that session.
Thank you very much, Madam President Judge. Before I come to the issue of the exercise before us, I just wanted to assure Senior Counsel Paul Mwite that when the 14 days start running, and we are guided by Article 259, when we do work Saturdays and Sundays. So as soon as the time is triggered, in fact, the judges are working all the time. You're the ones who get to go home and rest. When you rest, we go and we continue to work. Thank you very much. So just before we proceed with the next session, it was just a summary of the order that we gave to parties and the rationale for those orders. We received 3 applications from 3 parties, from the Youth Advocacy Africa. We received an application from Kelef Khalifa, and we also received an application by Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, in which we were asked prayers were sought to undertake scrutiny and access to certain information. After we looked at the applications and the prayers, we then looked at the pleadings and the affidavits to ensure that the prayers matched with the pleadings and the affidavits that have been filed by the petitioners. As you will recall, the court then determined the issues which we will determine, and that also helped us set out the orders for scrutiny, so that our orders were set out based on the pleadings, the affidavits, the issues for determination. But further to that, we also did say in the body of our order that we would not encourage a fishing expedition, and that the request needed to be specific, and that given the 14-day timeline, the court would only allow reasonable, practical, and helpful orders. We also acknowledged that under Section 12 of the Supreme Court Act, the IEBC has already submitted all the Form 34As, and therefore they could be accessed in the court. We also stated that some other issues, some other things that had been requested for in the prayers are in the public domain, and that parties could then get those. We did note that some of the requests or the prayers were unrealistic. Some of them were general and vague. Some of them involved parties that were not enjoined to be before us. And therefore, we granted orders not based on prayers, but based on what we assessed that the court needed to look at in terms of all those criteria that I have set out. And therefore, the exercise that was conducted under the hand of the registrar followed strictly the orders which were given under the hand of this court using that criteria. I think that is a fair summary. Madam Judge President, I will stop there.
Thank you. I think an exercise was carried out, a very rigorous exercise read by our registrar. Indeed, these are people who had not slept for 24 hours working to carry out this exercise of ensuring that there is compliance with the orders of this court. Our staff actually spent a night here. They had to shower somewhere here and continue working yesterday morning. So the report has been shared with Council online, and because the parties who are involved in the requests for the discovery is the main petitioner, the Youth for Advocacy, and the petitioner Karif. We have decided to allocate each one of you 15 minutes to submit on any issues you like us to take note of in the report. That is the main petitioner, 15 minutes. Youth Advocacy for Africa, 15 minutes. Karifa, 15 minutes. Then we will have IMBC, 15 minutes. And because the first respondent is also affected by what is being discussed in the report, we also agreed to give them 15 minutes. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Ladyships and my Lord. I'll be as quick as possible, and I would like to indicate that I will share the time with my colleague Jackson Awele, who will deal with what happened at Forodha, while I will deal with everything that happened at IBC Anniversary Towers. The report the court has given runs into 178 pages, but we worked overnight to provide written observations to the court, which we filed this morning, and so all parties are actually aware of whatever it is the first and second respondents, petitioners have observed. Very quickly, IBC confirmed that the RTS, the results transmission system, runs on 8 servers, of which one is a virtual server.
Counsel?
Yes?
You say you filed something?
Yes, we filed written observations with court, and we have a few copies.
Just wait until we get our copies. Are they in the bound?
We filed them
just
before.
give us
Okay.
a moment there. If you say you have extra copies, you could give us, yes, so as to save on time.
Yes,
we do not have a copy. If Learned Counsel could be kind enough and serve us a copy.
for the principal respondents, we can give you one of each.
This shows the time we are given to respond.
We served them before 9 o'clock this morning. Electronically. The only thing that there'll be a problem is some of the images will not be very clear, but when you do have time, the images at the end.
Just hold on, Counsel.
Okay.
You could start.
Yes, Jackson, you could also perhaps upload it so that those who don't have a copy can see where we're reading. I'll go to the first observation on page 2, summarize the first paragraph. IBC confirmed that the results transmission system runs on 8 servers, of which 1 is a virtual server, and the 7 are Docker containers, which is a server within a server. The IBC denied agents access to the Docker servers. We were therefore unable to proceed further with that exercise. Paragraph 2, the...
Counsel again.
Yes.
The copies you've given us are not filed.
They're not filed, the electronic ones are filed. I anticipated having to provide 1 or 2 people with copies, but the electronic ones are filed, very clear. We have a receipt.
Yeah. It's all right.
Okay.
Counsel, I think we had already given directions that we expect oral submissions.
I am making oral submissions.
Yes, so okay. I'm just saying, let us not worry too much about written reports, who has served who.
Okay.
You're letting the court know what you think of the exercise so that we can take those submissions into consideration. And that should apply to all the other parties.
I stand guided. Thank you very much. I go to paragraph, or I'll just make it an oral submission. The virtual image availed for scrutiny was created on the 31st of August 2022. We therefore state that this cannot be from the same server that ran the just concluded general election. And the image of the server was not provided. The further major observation we make, the KIMS kit was not availed for scrutiny to establish the availability of the embedded scanner application that would verify the image format. So the IBC declined to avail the system documentation. I go on. There was very disturbing evidence of log deletions from the IEBC server that was availed, in part, partially availed. These deletions occurred on the 6th of August 2022, which is 2 days before the contested election. We observed that, surprisingly, the registrar's report at page 21, issue number 5, indicates that there were no deletions. We think this is a mistake. It should be looked into. The effect of the deletions, we can upload that. It's on the screen now, that we were able to get from IBC, indicates that, and this is image marked 15, that at the material time, foreigners, including Ogudino, Vito, J. Carmago, Josio, were operating the system. Those are 5 foreign individuals. If a forensic image of the server is availed, details of what was deleted would certainly be established. The other major observation, IEBC refused to provide a security walkthrough to highlight key security controls to determine whether Form 34A could be tampered with during transmission at what point. So we hit a dead end, contrary to what their counsel repeatedly says. They are transparent, it's available. They are even giving the court, donating to the court Kim's kits to look through. Finally, or well, not finally, IBC refused to grant access to the forensically imaged servers. Instead, the server administrator projected the vSphere, which is the Virtual Server Application Management System, on the whiteboard to demonstrate the access to the servers. The vSphere indicates that the virtual RTS server was created and modified on the 31st of August at 2022. In effect, no information from a server was provided to show what happened during the 2022 general election. Number 11, a couple of manuals were provided, or bundles of documents. We'd like to point out that of interest to the court would be that at page 77 of one of the manuals titled Information and Communication Technology ICT Policy, at page 77 and 78 is a list of 77, a list of 41 individuals, starting with Dixon Kwanusu, and second one Abdi Dahir Abdi Malim, who are described at the top of the page as national returning officers, an office unknown to the law or the Constitution. I would request that the court takes note of that in particular. And paragraph 14, on the 1st of September 2022, the deadlock over the servers finally came to a head when IBC wrote to the Registrar of the Supreme Court, enclosing a letter dated 31st August 2022 from Smartmatic International BV, the same company that Carmago comes from, enclosing in which the letter states, amongst other reasons, the image of the NTC servers containing software owned and copyrighted by Smartmatic and thus IB protected. Providing full access would infringe our intellectual property rights. That brought to the end that matter. Smartmatic, Carmago, whoever they are, wherever they are from, have indicated that they will block and refuse access to the servers completely. I then move to the images. Certain images were shared by IBC. I'm not certain that they were aware of what they were serving. There was always staff that seemed quite unqualified in whatever they were doing. They couldn't operate the systems or pretended they couldn't, but they did share image number 6. The first image I showed was the image of deletions, but the one I would like to focus on in this very limited time is image number 6, which is several, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of logs. The logs are from the RTS server. results transmission system on various days leading up to and after the election date of the 9th. In particular, 15th July 2022 to the 16th of August 2022. And I must apologize to bring the bad news not only to this court, but to the entire Republic, that those logs contain active participation of foreigners on the results transmission systems of IBC from the 15th to the 16th of August, 15th of July to the 16th of August 2022. Their names are Vito, Josio, that is the names identified in these logs, Josio, Ogudino, Sisiva, Provisio, and Jacamargo. The copies I provided to the court are much clearer, and you can see the names, you can see the times, and of interest, and I will only repeat, I will only highlight certain entries, only the longest entries. I will start by saying those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals, foreigners, in the Immigration Act they are also referred to as aliens, accessed this server 180 times or thereabouts. The longest being Scamago on the 8th of August 2022, Josio, let me deal with the time, Josio on the 9th of August 2022, which is the election day, for 1 hour 32 minutes, Ogudino on the 11th of August 2022, 2 hours 54 minutes, Ogudino again on the 11th of August, 3 hours 16 minutes, Ogudino on the 14th of August 2022 for 2 hours, Ogudino on the 4th of August again, 1 hour 57 minutes, and then the 16th of August, Ogudino, 1 hour 1 minute. I close by saying, what a mess, what a mess. My learned friend Mr. Ngatia struggled so hard to get Mr. Camargo out of the mess of taking control of our elections in the case of the 34A we've just been talking about, but we have caught Mr. Camargo and all his friends in our election process before, after, and where are they? Only God knows, and only the servers will show us. History is repeating itself. 2017, Mr. Chepkati refused to provide access to the servers. He's doing it again. And of course, please, I ask the court to take note of everything we have provided as far as the DCI has provided to us, we have provided to the court. These are individuals whose identities are not even known. They travel on, or they provide expired passports when interrogated by the police, and all the rest of it. I would not repeat any more of that. On the 8th of, yes, I'm happy to be pointed out, the logs will also show that on the 8th of August 2022, Camargo accessed the portal while in Venezuela. So our elections were conducted from Venezuela. The Venezuelans decided who won. Mr. Chepkati was just a mouthpiece. Thank you.
My Lady the Chief Justice, my Lady the Deputy Chief Justice, my lords, my ladies, in the remaining few minutes, permit me to take you through our report from the scrutiny exercise carried out at Forodha. And my lord, I'd like to very quickly just highlight sequentially in the order in which the ruling was made.
Did we get your name for record purposes?
My apologies once again. Jackson Awele is my name, my lady. My lady, in the order in which the ruling was given, order number 5 granted the applicants inspection, scrutiny, and recount in respect of 45 polling stations. There were about 16 polling centers, and within them we had 45 polling stations. Now, in conducting the exercise, our focus was on qualitative aspects of the results and the electoral materials that were deposited in the ballot boxes. And one of the things, if I may start from where Mr. Mahat left from, that we were looking out for were the QR codes of the KIMS kit in tamper-proof envelopes and KIMS validation form 44 in tamper-proof envelopes. My learned friend, Mr. Mahat, has urged you to go through the scrutiny report, and that in that report you will find information and evidence about the QR codes of all the KIMS kits and in respect of the ballot boxes that were submitted to you. We hate to submit to you, my lords and my ladies, that in your report you will only find one QR code and one KIMS validation form 44 that was submitted or that was found in the ballot boxes that were submitted for scrutiny out of the 45 polling stations that we scrutinized. Of all the other ballot boxes, the QR code of KIMS kits in tamper-proof envelopes and the KIMS validation forms, form 44 in tamper-proof envelopes were missing. The question is, where were they? In light of Ms. Soweto's submissions, your guess is as good as mine. We also looked for the pasted carbon copy of Form 34A in the ballot box, and in all the forms, or rather the ballot boxes, we did, or rather the book 2 of Form 34A was only found in 27 out of, were not found in 27 out of 45 polling stations. And as a matter of fact, my lords and my ladies, if I had time, I would go through the list, but this represents 50% of the ballot boxes that were submitted to us for scrutiny, missing book 2 of Form 34A. Now, in Vita Primary School, the other electoral material that we looked for was the Form 32A that evidenced voting by using the manual register. In Vita Primary School, Station 7 of 7, 232 people we noted voted using the manual register, and no Form 32A was submitted in respect of those votes. In Vita Primary Polling Station 1 of 7, 260 people voted using the manual register. No Form 32A was availed to verify that indeed the authorizations that the IEBC stated should be given before voting by manual register were indeed given. Finally, my lords and my ladies, in respect of the Form 34A, the carbon copy of the result that went out, my time has run out, my lord. If I may just make that point in 1 minute, with your kind permission. We noted that in the 27 polling stations, in the 27 polling stations that we noted did not have book 2 of Form 34A, they also did not return the carbon copy of the actual results emanating from those polling stations in the ballot box. In other words, the results or the ballot papers in those ballot boxes could not be verified with the carbon copy of the original Form 34A that was used to declare the results in respect of those polling stations in these presidential elections. For those and all the submissions made by my learned seniors and Mr. Murgo, my lord, I thank you for your time and pray that the petition be allowed as prayed.
May it please your leadership, the Honorable Chief Justice, and distinguished members of the Supreme Court. My name is Njomo. I do appear for the third petitioner who was originally petition number 2 before in the consolidated petition. Your Leadership, I'll make a brief comment on the report of scrutiny, and I'll focus on the scrutiny that happened at the floor of the House, and my learned friend Njoki Mboshe will focus on the scrutiny at the IEBC offices at Anniversary Towers. Your Leadership, we have looked at the report as a result of the scrutiny, and we have isolated some few issues that will urge the court to consider in perusing the report. And one of the notable issues, and I concur with what my learned friend Mr. Awele has observed, is that we came across in a process that I personally participated in what learned Judge Justice Njoki has observed, that it is a process that took more than 24 hours. We came across ballot boxes that did not have original or carbon copies of Form 34As. Your Leadership, the effect of that is that the authenticity of the forms appearing in the public portal is then called to question. There are ballot boxes, for instance, I'll give the Mikindani Primary School, polling station number 8 of 9, the report is appearing at page 81, where it is clearly observed that it did not have the Form 34A. We also have another polling station, that is Chepkulung Primary School, 3 of 3, that did not have the Form 34A in the box. So that then the question arises, where is the source, or what is the authenticity of the Form 34A that is displayed in the portal? Because there's nothing to compare with as required by the regulation. Another notable issue that we came across, Your Leadership, is that there were ballot boxes that did not have seals matching what is recorded in the polling station diary. My lady, what happens is that at the close of polling, one is required to record the seals that are then affixed on the ballot boxes when they are closed, so that the record of the ballot seals as appearing in the polling station diary, when they don't match what is actually presented to the court at the point of scrutiny, that raises eyebrows. Because it happened in one primary school, you note, Your Leadership, from the report, at page 53, Majengo Primary School, it's observed that in the report that all the serial numbers had been altered. The effect of this, Your Leadership, is that we cannot then be sure at what point is the ballot box opened, so that those seals that were affixed at the close of the polling were changed. Alteration of seals is a serious breach of the regulations that govern elections. Your Leadership, another observation we made on the broken seals is with respect to Keheo Primary School in a constituency called Ojorok in Nyandarua County. What the report by the registrar of this Supreme Court notes is that the aperture, this is where the ballot paper is slotted in, putting in the box, had a seal that had been replaced. The seal that was noted at the close of polling and the seal number on the aperture at the point of scrutiny had been altered. This is noted, Your Lordship, my lady, at page 146 of that report that is before the court. The third issue that we also noted is as regards Book 2 of 2. My lady, the Chief Justice and distinguished judges, Book 2 of 2 needs to be put in context. That the IEBC printed Book 1 and Book 2 of Form 34As. When that was discovered, the IBC indicated that Book 2 of 2 will not be used for purposes of reporting presidential elections. But then the assurance that the IEBC gave was that that Book 2 of 2 will be deposited in the ballot boxes and it will not be utilized. Unfortunately, at the point of scrutiny, there were 27 polling stations from the 45, or rather 47 that were to be scrutinized that did not have Book 2 of 2. The question then that begs our minds is, where did the Book 2s of 2 go? Were they used to report results, presidential elections, or where did they vanish to? Because the factual position is that those book 2 of tools were missing in at least 27 of the polling stations that went through scrutiny in the process that we undertook. My lady, another issue, and the honorable judges, that we came across is that there were missing counterfoils from the ballot boxes. The requirement under the regulations is that when a ballot is slid from the main booklet, then at least a counterfoil will remain. The purpose of scrutiny will then serve some purpose if you compare the counterfoils against the number of votes that were cast, including the rejected votes. But, my lady, the Chief Justice and judges of the Supreme Court, without the counterfoil being present that you can compare with, then a question then arises as to whether those who are actually the ballots appearing in the ballot boxes were torn from the booklet, because there's nothing to compare with. Counterfoils were missing, my lady, and honorable judges, from Keheo Primary School. This is noted at page 146 of the report, from Keheo Primary School, polling station number 2 of 2. My lady, there were myriad of issues that we came across. In addition to that, with the scrutiny, envelopes, electoral material, these include the ballots that have been cast, the counterfoils that have been used, the register in the polling station, all those electoral materials that the regulations require that they should be deposited in the ballot box in tamper-proof envelopes. But unfortunately, what we came across was that there were very many polling stations from the ones that we undertook scrutiny where all the contents, the electoral material, were not placed in tamper-proof envelopes. And just to give an example of a few, we had Mvita Primary School in Mombasa, that this is noted at page 34 of the report. Polling station, also Mvita Primary School polling station 7 of 7, there were 7 polling stations. That happened also in Mikindani Primary School, polling station number 7 of 9. This is noted at page 80 of the report. We have Chepkutung Primary School, polling station number 1 of 3. We have Kapsusel Primary School, polling station 1 of 3. That you find in the ballot box, the materials are there, but they are not placed in tamper-proof envelopes as required by the law. Your Leadership, we look at those anomalies in line with the provisions of the Elections General Regulations of 2017, and specifically Regulation number 81, that require this electoral material to be placed in tamper-proof envelopes and then sealed in a ballot box. When that happens, it is a clear breach of the regulations as required. And then these anomalies, again, it is my humble submissions that I also speak to the requirements on the Article 86D of the Constitution. And my lady, this is clear because it requires electoral system to be accountable and even requires the IEBC to preserve electoral material in a safe manner. When this has not been done, Your Leadership and honorable judges of the Supreme Court, we submit that that is a clear breach of the Constitution and no accountability can then arise in the event where such issues have arisen. My lady, having spent my minutes on the issue of scrutiny at Forodha, I'll now hand over the floor to my learned friend, Joachim Bosche, to comment on the scrutiny of the technology process. Thank you very much and appreciate it. Thank you.
My Lady, the Chief Justice, honorable judges of the Supreme Court, I noticed that the time was still running as I was walking here. I hope I'll recover my seconds. As my learned brother has indicated, I'll be going through briefly what happened at Anniversary Towers. Just to add that, my lady, we have already seen the gaps from what my brother, Mr. Njomo, has said. The breaches, the illegalities, and the gaps that were there in the collection, the tallying of the numbers. My lady, what we have been told by the first and second respondents, as you will see it happening even as we went to Anniversary Towers, is the attitude of, get over it, it's over. Because, my lady, and as has been ably submitted by my lady senior Mr. Mulgore, when he was talking about what happened at Anniversary Towers, we were denied access to the server. Our agents were denied access to the server. My lady, and honorable members of the court, when you retire, you will see at page 8 of the report, item number 4, that they said the best they could do was to give us a clone image of the server. When we said, let's proceed, or when our agent said, let's proceed, it became clear that to generate a forensic image, there was the requirement for the development of what is called a forensic image hash. My ladies, honorable members of the court, it was then asked for the IBC because they wanted to give us this clone to generate the hash. What did they say? They said, oh no, the judiciary should generate the hash. Yet, it is the system that they are calling upon us and Kenyans to believe they were in control of. They have no idea how to generate those things, and if they do, they want to take zero responsibility for that job. And that is why, contrary to the requirements of the Constitution, the IEBC abrogated their duty to conduct the IT component of the election and gave it entirely to Smartmatic. And that is why Smartmatic wrote a letter further to the directions of this court, that letter was served upon our firm yesterday. And the letter is dated 31st August. On the right, and this letter should be before this court because it is addressed to the registrar. So I expect Judge, honorable members of this court, that it's before you. Clearly, it shows it is from Amsterdam. And it says that they will not give us access to the servers because it infringes on their intellectual property. What Mr. Macharia called today, the question of what happens to our data? We cannot even verify the election, contrary to the requirements of the Constitution that it should be verifiable. When the Honorable Court gives orders for scrutiny, Smartmatic says they cannot give us that access. We have set it out. It's set out in the report that has been placed before this court, and the letter is there to confirm. What they then go ahead and do is to amend the orders of this court. And my ladies will see when you read that letter that they say that instead, they would like to recommend that the IEBC makes available, and they say the documents that they want IEBC to give us, including some system logs, which, as Mr. Mulgore has indicated, not all those system logs were provided anyway. And the ones that were provided, we saw who had access. Our agents did indicate that when we asked, because this becomes very important on the question of access, and that's why the logs become important as well, when we asked, as the court had directed in its ruling, order number 1, that we get a password policy, they said no, it will infringe on the security. And that becomes extremely important in terms of knowing who had access to those servers, in terms of confirming the the code or the policy on change of passwords. They refused to give that information. Again, IBC refused to give us information with respect to the RTS, Results Transformation Systems. Yet they want us to come here and believe what they're telling us with regards to the contents of the portal. Yet in their own gazette notices, as you will find, there were some points where there was human intervention, and that is why they are unable to explain to this court, which we asked them to do, and they were unable to do, to explain how the JPEG photos, my ladies, 2 more minutes? they are unable to explain how an image is taken but ends up on the server as a PDF. In their own Gazette notice of 3rd August, which is part of our evidence, the petitioner in 002, they said that in some certain areas, returning officers will be allowed to take photos using their phones and transmit the same to the tallying center. So how then is it that all the photos on the portal are in PDF, and yet they refused, they declined and dishonored this court's order to give us information on the results transmission system? My ladies, my lords will find, when you look at the report that has been submitted, page 11, the judiciary report, that they refused to comply with orders number 1, they refused to comply with orders number 4, they partly complied with order number 3 and number 4. Honorable members of this court, the ICT scrutiny was anchored on those 4 orders. They therefore failed to comply. They refused to open the server. Smartmatic wrote, and to the best of what they could tell us, in addition to amending the judgment, they also say at the very end that even citizens all over the world had full access of these tally reports and were able to add the results, telling Kenyans, we have no additional claim of that information. We can tally like everybody else. It is our humble submission that IBC abrogated their duty. IBC was not in charge in terms of the technical component, and that is why my brother Willis said they played picky, ponky eventually to determine who won the election. Kenya's electoral processes run outside Kenya. We humbly submit that there was non-compliance. We humbly submit IBC failed the test. Kindly allow our petition.
Before I start, we were served with a letter just for housekeeping purposes. We were served a letter that my learned friend has referred to from Smartmatic. It was addressed to the registrar of this court. So for parity of arms, we will wish to also make reference to that letter as we submit. First thing I must say this. IBC, in the report by the registrar, I'll start from page 17. You know, the registrar says, forensically captured, compliance task, forensically captured image of the server holding form 34C, not provided. We move quickly to page 21. Virtual server image. All agents were interested in knowing the virtual server creation date. It was established that both the creation and modified date for the image was 31st August 2022, though the technical team at IBC could not locate the correct data store for the image. Very important. Page 22. The agent requested IBC to provide certified copies of penetration tests conducted before and during the election. ICT director and IBC advocate provided certified penetration tests conducted before the election. IBC advocate informed the applicants that IBC did not carry out penetration tests during the election period, citing penetration tests are not conducted during the election. That is very important, and I asked the court to find out why it's important to conduct penetration tests. At page 24, it was noted that the containers running in the virtual machine are actual computers. IEBC declined to share further details on the containers. Ask your expert why they refused, and they'll tell you. At page 25, what was the IEBC password policy on the server? The response, captured by the registrar. IEBC could not display for security reasons. Number 31, the agent wanted to know why the user says logs in from server 192.168.95.64. There was no proper explanation for this issue. The urgent request to know if the antivirus or anti-malware was installed. IEBC did not respond. What am I trying to say? Just even from the basic information that was provided to the agents for the scrutiny, IEBC successfully exposed how vulnerable our system was. And for the first year, IT students, I'll give you, they can take down note, what IEBC gave as the memory, the capacity of the server that was provided. Memory was 6.4 GB, clock speed was 9.84 GHz, hard disk was 300 GB. The server specifications that they provided us with is less than even the laptops that we're using here. That is what they are presenting to us, that they were hosting the entire election infrastructure in these elections. It was not possible. Why I've put that image? It's very important we know. I talked about the middleman, Diego Armando Camargo, distributing results. That is the person who you are not allowed to see. That is the person who, when the Supreme Court makes an order to be allowed complete access, to be provided the password policies, that is the Diego Camargo who we are being told you cannot access him. That back office, polling station goes to him. He's the one who sends to the returning officer. He's the one who sends to the National Tallying Center. He's the one who sends to the public portal. He's the one controlling everything. He's the midfielder distributing to everybody the results of this election. What he says are the results. You can now remove the portal. You can remove it, please. Having said that, we must note that as the world evolves, technology in elections also evolve. Previously, when my learned senior James Orengo was running in 1979 in Ugenya, people used to stuff ballots and run away with them physically. Progressively, they start changing forms. Now, elections are stolen on technology. That's why I said machines are voting for us. I refer you to a case that I've mentioned in my authorities, Dr. W versus the German Bundestag, where the Germans asked themselves, are the Germans really voting or machines are choosing our leaders? And they said, if the technology does not meet the thresholds of our constitution, do away with that technology until it conforms. In this particular case, we've demonstrated through the registrar's report that the technology that we deployed in this election, even this Supreme Court cannot access it. This Supreme Court order was countermanded by the letter which I have referred to, dated 31st of August. We would like to clarify that such images contain software owned and copyrighted by Smartmatic and is thus IP protected. Providing full access will infringe our intellectual property rights. This court can make orders even to our most highest national intelligence bureau. And those intelligence agencies have provided to our courts under cover or confidentiality their intelligence reports. Why can't Smartmatic do it? Why are they ignoring the court order? Why are they saying we'll not give you? Then they go to Venezuela or wherever they are and keep it to themselves. Are we going to ignore it? I pray that we do not. If it reaches a point that elections are not transparent even to the Supreme Court, and I draw inspiration to the provisions of our laws that provide, once a petition is filed, the entire infrastructure of that election, ballot boxes, ballot papers, forms, are submitted to the courts. Ask yourselves, have you been given access or have you been handed over to as a court the entire election infrastructure for the presidential elections 2022? The answer is no. It is in the hands of the Smartmatics, and they've said they shall not give you. Do what you want. On to the scrutiny. And I thank you very much, my lords and my ladies, for allowing my application for Form 34A, Book 2 of 2 to be provided. This is the reason why we asked for that form. And I'll show you the mischief of what happened. In 2017, the basic ground upon which this court was able to expose the irregularities was through the fake forms. Fake forms were used in the elections. Remember, ballot is the currency, forms are the returns of that currency. What did Chebukati do in this election? He decided to print genuine forms in excess. He printed deliberately without a commission resolution genuine forms in excess in all the 46,000 polling stations. They were not needed. What did he end up doing when the party agents raised it? Mr. Chebukati proceeded to send them to all the 46,000 polling stations. All those 46,000 genuine forms, book 2 of 2. So in your electoral universe, you are now parallel to the genuine forms from book A. You also have another set of genuine forms, book 2. What has the scrutiny disclosed to us? It has disclosed to us that 50% of book 2 was used. I had requested that we be given book 2 in the entire country. And the court in clarification said, limit it to the polling stations in Ms. Celestine's affidavit. And I took it. It has confirmed what I believed actually happened.
Mr. Chair, please point us to the report where that is captured.
No, the reports, oh, sorry. The numbers are found from page, the registrar has not given you the tabulation of percentages, but from page 175.
You see, the submission you're making comes from the report.
Yes.
So we'd like to find from the report where that 50% appears. That's
okay, the 50%, if you look at from page 175, sorry. It gets to 50% when you add them. You must do the addition. There are 27 polling stations.
In the report?
The word 50%?
Yes.
I can mention the polling stations.
But it's not in the report, it's your calculation.
My calculation, yes, it's my calculation. It's my calculation based on what the registrars found. Like if you find, for example, Kakamega High School, there was no form provided. For book 2 was never provided. Bomet County, Gorgor School, polling station 2, not provided. Kasagik Primary School, polling station 1 of 1, forms not provided. St. Joseph Kapkerich Primary School, the form was used. Chesentum Primary School, form was used. Kamwai Primary School, form was used. So if you add up from the registrar's report, they come to 50% of those forms that went out. Now, to explain it in a layman's language, because this is very important that we understand. It's like saying, I have printed for every polling station 700 ballot papers. But 700. Then you send all of them to the polling stations. And you issue a gazette notice telling polling stations, when you receive the ballot papers, please return to me 700 untouched. Only use 700. What do the polling presiding officers do when they receive these ballot papers? They decide to liberally use them. So that when you go out to find out where the mischief is, the system is muddled. He has thrown at you so many ballot papers, you cannot know the genuine and the fake. Mr. Chebukati single-handedly directed book 34 of 2 to be printed. And book 2 of 2 having been printed, it went out to the stations. The gazette notice required it not to be used. It was used, and the registrar's reform has confirmed. How does it work? Let me use a real-life experience of a movie that I watched, because I have time. It's called The Italian Job. Once they conclude, when this gentleman steals and he comes with many lorries, and you can't tell which lorry has the actual cash, similar number plates, similar design, similar make. So it's meant to confuse you, don't know which is the actual truck that has the money. In simple terms, if I steal money on this table, I steal 1 million, I throw 200,000, all of you scramble for it, and I walk out with 800,000, leaving all of you scrambling for the 200,000. You'll never know the magnitude of what I have done. That is the magnitude of book 2 of 2 in our elections. The best example before I cede my time to the court If you've watched The Wolf, it's called The Wolf of Wall Street. When the star player, at the point of blowing it all up, throws money at everybody because he has now made his ultimate loot. He throws money at everybody, and no one can tell what actually transpired. That is what happened with Book 2 of 2 in our elections. That when you start questioning, when you start tracing, you will only be meeting genuine forms. In 2017, when we were questioning, we were meeting fake forms. He threw an extra 46,000 genuine forms into our elections in the hands of people who could not account for them. When we went to look, we were able to demonstrate that 50% of those forms have been used from a sample. From a sample, not denied, either not used or not accounted for, not returned. Are we going to give regime legitimacy after this indicting audit report? I asked this question in the morning. Part of the Supreme Court's function, you give what we call regime legitimacy. The Kenyan people moving in one accord. And nobody has spoke in this court about the margin of victory that is declared. Less than 200,000. After all these muddled figures, after all these illegalities, are we going to say that let us ignore them and give a regime legitimacy to one of the players? I urge you not to ignore your registrar's report. This is too damning. This has confirmed to you that at the end of this process, the only person who could answer the question where the punk was going to land was Wafula Chebukati himself. It was not the instruments that were deployed for the conduct of the elections. I thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you. Thank you for listening to me. And I thank Justice Swanjala today. He didn't respond when I did my monk. And I donate my time back to the court. Thank you.
You also did not sweat, so we are okay.
IBC.
My ladies, my lords, Mr. Dennis Nkarisha will make the presentation for us.
Thank you, Senior.
Repeat
My ladies,
your name for us.
Dennis Nkarichia, Nkarichia. If I may proceed, my lady.
Yes, please.
I would like to refer the court only to 2 documents generated by the registrar. There is a list of annexures, but as R1 and runs for 42 pages, and there's a big report of page 1 to 178 that covers the entire report. My lady, I'll take you to page 15 of the registrar's report, which provides a table to determine whether the IEBC complied with the scrutiny orders. On the issue of ICT, my ladies, I'll do order 1, 2, 3, and 4. My lord and senior Mr. Wetangula will deal with the rest of the orders. My lady, for order 1, we fully complied, save for providing the owners of system administration password. The order issued by the court had a security exception, but if it was determined it was too risky to provide something, we were to object and provide an explanation. My ladies, my lords, we objected because those persons once identified, their personal security could not be guaranteed in any way. And that explanation was accepted by everybody. The rest of the documentation that Senior Counsel Mugo said were not provided, my lady, that report says they were provided. The password policy is number 1, the password matrix is number 2, the system users and level access is number 4. Those documents, my lady, were provided, and the registrar noted the same. On the second order, my lady, the one about the server, my lady, I'll come back to it, but there's only one server. Senior learned counsel, Mr. Mugo, was economical with the truth, and I will develop it in the responses and queries raised by his agent, Mr. George, who is identified in the annex that the registrars provided. Mr. George is in R2, and he appears as George Joroge, the 13th person in that list. George Joroge, he assigned, he was his agent. So, my lady, access was provided to the server. And you indulge me, I read something that was noted by the registrar on page 17, supervised access. Agents were granted supervised access to the live server through an interactive session. All their concerns and questions were exhaustively answered through querying of server for logs, not by mouth, not by explanation, by their own queries to the server. My lords, my lady, I was there. Mr. George, for the petitioners, dictated specific queries. They were run in the system, and he was completely satisfied. That is the registrar's comment, not the IEBC's comment. As such, the statement that they were denied access is factually inconsistent with the registrar's remarks. Secondly, my lady, the demo of the IEBC system architecture, the theory is proven by the registrar. IEBC provided a demo of their election infrastructure for agents to understand. We were not doing it in vacuum, my lords, my ladies. I will leave the comment on the server, my lords, my ladies, for later on. I will now just show compliance. On order 3, from the registrar's report, my lords, my ladies, it was fully complied. You can look at the remarks by the registrar, and it says provided. And critically is the penetration test, what is known as the pen test, under the election technology regulations, regulation 10 and 11, but Senior Mugo said was not provided. My lady, I'll take you to page 18 and 19. Supreme Court Order 3, penetration test reports prior. IEBC provided reports on internal network and infrastructure vulnerability and assessment, and certificate of penetration were provided to the applicant and the first respondent. Volume 2, page 1 to 51. It's not a theory. A document was granted, and it had 51 pages. My lady, on Order 4, I can confirm we personally filed under seal all partnership agreements with the court, and the registrar notes as much. So, my lady, contrary to the assertion provided in public by counsel, we fully complied. And the only issue we never complied was partnership agreement provided to court under seal. And the issue of server, yesterday at 1:02 p.m., the court and all parties were issued with a forensic image of Form 34C had delivered and by email, my lords, my ladies. That was compliant. And it had a hash key. And it had a certificate of forensic evidence generated by Martin Nyaga. There is a certificate in court, my lords, my ladies, that the hash key was provided. So rather than move to generalization, at a granular level, we can prove we fully complied with the orders on ICT. Now, I'll pick issues on the party interrogation into the system. And I want to pick issue 1, it's by George. The same George, I said, is an agent of Mr. Mugo and is proven by the registrar's report R2, the person under 13, for Martha Wangari Karua, George Joroge, and Musa Omondi. That is the George. He asks, wanted to know the user who logged in on 12 August 2022 at 001 hours. I will take you to R9. It's the registrar's report. I have not filed anything in reference to this, my lords, my ladies. And it shows there was no user. It's the registrar's report. I'm not going to give an interpretation. And I will say the comment under, by the registrar, a review of access laws did not show the user or any suspicious activity. The registrar was represented by an IT technical team. So it did not even request us to lobby the registrar, explain to the registrar. The IT team confirmed for itself. My lords, my ladies, they said there was suspicious activity between various dates. I'll take you to comment 4 by George Joroge. Agent wanted audit logs for user root during the election period. Logs were retrieved from 8th August to 29th August 2022, the day before the election and the day before we did the exercise, there was no suspicious activity. I would like the court to do a simple thing, my lords, my ladies. Compare the logs Mr. Mugo has provided and what is found in the registrar. You will discover there is an apparent discrepancy on the face of those logs. Nothing put on the slideshow is in the registrar's report because it's not. He may clarify where he got that, but I'll simply refer to the registrar's report. It's not, my lords, my ladies. Now, when you move on with the report, you get other clarification by other users, and I want to pick three that are quite pertinent. They say there was no way of ascertaining the date of the server log, and that was the opening comment. At page 22, comment 8 by Victor, agents wanted to know when Form 34C was uploaded. This was established to be 16th August 2022. How could have it been created on 31st August, but you are able to go back in history to 16th August to determine when Form 34C was uploaded? It's ridiculous on the face of it. My lords, my ladies, I'll take you to George again, page 23. The agent requested to see the whole architecture. The whole, not only RTS, not only KIMS, the entire IBC infrastructure, including everything retained in that server. IBC database presented the system architecture and they explained the transmission flow. How can you say access was not granted when it was granted the entire architecture, not RTS? My lords, I notice my time is running, and my senior wanted to refer to the forever. I will stop here, but if given time, we can take the court through the entire report and answer every query raised satisfactorily, because it was done. Access was granted, that's why comments were made. If access was denied, there would have been no comment. Thank you, my lords, my ladies.
If it may please you, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and other distinguished members of the Supreme Court. My name is Emmanuel Wetangula. I'll be presenting our observations on behalf of IEBC with regard to the scrutiny and the recount that took place on the 31st and yesterday, my Lord. First and foremost, I'd like to thank members of the judiciary who took part in this exercise. It's the most tedious and laborious jobs, and not the most, and most people actually opted to run away. And even in the submissions which I'm about to make before the court today, it will be quite notable that none of my colleagues have addressed the pertinent issue. All the results in the boxes matched the results that have been declared by IEBC and the results that were used to declare the president under Article 138.10. My Lord, I'll simply give one example. The application for scrutiny was given by the petitioners, and they identified the stations that they wanted. If this was to be a sample of the entire election, the report bears out the fact that out of the 45 polling stations that were counted, there was no variance of results in the 40 stations, 40 of the polling stations. The report clearly shows that there is no variance of the results with that which was contained in Form 34A. But most importantly, my lady and my lords, there were slight errors which will arise, and it always arises in every election. It's typical to human error. And even to point out this fact, my lord, I was reading the report that was prepared by the Honorable Deputy Registrar. It also has a slight error. And that error was corrected today when you were sent an addendum correcting a mistake that had been done. Number two, my lady and my lords, at page 31, you will note that there's a slight typographical error regarding the date of the election. It's indicated as 8th August 2017. A normal error that any human being will make. But if it were the petitioners, I'm sure they will pray that the entire report be disregarded. But my lord, the most important thing is the environment under which elections take place is a very tense situation. And many a times, slight mistakes will occur. For instance, the sealing of documents, the misplacement of one or two things. The only complaint I've had my learned colleagues, Mr. Awele, complain about, Ms. Mboshe, and Mr. Willis Otieno. It's about material not being placed in envelopes. But of utmost importance is, having been present, with every ballot that was counted, it tallies with what was given to each of the candidates. But most importantly, the allegation the petitioners have made and have been running around with is that election results were being taken from one candidate and being added to another. That fact was not proven. This is their case. And if at all there was any variance in the results, I believe Mr. Willis Otieno will have sung for us a new song today, but he didn't. And that confirms that actually the results are believable. And my lords, these are the results that were transmitted through the results transmission system, first and foremost, having been final. Secondly, these were the results that were physically delivered by the returning officers to the tallying center at Bomas. And my lord, if the registrar confirms that from the boxes that the court has sampled, there's absolutely no variance, then we wonder what the complaint is. The slight variances that, or slight mistakes that were noted, which I will just highlight one of them, that one of the parties picked up on. This is number 38 on the list of the polling stations, Kiheo Primary School. One of my colleagues for the petitioners made reference to it. Despite the absence of the counterfoils, but each of the ballots present matched with the result that was declared for each of the candidates. I wonder how accurate an election can get if this is not it. But mistakes will always happen. And even in the report that is before us, we have noted that actually mistakes actually do happen, and they happen all the time. There was something else that the parties were supposed to deliver, that is IEBC, which was Forms 34A. My lord, a sufficient volume was delivered to the court. I'll just confirm how many there were. There are 32 volumes of Form 32As which have been availed to the court. My lord, there's also the error form, 3 volumes which have been availed to the court for scrutiny, signed by the chair. These are the errors that were noted during the verification and tallying. And lastly, my lady and my lords, before the time runs out, Book 2 of Form 34A, some of it was found in the ballot boxes during the scrutiny, but some of the boxes did not contain, and it's borne out in the report. But the purpose of printing this booklet is actually known to all the players. My lady, my time has run out. I'll just request for 2 minutes to finalize my points, and I'll be done. Thank you. My lady, with regard to Form 34A, Book 2, the purpose why an extra copy was printed, and it's known to the petitioners, but they will not tell this honorable court, was that at any time, sufficient copies of the forms will be available to the agents, candidates, and the media. This is to ensure that the results that were being declared at the polling stations being final were transparent and known to everybody. But a contest arose and a decision was made by the chairman of IEBC that this material was to be sealed and placed in the ballot boxes. As it will happen, in some of the boxes, and the report will bear it out, some of the forms are not there. And even the report will bear it out that some of the presiding officers made mistakes in Book 1. They cancelled it and utilized Book 2, but still the result did not change. What is important and material is from the scrutiny that was undertaken until very early hours of yesterday morning, the result matches what is contained in Form 34A. And my lords, those Form 34As have been availed to the court pursuant to the rules of this Supreme Court, and they are the forms that were used to declare the results of the election upon the completion of the exercise. Similarly, these are the same forms that were transmitted through the results transmission system, and they match each and every other form that was given. Lastly, and very lastly, there was in one station in Kakamega where the Form 32As were not availed, and affidavits to that effect have been given, and the reason is that because of an outbreak of violence, the affidavits will bear it out. With those few remarks, my lady and my lords, Professor Mugai is asking for a donation of the time, but it has run out. Thank you very much.
Lady, without appearing to interrupt the court's proceedings, with that kind permission, my learned friend has made reference to an affidavit that was given. You've never been supplied with that affidavit. We don't even know about it. And I don't think it is proper for evidence of such a nature to be brought to court at this critical point. And I wish the court should ignore it.
I don't think we are aware of it because we closed the filing of proceedings in this matter.
Very kindly request you to allow me to place on record that we reserve our right to object to that document filed by my learned friends. First, because it was...
However, in the event of a nullification, we are likely to be looking at, in legal terms, either a rerun or a runoff, so to speak, one including the the petitioner and the main respondent there, that being President-elect William Ruto and Azimio flag bearer Raila Amolo Odinga, or well, the other might include the rest of the four candidates. But we are waiting to see. It's under an hour and we're here. Now back to you, O'Brien.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what we are doing here. We just... we are
without leave. Secondly, because no other party has had the opportunity to do the same. Thirdly, because from what we hear now, it may very well contain falsified documents.
Yes, have we had submissions from the 9 respondents, but now in the...
Madam Chief Justice will be making a formal application for the document tendered by Learned Counsel Mr. Mulgo to be expunged from the record. But first things first, we shall respond pursuant to the order issued by the court. We were to orally respond, not to use that opportunity for other filings. On our part, 2 of my colleagues will make the oral submissions. Please, that was not within the... Please allow us the 15 minutes. We hadn't started making the submissions.
21st, 2021, and 2020, and in the same year, that is May 24, 2021, she assumed office at a ceremony that was held at the Supreme Court building. So that is a brief of the Chief Justice Martha Karambo Koome, who is the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Let's now go to the other lady who is critical in today's decision, and we are talking about none other than the Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya. That is who? Very good. Philomena Mwilu. She was born in 1958, and her career spans for over 35 years. In 1984,
if it pleases the court, my name is Omwanza Ombati. I'm going to present the first part of or the comments about the scrutiny report. And the second part will be presented by my learned friend, Senator Hilary Sigei. My lords, it's important to first appreciate that the purpose of scrutiny is an exercise that is meant for the court to have an impression of how the exercise of the election was conducted. And that's what you said in 2013, Raila. And secondly, also it's important to note that part of the process of scrutiny is to audit the election and make sure that the numbers are backed up by the paper trail. In the request for scrutiny that was done by the petitioners, my Lord, Chief Justice and members of the Supreme Court, the request was targeted. You'll find that particularly in petition number 5, and also the affidavit of Arnold Oginga, paras 81 to 91. That is where the scrutiny was ordered, and when you retire to consider this matter, my lords, I request that you restrict them to their case. Now, in terms of the orders that was given by this court, you'd find that there are 7 orders. I'll deal with order number 1 to 4. The first one was with respect to an order that IBC should provide the applicants with copies of the technology system and security policy. This was complied with, except that the applicants also wanted the names, specific names of the system administrators. My Lord, this would not be possible because then you would expose system administrators to danger. The second order is with respect to a supervision of the servers, to have access to the servers of the National Tallying Center, to demonstrate how Form 34C was dealt with. The forensic image of the 34C was granted, and all parties were also given time to interact with this server the whole day. Now, the third and more important, part of that order also was to see whether there was any deletion of any Form 34A at the server. You'll find that at page 21 of the registrar's report, there was no deletion. There is not a single deletion of a Form 34A from the server. And my Lord, Justice Lenola asked a question on how was it that JPEGs were converted from JPEG to a PDF. My Lord, that answer is found at the registrar's report at page 12, and it's important that we read this. It's a short page because a lot of issues have been raised about this. You'll see whereby it says that the Form 34A, you'll find this at page 12 of the registrar's report, that the Form 34A would be scanned by the KIMS kit into a PDF, which was then transmitted into the storage server. At the storage server, the form is processed by an application to check for compliance, to certify that the security features have been complied with, and the PDF has all the features that are supposed to be there. That goes also to page 13. This is important because, my Lord, there was a theory of the middleman that was being propagated by one of the petitioners, and in this scrutiny we could not find any middleman. In fact, there was a direct link from where the results were transmitted. So the transmission was from the KIMS kit. It would go to the National Tallying Center. One form would go to the National Tallying Center. The second form would go to the constituency tallying center, and the third form would go to the portal. And in this path, results path, there was no middleman. That was the smoking gun that was used by the petitioner, and my Lord, unfortunately, there was no smoke, and there was nothing that would find that was found in that. It's important, my Lord, to demonstrate to this court that in the scrutiny, there was first compliance by IEBC about, in terms of the orders of this court, order 1 to 7, as far as was practicable. And number 2 is that in the case theory that was presented to this court completely collapsed. We are all aware, and we saw it, that the petitioner brought a case that was packed in a truckload. However, when that was subjected to scrutiny, it collapsed like a house of cards. So, my lord, the scrutiny has demonstrated that this election was conducted in substantial compliance with the law. If there are variations, they are minor and they do not materially affect the result, and we submit that this court should validate the win of the first and second respondent in terms of Article 140 of the Constitution. I would conclude and say that from what we've heard, my lord, it's important probably to, for those of us who didn't go to the schools that my friend Ayatollah went to, if you read the book of Macbeth, the play of Macbeth, the second play, you'd see that there's a debate. There's a debate about the devil and conscience. I think in one of the last acts, about a servant who's known as Lancelot. And this servant has this big debate on what is it that, he has the devil that is pushing on him and also his conscience. And he concludes that he would rather go, in fact, I quoted this because it's very interesting. He says that my conscience is hanging by my neck, the neck of my heart, and in my conscience is a hard conscience. However, the devil gives me a more friendly counsel, but I choose to run from that friendly counsel. My lord, with those few remarks, I will request that my learned friend, Senator Hilary Sigei, can continue.
The Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and the judges of the Supreme Court. My name is Hilary Sigei. My remit in submitting on the basis of the report is limited to the numbers. And my lords, I would dare say, fiction is best told in abstract. My learned colleagues for the petition have taken you through what they called a product of scrutiny. They have intentionally left out what is also equally important besides the process, and that is the numbers. I associate myself largely with the submissions by my learned friend, Mr. Wetangula, particularly with regards to the numbers and the 45 polling stations, which was a subject of inquiry in the orders for scrutiny. Given, my lords, that the election process in Kenya is a process that we are conducting 6 elections in one day, it is natural that errors, especially in counting, tabulation, are bound to occur. But far from that, when the 45 polling stations that this Honorable Court directed that a conduct of scrutiny be done, the recount confirmed that there was correct vote count in 45 polling stations. It also confirmed that all the data that was entered, including, for example, the rejected votes, reflected that which was in the ballot and that which was in the image. It also confirmed that the Form 34As were not altered as it has been submitted before you. I therefore do submit that there are no irregularities in terms of the votes cast against each of the candidates in this particular petition. There was also no transposition the way they had placed that votes from candidate A was taken away and given to candidate B. That product of scrutiny has confirmed that. To be very specific, in Mombasa County, Mvita, polling station 1 of 7, all of them had no variances at all. And in the fullness of time, this Honorable Court, I believe, will spare a moment to look at pages 36 to 49 of the report from the registrar. Majengo, 2 polling stations, no variance, that is page 50 to 57. Mikindani, polling station 1 to 9, no variances were detected at all. In Kericho County, Chepkutung polling station 1 to 3, no discrepancies were found. In essence, what I'm trying to submit, my lordship, is that the numbers complied in terms of what each candidate had been given as at the time of the tabulation at the polling station and what has been provided and availed before you. I am aware that the 32 volumes of Form 34As are placed already before you. Elections and the will of the people is deposed in the polling station as per the minor Kiai case. I urge your lordships and my lady to indeed look at the 32 volumes of Form 34As placed before you, do a comparison with the 45 which we have submitted, and a report has been placed before you that numbers did not change. If they could not impeach on the 45 polling stations that they pleaded, they cannot impeach on the rest that are available before you. When we look at the other stations they have talked about, Nyandarua, Kiheho, my learned colleague, Mr. Njomo, indeed confirmed that materials were all there in the ballot boxes which were opened. His concern was that they were not placed in tamper-proof envelopes. He's also confirmed that the numbers in those polling stations are there. Those were the submissions by Mr. Njomo on behalf of the petitioners. As regards Oljororok, where he quoted that there were no seals placed, when you look at the report of the registrar in that particular polling station, appearing at page 141 to 171, no polling station had variances in terms of the numbers that were awarded to either the petitioner or my client. In short, my lady, my lordship, I submit that there is no evidence that has been placed before you to impeach the Forms 34A, which are already before you and which are in the portal, and which actually is where the vote from the voter, where the voter is expressing their choice of the candidate whom they would want to place in the executive office, was done. No wonder Kenya has moved on. I want to beseech this honorable court to allow that which the people of Kenya made as a choice on the 9th and declared on the 15th to be the choice
which Kenyans have given them to conduct general elections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Perhaps you're parting short?
Well, let us remain peaceful. We wait. Let us wait calmly. It will be in the next 1 hour or two. We'll know the verdict. whether the president-elect now will be declared the winner and he will continue now to be the 5th president of Kenya, or if there's any contrary decision, we'll wait and see. Yes, but for us as Kenyans, let us remember that we are Kenyans. We have to maintain our unity. We are one family. We are one nation. Let us not allow all these things to divide us or to bring any animosity between our people. Let us live together and continue with our lives together. Yes.
Many thanks indeed for talking to us, KBC Channel 1. There you have it, Regina. That is Dominic Kimengechi, the Catholic, Eldred Catholic Archbishop, just making his remarks concerning the wait-and-see situation from the 7-judge bench. And of course, the most important thing is that Kenyans should remain peaceful, whatever the outcome. If the 7-judge bench will annul or affirm the win of Deputy President or the President-elect William Samuel Arap Ruto. A number of residents say they are tired of waiting and they want to go back to business, and they are saying that whoever will be elected or whoever will be mentioned as the president or whatever, if they are going to the ballot again, they say they will really welcome that idea, just to ensure that we have the president. The most important thing also they say is whoever becomes the president doesn't matter at all, but the leaders who have been elected down there, ranging from the governor, senator, woman member to the National Assembly, and the member of county assembly, those are the people they are focusing on to ensure that they have development in this particular country. From me, Timothy Kipnusu, I hand you back to studio, Regina Manyora.
Now, before I let you go, Timothy there, and I know you're going to be keeping tabs awaiting that particular verdict to be delivered at noon. A quick question to the bishop there. What is his take in regard to, the role that the church, or rather the religious sect has played in regard to the August 9th polls? Maybe you can just ask the bishop that question.
We really wanted you. Are you related to those activities?
Well, we will be getting feedback in regard to what the bishop then has to say in as far as the conduct of the religious sect has had run up to the elections and even during the elections, and such at a time when we have heard from various denominations they are calling for Kenyans to remain peaceful as they have been. We will be getting to that. Now, some of the shots that you're seeing on screen are just live shots from Milimani there, where the Supreme Court anytime from now, actually exactly 32 minutes from now, is going to be delivering their verdict on the presidential judgment there. Now, to just give you a list, the petitioner, that is Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition, had a list of 42 lawyers who were litigating on this matter, and they were led, this team, the legal team, was led by senior counsel and Governor-elect there, James Orengo. He led this particular team that comprises of Feroz Nurwarji, then Philip Murgo, as well as Okongo Mogani. Also in that particular team, and I can see we have just seen Tom Omolo there actually cross over. This is part of the Azimio legal team. There are 42 lawyers there contracted for this particular matter. Under the case management team, we had lawyer Paul Mwangi, we had Jackson Awele, Julie Soweto, Velma Mauri, Professor Shihanya, Fred Orego, Dan Manzo, as well as Tom Masharia there. Just a slide past there. We saw that is Dan Manzo there, who just crossed there in that particular screen. That is just some of the Azimio team of lawyers there. And as far as the Kenya Kwanza team is concerned, they contracted 54 lawyers in for this particular petition, and they were led by senior counsel Fred Ngatia, leading a team of 4 first. That is Kioko Kilukumi, we had Kirago Githenji, and Professor Kithure Kindiki. Also a part of the team, and as far as the case management aspect is concerned, included prominent counsels like Katwa Kigen. This particular team by Kenya Kwanza also featured ICT professionals there, just to look at, the 50. We had Raymond Bet, Edmond Kiprotich, Geoffrey Rono there, Geoffrey Koech, Duncan Kichamu, who is a statistician, and as we have seen in the dailies even that we have captured, that have been captured, and the headlines there is that it's been an issue around ICT-based, the process vis-a-vis the tally, and ICT has been adversely mentioned. What you're seeing is, I think, the team from the Kenya Kwanza team there, as well as Gideon Wegai there, former AG there, walking in with a team of councils there. And that particular had made some light moments, and we began this particular petition there. And those are some of the color that we saw as we continued the coverage of the supreme battle there, so to speak. Either way, in the next 29 minutes, we are likely to see, we are seeing Wajakoya there, with his durag also joining in. You can see this, we are 29 minutes to go, and we are likely to know which way the axle is going to land in as far as the presidential petition 2022 is concerned. I would want to quote some legal counsels there, what they have had to say in regard to, how confident they are of a supreme victory. And I'd want to quote Mahat Somane. And he has been, very key in representing the IEBC there, and says there were no foreigners and no form displayed on the IEBC portal that was not the original, which includes security features. There's been conversation. What has been put on the IEBC portal? Is it a factual? Is it not? Is it a fake? And as by the end of Friday, we had several, hashtags trending on Twitter there, at least so to speak, about Jose Camargo there, who apparently was a name that was adversely mentioned during that particular petition. I would also want to quote George Morogo, who said that IEBC chairman has made considerations of his staff who are facing arrest and intimidation and decided not to wait another day. This was a question in which IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati found himself the crook, so to speak, in regard to the challenge in the manner in which he made the declaration after the August 9th polls. Now, Zerhabu Johan Mohammed said the Constitution talks about the commission, not the commissioners or the chairperson. He cannot be equal than others. That's a question in regard to matters of the IBC and way forward. And we have our guests here who have been chipping in and giving their views in regard which way forward as far as IBC is concerned. And I'm talking about constitutional lawyer Shadrach Wamboi, as well as Gibson Gesore there. The question of IEBC, is this where we draw the line? Are we going to change in as far as the electoral law is concerned? After we saw what happened, we have 4 dissenting commissioners. We have a chairperson who, though criminal charges have not been leveled against them, there's been talk around, especially with the petitioner, saying that he should be found culpable of malpractice and that. But by end of today, that is exactly 26 minutes from now, we will know the direction in which we'll take in as far as the August 9th petition is concerned. From the screen, security is quite beefed up at Milimani, as you can see there. And also, there was a communication made earlier in regard to the roads that are going to be blocked, just to ensure that this particular process runs simultaneously and seamlessly there. And it was made public, and including KBC Channel 1 actually carried that story to just enable you as a Kenyan citizen go by your duties, being asked to remain peaceful and calm as we let the 7-judge bench there, led by none other than Chief Justice Martha Koome, tell us which direction the presidential petition is going to take. And just to bring back this conversation back to studio, and I'd want to engage our 2 guests here just as we wait to see if there's any activity that we are likely to see from the screens that you're seeing First one, we showed you that this was a security, the Supreme Court, where is going to be has been sitting for the last 14 days or so, pre-trial, deciding what key issues are going to be decided. They settled on the 8th, and now there are only two options. It's either a nullification or a validation, upholding the elections as well. And each have are ramifications in as far as leadership and governance of this country is concerned. What you're seeing is that it's down to 24 minutes before we have the Supreme Court session on, where we're waiting to have that verdict given there. From the screens, you can see councils continue getting into the chambers there. This was quite a petition, so to speak, each side not taking any chances with first petition and second petitioner there, hiring at least 42 lawyers led by Senior Counsel James Orengo there, while on the other side, one of the respondents, that is Kenya Kwanza there, engaged 54 lawyers led by Senior Counsel Fred Ngatia there. And we have been treated to quite legal matters, so to speak, having to learn a little bit of legalese during this time. Now, I want to bring back the conversation, but we'll continue keeping tabs on what is happening there at the Supreme Court and also looking at the security within the CBD. What our reporters on ground have shown right now is that it's business as usual, though a majority of Kenyans are not within the central business district. A majority of them, I am guessing, they're either home just waiting to see what is going to happen after noon or at noon. Now, Gibson Gesore as well as Shadrach Womboy. I'd want to pick your brains in regard to what is in your opinion, let's start off with you, Gibson Gesore. What is your opinion of how the media has carried itself during the coverage of the August polls up to now, as we speak? Do you think we have done a fine job in comparison, especially to 2007, 2008, and 2017? Gesore, let's start off with you.
Thank you so much, Regina. That's a very interesting question. The media has really done a good job. Done a good job in a sense that they have been part of the partnership in this electoral process, trying to bring the nitty-gritties or the information as it comes from the IBC or wherever it's happening. And that is something we need to actually shine light upon and say that people have spent tireless, quite a big amount of time trying to cover the election. I remember you were at Bomas, you never slept, you were telling me how tedious it was. It means that's a sacrifice you gave so that we could get the news of what was happening from the tallying center. And there were several journalists across the country, both local and international, who really burned their midnight oil to actually bring to Kenyans what is happening and where it's happening from. And looking at that sense of patriotism, that sense of being alive to duty is something which we need to commend you for. And we ask that you don't look back on that, because we really count on you so that we can be able to know or hold the government accountable, IBC accountable, and actually for news. Those are very important aspects, because once you have that, they say information is power, and you actually relay that in the best way possible.
Thank you for that vote of confidence. Before I hand over to, Shadrach Womboy to give us, his thoughts in regards to media coverage of the election to now. What you're seeing on screen is that this is the inside of the Supreme Court, the makeshift court area from Milimani, where we are expecting any minute from now. It is down to 21 minutes to noon there. We're expecting that the 7-judge bench led by Martha Koome there, the Chief Justice Martha Koome, is going to be sitting and will be delivering its verdict in regard to the August presidential petition there. What you're seeing on your screen, we're seeing some counsels there from the Kenya Kwanza team. We're seeing Professor Kithure Kindiki there, as well as IEBC lawyer Mahamat Somane there, who's been very vocal in defending the IEBC, saying that there were no all the forms that were displayed by the IBC portal were all original there. Also further on, I think I can see a lawyer there, Paul Mwangi, I'm not too sure, but we are going to be keeping tabs on that. And as you can see, we are seeing more councils just access the hall in which we are waiting to see, or rather where the verdict is going to be delivered from. Remember, this is the Supreme Court, the apex court of the land, and the decision that is going to be rendered in there is going to be final. And also some light moments there. You see Professor Wajakoya there. George Wajakoya is among counsels who are at the Supreme Court there, and he was among the candidates eyeing the top seat in this August polls there under the Roots Party. But with the numbers there, he failed to clinch that. But we will get to know if at all the Supreme Court decides that this, to uphold this election, would say that he failed to clinch the requisite votes that were required to declare him the president, so to speak. We are waiting to see, given the constitutional timelines. Actually, with the 7-judge bench sitting at noon to deliver that particular judgment, if you go back to the time, go back in time, as per the Constitution, we are looking at around 7 days, so to speak, 14 days there. So they're exactly 2 hours before the 2 p.m. deadline. Now, Shadrach Wamboi, who is a constitutional lawyer, what is your take in regard to the coverage that the media has given the August polls, pre and up to date as we are?
Well, to be fair to the media, I think on an average of 10, I will give the media 7, so that it also gives the media some room for improvement. but as far as timely reporting is concerned, I think the media has done a splendid job. It has done a splendid job as regards a balanced, reporting of issues when it comes to, matters as they are happening. But I think one thing that probably is something that we should look forward to, it's investigative journalism, so that there has been some concerns. There has been some issues about, we begin with the stalemate that we experienced between the commissioners. Perhaps we will have relied even more from the media to establish really what was the problem. Is what Chebukati has been saying really the truth, or is there something more than what is meeting the eye? So probably I think going over and above what has been quite apparent. I think the media has in the previous past told us or taught us so many things from the use of their cameras. But I think moving forward, there is always some room for improvement in everything that we do. Even with the splendid job that you people have done, the future is still ripe for exploiting other avenues or other opportunities. We need to establish so many things other than what we've been seeing just on TV. We've been seeing, some plays, people playing. We need to also get a cover of what is this that has been happening behind the scenes, so that we are treated to more. And I think this is something that we live with you. All is not lost. There is still an opportunity where you can tell us, probably, or give us, a panoramic view of what has been transpiring behind the scenes that we have not seen so far.
Now, that is in regard, those are your views in regard to, how the local media has covered the August polls up to this point. Maybe as I want to rope in my colleague Brian Troy in regard to, what we're expecting in the next 16 minutes or so. How does it compare when it comes to coverage of elections between the local media vis-a-vis the international media? Because there's a conversation that is currently ongoing online that there's a lot of anticipation, and it's all not good. It's actually negative, portrayal of Kenya and this particular situation we find ourselves by a section of international media outlets.
Indeed.
And Ray, let me pick it from where you started out when you talked about how the media has carried itself through all the electoral process and through the petition itself.
Yeah.
And you bear me witness that a lot of Kenyans talked about media letting Kenyans down the day that we started tallying the results, you know. We did a very good presidential and gubernatorial debates, but we were not as united or as one cohesive unit when it came to the tallying process, and which would have helped a lot of Kenyans cool their nerves. But away from that, the election itself and the petition, I would say we as media have carried ourselves in the best way. So far, in the great words of Wakili here, is that we still have some room to improve as based to how we cover and how we write our report. Because looking at what we see the same thing, but at the end of the day, when we go down to write our story, sometimes you find some discrepancies here and there. That said, the media also will be keen, and Kenyans will be keen to see how after this we do carry ourselves, because at the end of the day, you have had America talk about it, many countries, but they have to rely on the media, because if you don't show it, if you don't write it, if you don't present it out there, no one will know exactly what is happening in the country. And still on the same, and I think this is something that we can have a discussion on, an interesting read written by a journalist talking about the presidential petition. Raila Odinga has been a perennial petitioner when it comes to this, and that person is arguing no matter how this goes, either his way or not, he will be credited in fighting the fight and actually trying to solidify our democracy. I don't know how Wakili Gisore you view this, but at the end of the day, despite his hits and misses, because he's had some wins and some losses as well, is that he has enabled Kenyans to be, or Kenya to be, a democratic country, and also single out some of the things. Because in 2017, what the Apex Court talked about are some of the things that we have been able to implement in our 2022 politics. And at the end of the day, win or lose, he still be credited in solidifying our democracy. Sorry.
I think, Bentroy, I want to thank you for raising that issue about Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is one person who has serious temerity for democracy, if I might say that, because look at the man, look at his journey. This man has been in prison, came out, fought for the 1992 liberation. That succeeded. We appealed Section 2A, and then turns back and joins Moi's government, and then turns to throw Moi's government out, or his choice, giving rise to another liberation, whereby we had change of power. Then fast forward, we come to the 2005 referendum, where he had to actually leave government and champion a course towards liberating Kenyans through a new constitution, which had dragged on for too long. So we saw his hand in all this process. We saw it in 2007 when the election went sideways. He was able and willing to share the government, as opposed to contrary views, which were telling him you shouldn't share anything, you won. If he was somebody bad, he could not have reneged on that. He actually stands out as a statesman and says, Kenya first. I choose Kenya. I fought for this because I love Kenya, because I want to see a better Kenya. So if sharing the government with Moi Kibaki is something which is going to give us prosperity, is what I will do. And that happened. We ended up having the 2010 Constitution, which is very robust, which we are enjoying. He has actually even gone in to bolster that particular constitution by going to court severally to test the limits, to actually be able to portray that this constitution has got to be tested to every end so that we can be able to have a better country. In 2013, he was in court. He lost. And I said, okay, we will obey, we will obey. Come 2017, he actually succeeded. He succeeded in the petition, and he ended up joining government, or having a handshake for purposes of Kenya. for purposes of Kenya, he did an handshake for continuity because the economy was not been doing well for the longest time. So for purposes of Kenya, he actually was able to do an handshake. And then he's again in 2022 in court. If we can quote him today, he said, "It's not about me. It's about fostering democracy, which is if there is anything we can credit the man is that he's a democratic Kenyan and he's actually a person who is out for the good of Kenya. And that in itself embodies a man who has done much more than any other president, because nobody has been able, amongst the presidents who have led Kenya, you've not seen anybody stand strongly for Kenya. Some of them have been elected, but I'm sorry to say, nobody has been able to be for Kenyans. Raila represents the common man and the interests of the people. They have done their bit in terms of developing the economy or trying to do their single political issues around leadership, but in a uniform scale, I think if you get to put them on a weighing scale, I think he really weighs way much more than any other president in terms of fostering democracy.
Mm-hmm. Now, Gesore, thank you for that in regard to, how we have covered. And we have seen quite sensational headlines, as you've said there, but we need to remain factual. As your colleague there has given us a 7 out of 10, giving us room for improvement. Indeed, we will work on that. But now let's find out what is happening within the central business districts. Statistics indicate that 85% of workstations are domiciled within the CBD. Now, being September the 5th, we are joined by Hibak Sayed from Kencom there. We can say it's the center of CBD, to just bring us up to speed with what is happening as Kenyans await that particular ruling. Hibak, hi. How are things from Kencom?
Thank you, Regina Manyora. We are at the Central Business District and we're just trying to gauge what exactly is happening, especially here at the capital of Kenya, Nairobi City. We have a few people, a few businessmen, border riders, who are just trying to get their daily means as we wait for the Supreme Court ruling. A few minutes to 12. If you could just have your opinion, sir, on what exactly you've seen. The Supreme Court is about to give a very important judgment today. Unaona vipi biashara yako imekuwa vipi na umeonaje town iko leo?
Let me start by saying that my name is Dudhiman. I'm the CEO of Dudhiman Show, and I'm so much glad and happy to have this opportunity with you guys. God bless you so much for doing an amazing job. Now, let me start by saying that we are okay in town, we are operating, we are doing something so amazing. And to make the matters worse, our border riders here in CBD are doing quite excellent job. I have a good friend of mine who is the national coordinator for border riders here in Nairobi, and we are happy, for real, we are happy. So we are waiting to see. We doesn't know what is going to happen. We doesn't know what Koome is going to say, but we are happy because my brother is your brother, your sister is my brother. We doesn't want to know the ethnicity, we doesn't want to know where you come from, your sister, your brother, but we live like brothers and sisters. Despite having anything or doesn't have anything, we share the little that we have. So as a border rider who is a journalist by profession, because I've worked with your media or whatever, I'm happy, we are happy. So let me just give a take to my brother and say something.
Just to cut you off, Regina, we've been checking around and we've seen that the shops are mostly open, the businesses are functioning quite well, people are conducting their business as they always have. As you can see, we're at Kencom, and most of the matatus are carrying people just as they always do. People are waiting, yes, for the ruling by the Supreme Court, but people are going about their business here in Nairobi City. If maybe we could have the opinion of a Kenyan, unaonaje kuhusu hii Supreme Court ruling? Unaonaje, nini unatarajia?
Okay, kwa majina ni Victor Chiteri from Kibra. Ningependa tu kusema ni those results of the CJ has announced the results. Let us take as normal so that we can continue with our normal work, so that people can continue with their normal business. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to have to give it back to you, Regina. We're still going to be traversing Nairobi City, and maybe we'll go to another street within the Central Business District and to just see what exactly happens as the day progresses and as the judgment comes. Back to you in studio, Regina.
Thank you, Hibak, for that quick update. I can see, yes, Kenyans quite the, still being Kenyans trying to make light of the situation, even as it remains, on tenterhooks. We remain on tenterhooks in regard to what we should expect come the next 6 minutes there. And we are live. We have our reporters there on ground, including Serafina Ruby, who is going to be bringing us up to speed with what is happening. Kenyans asked to remain peaceful as we wait the 7-judge bench there to make a ruling in regard to the August presidential petition. What you're seeing on your screen, those are live pictures from Milimani there. We have seen various councils have arrived. We have Kithure Kindiki there, who is part of the Kenya Kwanza legal team. There is Kato Kigen just crossing your screen there. Further ahead there, we are also having other councils who are either have been representing the respondents or the petitioners there, all looking calm. At the end of the day, we have there has to be peace and justice going forward. We are all brothers and sisters there. Now, I'd want to hand it over, rather take it to you back to you, Troy, there. We were talking about the performance and the conduct of the media during the election, and even at the point where we are right now, focusing on the presidential petition. And from Hibak Said's link there, you can see there's a Kenyan there who has introduced himself as Nduthi man. And what I am actually proud of is that during this particular election, we did not have an issue of, sensation, so to speak, with the Githeri man aspect and such. We did not see this. We kept it to matters of fact. And I would want to say, let's toot our own horn as a media fraternity there. But it was a light moment to try and see that there was a gentleman behind Said Hibak there, calling guys to tell them, hey, you need to watch us. You need to watch us from KBC Channel 1. I'm live. Well, we also want to welcome your feedback. You can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. But before we get to read what you have to say on Twitter and the expectations, we want to take you down to Kibra, where we're joined by my colleague Irene Mchuma Odim to bring us up to speed with how things are looking like in Kibera. Good afternoon.
Representing the country.
Get the sound corrected, we'll be getting back to you. We are domiciled in various parts of the country just to keep tabs on what is happening as we await the much anticipated verdict on the presidential petition of August 2022 there. Security has been beefed up. A communication was made to Kenyans, especially who are operating within the central business district. Various roads were closed, including Gong Road there at the junction of NHIF there, as well as, some motorists redirected not to use the Haile Selassie Avenue there to just try and keep crowds out of Milimani there, where the 7-judge bench is going to be giving its ruling, led by Chief Justice Martha Koome. What you're seeing is security outside Milimani Law Courts there. That is a contingent of National Police as well as a General Service Unit. And inside there, we're seeing a council made up of, various, there you go, we have Soweto there. Council Soweto there. You can see how she's already there. I would want to know what's going on through the minds of the lawyers there, both for the petitioner and the various respondents there, who over the last 2 days have exuded confidence that they're going to be carrying their day, or rather their prayers are going to be carrying the day. In the next 1 minute, we are expecting the 7-judge bench there. We are seeing Feroz there, Reggie, as engaging Professor Githu Muigai and the legal counsel there, governor-elect, that is James Orengo. Quite camaraderie there, transpiring between the senior counsels there. So as we say, it's all in a day. It's all in a day when it comes to matters of litigation, and that there are no permanent enemies. But we asked that Kenyans remain peaceful, and justice, we hope, is going to be served in this particular matter. Yes, that.
Size enough. Look at the pictures on your screen. James Orengo there, and other lawyers who are representing different factions. And they're all seated together, they make fun together, they argue it out, they sweat it out together, and maintain the peace. That is exactly what should be happening, not only in that court, but in the Republic as well. Before we crossed over to Irene, we were talking about how despite the fact that he has had some hits and misses in presidential petition, is that he has been able to bolster our democracy in regards to electoral matters. And I would like to pick Shadrach's mind on the same, is despite that Raila has won and lost some of the petitions, he has actually helped the electoral system in the country. That was an interesting read. I was reading from a journalist as well. And on the 7 out of 10, yes, I do agree, because there are some journalists still talking about a ruling. We don't expect a ruling, we expect a judgment today, because it's the final product of what they have been hearing for the last couple of days. Wamboy, I would like to pick your mind on the same.
Well, there is a lot to admire from the two gentlemen who have been, entertaining us with this presidential dispute. And one thing you will give to Dr. William Samoei Ruto first is his spirit of resilience. That spirit of, when he wants it, he goes for it. I mean, that is something admirable from his humble background. That is something that you will have to admire and acknowledge. On the other hand, you must acknowledge the kind of contribution that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has given us as a country. So many things. I mean, the laws that we currently enjoy have we actually enjoy them largely because of the contribution he has made, the kinds of pain he has had to go through. You speak of the multi-party, us becoming a multi-party democracy in the year 1990s. I mean, that is his contribution. His fight against the more utilitarianism, I mean, that is his contribution. Most of us have studied to an extent, and we appreciate the jurisprudence that has been created by Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. When you go to school, some of the things that lecturers teach is the jurisprudence that has emanated from the 2013 jurisprudence, which if Raila Amolo Odinga had not desired to go through that route, if he had not paid the security of cost of 1 million and paid the filing fees of 500,000 shillings, probably we will not have learned or gotten an opportunity to understand the law deeply the way we have understood it. Then, champions are actually made from people who try. Sometimes they fail, because if you do not try, there is no likelihood that you will ever succeed, you will fail. But his failure in the year 2013 did not in any event discourage him from trying our democracy through the court processes. So that in the year 2017, we saw him participate in the elections, we saw him challenge the elections, the election results, so that the win that he got in the year 2017, and of course his refusal to participate in the process because of the referee. So whatever the outcome that we will get, if it is a repeat of the elections, then it will be a gift to Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because we do not expect that he will be running in the year 2027. I mean, if age is anything to go by. In any event, even with probably a repeat of the process, it does not necessarily mean that it is a loss to Dr. William Samoei Ruto. No, it does not mean it. It only means that probably this is just but his dream that has been deferred, so that he will have another opportunity, probably in the next or within the 60 days that are set in law, and even probably even in the future. I mean, Right Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto is a young man who has a lot of life in himself. I think today he should be turning 55 years of age. Really, he has a lot. Yes.
Now, one point, let's get to hear what is happening down in Kibra, where we're joined by Irene Mchuma Odim there to just bring us up to speed with what is going down there. Good afternoon, Mchuma. How are things at Kibera, or rather in Kibera?
Regina, good afternoon. We are coming to you live at Kianda area in Kibra constituency. Earlier on, we were at Ayani and Makina areas, and Regina would say it's business as usual to a huge number of residents here in Kibra constituency. However, there are those who are following the proceedings from their screens. This as we wait for the verdict of the Supreme Court. Remember, Raila Odinga, who is the Azimio La Umoja presidential candidate, is also the ODM party leader. And Kibra constituency has time and again given him a back wherever he's making a move politically. And interestingly, Regina, unlike what many people would anticipate, that many people will remain at home and not go back to the business, is business as usual for many residents here in Kibra constituency. In fact, the shopkeepers, the tailors, the welders are going on with their business as usual. The matatu operators, boda riders.
Thank you very much. The 7 judges making their way that are about to take their seats. Remember, these particular 7 judges are made up of William Oko, as you can see on your screen, flanked by Njoki Ndongo having a seat, Isaac Lenaola, Smokin Wanjala, Philomena Mwili, who's a Deputy Chief Justice, and Martha. Let's have a listen in.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Supreme Court of Kenya for the delivery of judgment in presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with E001, E002, E003, E004, E007 and E008 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and 6 others versus William Ruto and 13 others. The Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court is presiding.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the judgment of the court, which is delivered pursuant through to Rule 23.1 of the Supreme Court Presidential Election Petition Rules 2017 in the presidential election held on the 9th August 2022. This is an abridged version of the judgment. The full judgment will be delivered after 21 days. Kenya is a sovereign multi-party democratic state whose foundations are firmly spelled in the Constitution. The Kenyan people's quest for electoral reforms since independence is well documented. That notwithstanding, and even without going back to the pre-1992 era, every cycle of elections has been highly contested, with the exception of 2002. This speaks to a background of distrust of the administration of our electoral process. Informed by this setting, Kenyans made a decision to vest the Supreme Court with the jurisdiction to determine questions regarding the validity of a presidential election under Article 140 of the Constitution. The reactions following the declaration of results of the presidential election of 9th August 2022 shows that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has not yet garnered universal public confidence and trust in the internal management of the Commission and elections. On the 15th August 2022, 6 days after the general elections were held, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of IEBC, announced the following results. Raila Odinga, 6.942, 930 votes, representing 48.85%. William Ruto, 7.176, 141 votes, representing 50.49%. David Wahiga, 31,987, representing 0.23%. George Wajakoya, 61,969, representing 0.44%. Based on the aforesaid results, the chairperson of IEBC declared William Samoei Ruto the first respondent, the presidential candidate for the United Democratic Alliance Party, as the president-elect. This declaration has precipitated a total of 9 presidential petitions that are filed before us, to wit, number 1, presidential election number 001 of 2022, John Njoroge Kamau versus Wafula Chebukati and 3 others, and Raila Amolo Odinga and 7 others named as interested parties. The second petition is presidential election number 002 of 2022, Youth Advocacy Africa and another versus IEBC and 12 others. Third petition, presidential election petition number 003 of 2022, Kerif Khalifa and 3 others versus IEBC and 3 others. Fourth petition, presidential election petition number 4 of 2022, David Kariuki Ngari versus IEBC and 9 others. 5, presidential election petition number 5 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and another versus IEBC. 6, presidential election petition number 6 of 2022 by Moses Kuria and others versus Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and 4 others named as interested parties. Number 7, presidential election number 007 of 2022, Okia Omtata Okoiti and others versus IEBC and others. Number 8, petition number 008 of 2022, Julia Nyoka Bichege and others versus IEBC and 3 others. And the last one, but not least, petition number 009 of 2022, Ruben Kigame Richete versus IEBC and others. In addition to these petitions, we received a total of 24 interlocutory applications and 1 preliminary objection, which were filed in this court. 2 of the presidential election petitions were struck out. That is petition number 006 and 009 of 2022 for failure to meet the constitutional threshold as set out under Article 140 of the Constitution. On 29th August 2022, this court also admitted 3 amici curiae briefs by the Law Society of Kenya, the Kenya section of International Commission of Jurists, and John Warubengo, and 2 others. Upon perusing and considering the issues raised in the remaining presidential election petition, numbers 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 007, and 8, the responses and the submissions filed thereto, this court found that all the 7 petitions substantially raised similar issues and sought similar reliefs. Consequently, on 30th August 2022, this court ordered that the 7 petitions be consolidated and designated Presidential Election Petition number 005 of 2022 as the read file. From the consolidated petition, the responses filed and submissions filed by all the parties, the court crystallized the following issues for determination. And those issues are there. We have repeated them several times. I will not read them. Having considered and deliberated upon the consolidated petition, the attendant responses, submissions, and also considering the amici curiae briefs, we now make the following determination on issue number 1, which is whether the technology deployed by IEBC for the conduct of the 2022 general elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. As noted in the introduction, lack of trust in the electoral system has endured in Kenya for a long time. This led to the introduction of electoral technology following recommendations made by the Independent Review Commission on the general elections held on the 27th December 2007, popularly known as the Kriegler Commission report. That report recommended integration of technology into Kenya's electoral process for registration, identification of voters, and transmission of results. These were enacted in Section 44 of the Elections Act 2011. By this statute, IEBC is enjoined to adopt technology in the electoral process. As a consequence, the IEBC developed a technology known as Kenya Integrated Electoral Management System, KIMS, making Kenya's election process an hybrid as it employed both technology and manual processes. The first, third, and fourth petitioners in the consolidated petition challenge the technology used by IEBC during the 2022 general election. They plead that the manner in which technology was deployed and utilized fell short of the prescribed constitutional and statutory standards. As regards the audit of the register of voters, they urge that IEBC, pursuant to its elections operations plan, committed itself to conducting an audit of the register of voters by 31st March 2022. To the contrary, they arrange it only publicly availed the audit report on its website on 2nd August 2022, which was only 7 days to the elections. In this report, it was noted that the auditors established serious gaps and risk to the electoral process, including numerous cases of change of voter stations without knowledge or approval of the affected voters. Grant of voter update privileges in IMBC, IDMs, to 14 user accounts and related to voter registration. Reducing the accountability of user activities in the register of voters. Presence of 11 active generic accounts on the MBIS application and the 2 MBIS users with the same logging identification. Risking unauthorized system users, possible interference, change of particulars on the activation of voters in the system. IMBC's failure to set up access, decertification, and user activity review process. And IMBC was also arranged to have failed to respond to requests by auditors for crucial information. On the integrity of the technology deployed, it was the case for the seventh petitioner that in order to comply with Article 86 of the Constitution and Section 44 of the Elections Act, the technology deployed must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. On the simplicity of technology, the seventh petitioner contends that the KIMS kits failed the tests as they were not easily usable by ordinary citizens without expert knowledge. They further assert that IMBC was expected to procure and put in place a technology necessary for the conduct of the general election at least 120 days before the election and ensure consultation with the relevant agencies, institutions, and stakeholders. Furthermore, the petitioners arranged that IMBC violated its constitutional duty by delegating the design, implementation, and conduct of the KIMS components of the election to a foreign company, Smartmatic International Holdings, BV. As a result, IMBC staff and the public did not have full comprehension of the KIMS component. They conclude, therefore, that IMBC abdicated and surrendered its role to conduct elections to Smartmatic, and that IMBC vigorously fought any attempt to subject Smartmatic's activities to accountability and transparency, including the safeguards required by Regulations 61, 69, and 75 of the Elections General Regulations 2012. In response, IMBC has submitted that the electoral system met the constitutional threshold, that all the necessary information was accessed only by the authorized persons. The information was accurate, complete, and protected from malicious modification, either by authorized or unauthorized persons. IMBC maintained an audit trail on activities related to information, and that the information was available and could be authenticated through the use of various security features. In further response, IMBC contended that they engaged KPMG on 7th April 2022 to conduct an audit of the register of voters, which was submitted on 18th June 2022. In addition, it issued a briefing on the report on 20th June 2022, summarizing the thematic areas therein and disclosing its findings as well as actions taken to remedy the issues identified. It also conducted its annual audit in compliance with Regulations 11 and 12 of the Election Technology Regulations 2017 and a certification of compliance issued to it on 3rd August 2022. IMBC relied on sworn affidavits by Michael Ouma, Moses Sunkuri, and Hussein Majan on 26th August 2022, which were to the effect that it published the interim report by KPMG on 8th June 2022 and embarked on remedial measures aimed at effecting the recommendations ahead of publication of the final report. It was ascertained that it could not publish the full final audit report, as doing so would compromise the integrity and security of the electoral technology system, considering the provisions of the Data Protection Act, which imposes a duty to protect the data of Kenyan voters. On the other hand, the first and second respondents urged that even if there was failure of technology, it did not vitiate the result of the presidential election. Upon considering all the printing submissions and the ICT scrutiny and inspection tallying and recount report, which fully examined the IMBC's result transmission system, RTS, we are not persuaded by the allegation that the technology deployed by IMBC failed the standard of Article 86A of the Constitution on integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency for the following reasons. 1, whereas it is true that the KIMS kit failed in 235 polling stations, 86,889 voters were granted the right to vote manually, and the requisite forms 32A were duly filed. This happened successfully in Kibwezi West constituency and parts of Kakamega County. 2, while the audit report was released to the public 7 days before the 9th August election, the register of voters was used at the election without any apparent anomalies. 3, Smartmatic was procured to provide the necessary technological infrastructure, as IBC did not have the capacity to do so. No credible evidence meeting the requisite standard of proof of access to the system by unauthorized persons was adduced by the petitioners. The scrutiny report prepared by the registrar of this court did not reveal any security breaches of the IMBC's RTS. IMBC successfully deployed a biometric voter register system which captures unique features of a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data to register and update voter details across the country and also in the diaspora. The BVR captures a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data, which features are unique to each of the voter. In compliance with Section 6A of the Elections Act 2011, IMBC opened the register of voters for verification of biometric data by members of the public for a period of 30 days. Thereafter, the register was revised to address issues arising from the verification exercise. KPMG then audited the register, and we are satisfied that the inconsistencies and inaccuracies identified during the audit were somewhat successfully addressed. The second issue was whether there was interference with the uploading and transmission of Forms 34A from the polling station to the IEBC public portal. The first petitioner arranged staging that a person who had access to the RTS intercepted, detained, or stored Forms 34A temporarily to convert or manipulate it before uploading it on IEBC's public portal. It is arranged also on 11th August 2022, IEBC dumped over 11,000 Forms 34A on the public portal between 11 to 11:09 hours. To rebut this allegation, IEBC and its chairperson, in their response dated 26th August 2022, denied staging and unauthorized intrusion of the RTS. In that regard, they urge that every image of Form 34A was uploaded immediately after the transmittal of results. The form was received as evidence by the timestamp. Similarly, the first respondent denied these allegations. Our finding: 1, no credible evidence was presented to prove that anyone accessed the RTS to intercept, detain, or store Forms 34A temporarily before they were uploaded to the public portal. The allegation that 11,000 Forms 34A were affected by staging was similarly not proved. 2, the allegation that IEBC, its officials and strangers used a tool to tamper with the Forms 34A before converting them to the portable document format, that is PDF, that eventually appeared on the public portal, was sufficiently explained when IEBC demonstrated how KIMS captured and transmitted the image of Form 34A. Accordingly, we dismiss that allegation. 3, during the ICT scrutiny, it turned out that the transmission logs produced in the affidavit of Justice Nyangaya were of no probative value. The registrar's report shows that the original Forms 34A from the contestant polling stations, which were allegedly intercepted, were exactly the same as those on the public portal, and the certified copies that were presented to this court pursuant to the provisions of Section 12 of this Supreme Court Act 2011. 4, regarding the allegation that the integrity of the public portal was compromised, this was disproved by evidence of consistent attributes such as unique timestamps, uniform PDF conversions at the polling stations, correct polling station mapping, and consistent KIMS reporting from verification to transmission of results. 6, the RTS was configured on a virtual platform network, VPN, and the SIM cards locked to a specific polling station. The server was also configured to accept results only from authorized and properly mapped KIMS kits. In our view, the petitioners failed to produce credible evidence to the contrary. 7, a review of some of the logs presented as evidence of staging showed that they were either from logs arising from the 2017 presidential election or were out outright forgeries. In our considered view, there was no evidence of a man in the middle server configured to the IEBC's VPN network, and no evidence was produced to show that the chairperson of IEBC and staff were part of the arranged conspiracy to stage the transmission process. 9, whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IEBC public portal and the Forms 34A received at the National Tallying Center and Forms 34A issued to the agents at the polling stations. On this issue, the first petitioner's case was that there was deliberate manipulation and tampering with Forms 34A, as demonstrated in the affidavits, to the effect that votes were being deducted from the first petitioner and being added to the first respondents. To support this petition, evidence was contained in the affidavits of Honorable Martha Karua, sworn on 21st August 2022, Celestine Anyango Opio, Arnold Ochieng Oginga, and John Mark Githongo, which was sworn also on 21st August 2022, and a further affidavit sworn on 28th August 2022. Dr. Nyangasi also swore an affidavit on 21st August 2022, and so was Martin Papa, to support that allegation of handing and subtraction of votes. On the other hand, IEBC and its chairperson urged that all Forms 34A transmitted to IEBC portal were not interfered with or manipulated. Further, that the Forms 34A signed at the polling station and issued to the agents were identical to the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and delivered to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas. It was contended that in any event, IEBC used the original physical Forms 34A to tally, verify, and declare the presidential election results. This court ordered scrutiny of the forms from the 41 polling stations outlined in the affidavit of Celestine Opio to ascertain the allegation of interference. And this is our finding. 1, there were no significant differences captured between the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and the physical Forms 34A delivered to Bomas that would have affected the overall outcome of the presidential election. B, no credible evidence was presented to support the allegation that Forms 34A presented to agents differed from those uploaded to the public portal. The report by the registrar of this court confirmed the authenticity of the original forms in the sampled polling stations. The affidavits of Celestine Opio and Arnold Ochieng Oginga, while containing sensational information, were not credible, as the registrar's report confirmed that all the Forms 34A attached to those affidavits and purportedly given to them by the agents at select polling stations were significantly different from the originals, certified copies, and those on the public portal. The purported evidence of Celestine Opio and Arnold Oginga, sworn in their respective affidavits, are not only inadmissible, but are also unacceptable. It has been established that none of the agents on whose behalf the forms were being presented saw any affidavit, that there is nothing to show that they had instructed both Celestine and Arnold to act for them. Yet the two have gone ahead to depone on matters that are not within their knowledge. This court cannot countenance this type of conduct on the part of counsel who are officers of the court. Though it is elementary learning, it bears repeating that affidavits filed in court must deal only with facts which an deponent can prove of his own knowledge, and as a general rule, counsel are not permitted to swear affidavits on behalf of their clients in contentious matters like the one before us, because they run the risk of unknowingly swearing to falsehood and may also be liable to cross-examination to prove the matters deponed. We must remind counsel who appear before this court, or indeed before any other court or tribunal, of the provisions of sections 113 and 114 of the Penal Code that swearing to falsehoods is a criminal offense, and two, that it is an offense to present misleading or fabricated evidence in any judicial proceeding. Section 114 of the Penal Code states, and I quote, "Any person who swears falsely or makes a false affirmation or declaration before any person authorized to administer an oath or a declaration upon a matter of public concern, and at such circumstances that the false swearing or declaration, if committed in a judicial proceeding, would have amounted to perjury, is guilty of a misdemeanor." One of the most serious losses an advocate may ever suffer is the loss of trust by judges for a long time. Such conduct amounts to interference with the proper administration of justice. The contents of the affidavit of John Mark Githongo, which may contain forgeries, are also dismissed for not meeting the evidential threshold. Those averments contain no more than incredible and hearsay evidence. No admissible evidence was presented to prove the allegation that Forms 34A were fraudulently altered by a group situated in Karen under the direction of persons named in the affidavit, and video clip attached to it. As a matter of fact, these two affidavits amount to double hearsay and incapable of being proved at each of the rears. We turn to Form 34A for Gasharaigo Primary School, which was sensationally presented by Madam Judy Soweto, advocate, to show that one Jose Kamango accessed the RTS and interfered with the result contained therein. This also turned out to be no more than hot air, and we were taken on a wild goose chase that yielded nothing of probative value. The Kim's kit relating to Songonyo Primary School, which bore the same serial number with another, was admitted by IMBC as an inadvertent manufacturer's error. We are also satisfied that the two kits and other identifying features that were markedly different, including the timestamps and polling code, and therefore nothing turns on this anomaly. Therefore, to the question whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IBC public portal and those received at the National Tallying Center and those issued to the candidates' agents at the polling station, we have found none. Issue number 4, on whether the postponement of gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa counties, parliamentary elections in Kitui, Rural, Kachiriba, Rongai and Pokot South constituencies, and electoral ones in Nyaki West, in North Imenti constituency, and Koanjenga in Embakasi South constituency, resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the petitioners, and especially in petition number 5 of 2022. It is common knowledge that IEBC postponed elections for various seats during the general elections of 9th August 2022 due to mix-up of ballot papers in the above-named electoral units. It is the combined case of the first and second petitioners that, in terms of Articles 136, 2A, 177(1), and 181, as read with Article 1 of the Constitution, the chairperson of IEBC had no jurisdiction to postpone elections in those areas. That Section 55B of the Elections Act is inconsistent with the Constitution and therefore void to the extent that it purports to donate to IEBC power to postpone elections in the constituency, county, or ward, contrary to the Constitution, and the postponement undermined the conduct of free, fair, credible elections by depriving the voters an opportunity to vote for all the candidates on the dates stipulated by the Constitution. The petitioners further contend that the postponement of elections and the overall effect of suppressing voter turnout in the electoral units in question, which was prejudicial to him. Both the first and third petitioners also believe that elections were deliberately postponed in Kakamega and Mombasa counties. It was arranged that these areas are considered to be first petitioner strongholds, and as such, the postponement of elections worked to its disadvantage and handed that benefit to the second respondent. These assertions were denied by IEBC and its chairperson. They, however, admitted that they experienced confusion with the printed ballot papers and explained that they only discovered the mix-up on the eve of the election when the ballot papers were being distributed to the polling stations. That as a practice, ballot papers can only be opened on the eve of the election day to avoid any mischief, and that by the time the mix-up was discovered, it was logistically impossible to print and replace the ballot papers in time for the elections. For this claim to succeed, it must be demonstrated first, IEBC had no authority in law to postpone the elections, and secondly, that the postponement was deliberate and calculated to suppress voter turnout so as to affect the results by reducing the petitioners' overall votes. We've looked at the provisions of Section 55B of the Elections Act, which provides for circumstances when elections can be postponed in a particular electoral unit, including in cases of emergency. We are therefore satisfied that on the basis of the foregoing provision, the third respondent and the requisite power to postpone election in the constituencies, counties, and wards in question. Concerning the allegation of voter suppression, we note that voter suppression is generally recognized as a political strategy which takes many forms, but whose practical effect is ultimately to reduce voting by deliberately discouraging or preventing targeted groups of people from exercising their right to vote and thereby to influence the outcome of an election. It therefore goes against the letter and the spirit of Article 38, which guarantees every citizen the right to make political choices based on universal suffrage. As regards this allegation, it has not been shown shown that by postponing elections in the named electoral units, IEBC acted in bad faith or was influenced by irrelevant factors and considerations. From the explanation tendered, we are satisfied that the postponement was occasioned by a genuine mistake, which in our view could have been avoided, and the members and staff of IEBC been more diligent when they went to inspect the templates in Athens, Greece, where the printing of ballot papers was undertaken. In the absence of any empirical data, we cannot find a basis upon which to conclude, as a matter of fact or evidence, that the postponement affected voter turnout, as a consequence of which the first petitioner alone, as a presidential candidate, suffered disadvantage. At any rate, the nature of the ballot being an individual decision and secret, there may be other factors to which the turnout in the named units can be attributed. From the evidence on record, however, it appears to us that 2022 general election recorded one of the lowest turnouts since the introduction of multi-party political system some 30 years ago. If there was a low voter turnout, it affected all the 6 categories of candidates, and its explanation, in our view, lies elsewhere, but certainly not a calculated suppression. On the other hand, in rebuttal to these claims, IEBC illustrated with examples to our satisfaction that there was no nexus between the postponement of elections and voter turnout in the affected units, far from the fact that this claim was undoubtedly just another red herring. It has nothing to do with the question under review, and accordingly we reject it and own that there is no proof that the postponement resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the first petitioner. Whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for presidential candidates and other elective positions. Issue number 5. The first petitioner was categorical that there was systemic ballot stuffing in certain counties, mainly in the Rift Valley and central parts of Kenya, where, according to him, a total of 33,208 votes were cast for president only, without corresponding votes for the other elective positions. On the part of IEBC and the chairperson, while acknowledging that indeed in some instances there was vote differential between those cast for president and for other positions, but maintained that they were insignificant, and those instances related to votes by prisoners and citizens in the diaspora who only vote for the president but did not take part in other elective positions. The differential also includes rejected ballot papers and stray votes which do not count as valid votes. The well-established principle that the person who asserts a fact must prove it casts the burden upon the first petitioner to demonstrate that there were instances of ballot stuffing of such a magnitude as to justify the nullification of the presidential election. Ballot stuffing, which is an illegal addition of extra ballots, is a type of electoral fraud aimed at swinging the results of an election towards a particular direction. Not a single document has been presented by the first petitioner to prove systemic ballot stuffing. A figure of 33,208 votes relied on in this claim is based on unproven hypothesis that since the number of votes cast for the president is higher than those for other positions, then, without more, it must follow that there was fraud. We find that fraud is a serious criminal offense, and it must be proved beyond reasonable doubt under Section 5N of the Election Offences Act. It is indeed an offense for a person to vote more than once in any election. IEBC has provided a plausible explanation for the vote differential, citing categories of voters who only vote for the president, such as prisoners and Kenyans in the diaspora. There were an insignificant number of stray votes whose combined effect cannot justify nullification of the election. Finally, on this point, a general election in Kenya comprises of 6 different separate elections held concurrently on the same day. Such elections are held by secret ballot, and one cannot predetermine the voter turnout or how voters will vote in each election. None of the parties has flagged anything so significant that it would have affected the outcome of the presidential election vis-à-vis the other 5 elections held on the same day. We find, therefore, there were no unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidates and other elective positions. On issue number 6, whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138, 3C, and 138.10 of the Constitution. This issue arises from the printings in all the petitions as consolidated. Based on the said printings, the affidavits sworn in support thereof, and the written and oral submissions by parties, two viewpoints regarding the meaning, scope, and application of Article 138, 3C, and 10 of the Constitution have been advanced. On the one hand, the petitioners submit that pursuant to the foregoing provisions, the role of verifying and tallying of votes as received from polling stations countrywide is vested in the Commission as a corporate entity and not the chairperson of the Commission. It is their argument that the chairperson cannot undertake this task to the exclusion of other commissioners. They submit that the language of Article 138.3c does not envisage a situation where the chairperson can arrogate to himself unfettered authority to verify and tally the results at the National Tallying Center without involving the other commissioners. Such action, they contend, would not only be unconstitutional, but would be sufficient ground without more to nullify an election of a president-elect. In support of their argument, the petitioner cites the Court of Appeal decision in IEBC versus Maina Kiai and 5 others as affirmed by this court in the case of Raila 2017. The petitioners further submit that Regulation 87.3 of the Election General Regulations is unconstitutional to the extent that it purports to vest the power of verification and tallying in the chairperson of IEBC. On the other hand, the first, second, and third respondents submit that power to verify, tally, and declare results of a presidential election at the National Tallying Center is the exclusive preserve of the chairperson of IEBC. According to them, there is nothing unconstitutional about Regulation 87.3 of the Elections General Regulations. The said regulation the respondent submits makes no mention of commissioners other than the chairperson. At any rate, the respondents argue Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution does not envisage a situation where it is the commissioners who personally undertake the task of verifying and tallying the results as entered into the thousands of Forms 34A. Such an undertaking would be humanly impossible, they submit. For good measure, the respondents submit that Section 11A of the IEBC Act provides that the chairperson and members of the Commission are responsible for the formulation of policy and strategy of the Commission and oversight. In their view, the Act does not contemplate a situation where commissioners would be directly involved in the verification and tabulation of presidential election results. The task of verification and tallying, as stated by the respondent, is executed by the staff of the Commission under the direction and supervision of the Commission Secretary, who in turn reports to the chairperson. As to whether the chairperson acted unilaterally in verifying and tallying the presidential election results at the National Tallying Center, the petitioners claim that he did. This is what happened. It is the petitioner's case that the chairperson published an illegal Gazette Notice number 4956 of 2022, in which he designated himself as the presidential returning officer, a position unknown in law and the Constitution. Having done so, the petitioner states that the chairperson proceeded to conduct the verification and tallying process to the exclusion of other commissioners, each of whom he undersigned territorial roles and related to the verification and tallying exercise. On his part, the chairperson of IEBC submitted that although he has the exclusive authority to verify and tally the presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center, he did involve the other commissioners in the exercise before eventually declaring the final results. He submitted that he did this in the spirit of teamwork. The chairperson of IEBC states that indeed the 4 commissioners were involved in the preparation of the 9th August general elections from the time of their swearing into office all the way to the verification and tallying of results at the National Tallying Center until they withdrew from the exercise just when he was set to declare the final result. Having considered all the parties' submissions, we find that pursuant to Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution, the power to verify and tally presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center vests not in the chairperson of IEBC, but in the Commission itself. The latter carries out this exercise through its secretariat staff, technical personnel, and any other persons hired for that purpose under the oversight and supervision of the chairperson and the other members of the Commission. In line with this court's decision in Raila Odinga versus another versus IEBC and 2 others, as reported in 2017 Kenya Law Report, popularly known as Raila 2017, and the Court of Appeal decision in IEBC versus Minor Kiai, we also find that the chairperson cannot arrogate to himself the power to verify and tally the results of a presidential election to the exclusion of other members of the Commission. Indeed, Article 138(10) of the Constitution, although the power to declare the result of a presidential election after verification and tallying is vested in the chairperson, he does so only as a delegate of the Commission. Consequently, to the extent that Regulation 87.3 of the Elections General Regulation purports to vest the power of verifying and tallying presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center solely on the chairperson to the exclusion of other members of the Commission, the same is contrary to and inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. That said, we, however, take cognizance of the fact that the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th respondents, referred to as the 4 commissioners, actively participated in the verification and tallying exercise from the beginning up to and until just before the declaration of the results by the chairperson. They took turns announcing the results as verified and tallied, and were present and active during the actual verification and tallying at Bomas. An example is when one of them, Justice Nyangaya, stood on the podium to announce to the public results and also announced an adjustment that had been occasioned by errors of tabulation. The events of 15th August 2022, therefore, came as a surprise. As the public waited for the chairperson of IBC to declare the final results, sporadic violence broke out at Bomas. The violence swiftly was contained by the security forces, but there was unexpected drama as 2 different factions of the Commission began to emerge. Kenyans found themselves watching an appalling split-screen scenario on their television sets. On one part of the screen was the chairperson readying himself to declare the results in accordance with Article 138(10) of the Constitution. On the other part of the screen were the 4 commissioners on the runs of the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, from where they announced that they would not own the results that were soon to be declared by their chairperson. The 4 commissioners informed the public of their rejection of the yet-to-be-announced results, terming them opaque due to the manner in which the chairperson had been conducting the verification and tallying exercise. In his affidavit dated 25th August 2022, Justice Nyangaya affirmed that the chairperson's actions during the tallying and verification exercise at Bomas made it difficult to ascertain the total number of votes cast and the actual number of votes attained by each candidate, so as to enable him authoritatively state the Commission and declared accurate results. All the petitioners have anchored their arguments for the nullification of the 9th August presidential election in Taharia on the walkout from the Bomas by the 4 commissioners. They contend that by rejecting IBC's results on grounds of opaqueness of the verification and tallying process, they called into question the credibility of the entire election. They further submitted that being in the majority out of the 7-member commission, their view should prevail and the election should be nullified. It is the petitioner's argument, therefore, that a dysfunctional commission cannot deliver a credible election. We note that apart from their 11th hour denunciation of the verification and tallying process and their averments regarding the conduct of the chairperson, the 4 commissioners have not placed before this court any information or document showing that the elections were either compromised or that the result would have substantially differed from that declared by the chairperson. Critically, They have not explained why they participated in a verification process when they knew that it was opaque up until the last minute. Indeed, at the Serena Hotel press briefing, the 4 commissioners acknowledged that thus far the entire election had been managed efficiently and credibly. The chairperson on his part did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appeared to be falling apart. All this, in our view, points to a serious malaise in the governance of an institution entrusted with one of the monumental tasks of midwifing our democracy, an institution that obviously needs far-reaching reforms, of which we shall say more in our detailed reasons. But are we to nullify an election on the basis of a last-minute boardroom rupture, the details of which remain scanty and contradictory between the chairperson of the commission and some of its members? In the absence of any evidence of violation of the Constitution and our electoral laws, how can we upset an election in which the people are participating without hindrance, as they made their political choices pursuant to Article 38 of the Constitution? To do this would be tantamount to subjecting the sovereign will of the Kenyan people to the quorum antics of IEBC. This we cannot do. Clearly, the current dysfunctionality at the Commission impugns the state of its corporate governance, but does not affect the conduct of the 2022 election. In view of the foregoing, we are satisfied that notwithstanding the divisions apparent between the chairperson and the 4 commissioners, IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138, 3C, and 10 of the Constitution. Issue number 7, whether the declared President-elect attained 50+1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138 of the Constitution. The first, second, and third petitioners averred that the first respondent did not garner 50%+1 of the total votes cast, and therefore did not meet the threshold provided by Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. They anchored their claims on the basis that in order to determine whether a candidate has attained 50%+1 of the votes cast, this ought to be calculated based on the total number of votes cast, excluding rejected votes. They argued that 50% of 14,353,165 votes, in their view, were the variant votes cast, which amounted to 7,176,582.77 votes. They therefore contended that by attaining 7.176141 votes, the first respondent did not meet the constitutional threshold to be declared president-elect. Supporting the claim that the first respondent did not meet the 50+1 constitutional threshold was the sixth petitioner. His contention was founded on the backdrop of a press briefing issued by the chairperson of IEBC after the official closure of voting on 9th August 2022. According to the sixth petitioner, the chairperson of IEBC announced that the voter turnout was 65.4% of the total number of registered votes based on the verification of the KIMS kits which were functional during the process of voting. In addition, the sixth petitioner urged that the voter turnout of 65.4% did not include some 238 polling stations where the KIMS kit and malfunctioned, necessitating use of the manual register. It was therefore urged that the minimum number of votes cast could not be less than 14,466,779. Additionally, that this number was bound to increase once the number of votes from the areas that used the manual register were included. The sixth petitioner further claimed that a summation of the minimum number of votes cast and unturned manual votes would represent the actual voter turnout. In challenging the declaration made by the chairperson of IBC, the sixth petitioner warned that the final tally, published in Form 34C, only accounted for 14,326,641 votes cast, including some 113,614 rejected ballots. The sixth petitioner contended that this tally did not factor in some 140,138 votes cast using the manual register. The sixth petitioner computed this number by subtracting 14,326,641 declared votes cast from 14,466,779 generated by the sixth petitioner as representing 65.4% of the voter turnout. Referring to the tallies in Form 34C, the sixth petitioner summed the number of votes cast for each candidate as follows. Raila Odinga, 6,942,193. William Ruto, 7,176,141. Wahiga Mwaura, 31,987. And George Wajakoya, 61,969, adding to a total of 14,213,027. He then added 138,000 arranged to be unturned votes, and this yielded a total of 14,353,165 total valid votes, which the sixth petitioner used to compute the percentages garnered by each candidate as follows. William Ruto, according to him, garnered 49.9%, Raila Odinga 48.3%, Wahiga 0.22%, and Wanjakoya 0.3%. It is on this basis that the sixth petitioner grounded the claim that none of the candidates met the constitutional threshold as set out in Article 138(4)(a). IBC and its chairperson disputed the sixth petitioner's claim. They submitted that the declaration of results is based on the number of people identified as having voted on the KIMS kit and not the total persons on the voters' register as arranged. They contended that the final voter turnout, comprising of the voters who were identified through the KIMS kit and those who voted manually, was 64.76% and not 65.4% as arranged by the petitioners. They urged that the announcement by the chairperson of IEBC on 10 August 2022 was immediately clarified during the same press briefing. And evidence of this correction was provided to this court in an affidavit of the first and second respondents in Presidential Election Petition number 7 of 2022. According to IEBC and the chairperson, 14,239,862 voters were identified using the KIMS kits, while 86,889 voters were identified using the printed voter register. Therefore, the total valid votes cast were 14,213,137, while the total number of rejected ballots were 113,614, constituting 14,326,751 total votes cast. They illustrated that the first respondent garnered 7.176141 votes against 14,213,137 total valid votes cast, yielding a percentage of 50.49 to meet the requisite constitutional threshold for a candidate to be declared president-elect. In the upshot, the percentage attained by each candidate was as follows: Raila Odinga 48.84%, William Ruto 50.48%, Waiga Mwaure 0.22%, and George Wanjakoya 0.43%. IEBC and its chairperson also submitted that the KIMS kits malfunctioned in 235 polling stations, necessitating the use of the printed voter register. In these polling stations, backup KIMS kits were later deployed for purposes of results transmission. The first respondent, in response to the question of 50+1 constitutional threshold, maintained that he attained the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution as elaborated by the IEBC and the chairperson. This court has considered the differing formulas and threshold arguments presented by various parties to this petition. While the first, second, and third petitioners raised pertinent questions connected to this issue, we shall address them together with those of the sixth petitioner, who has addressed and focused on the issue as specifically framed in detail. It must be restated that the case made by the sixth petitioners concerns a data-specific threshold as enunciated under Article 138(4) of the Constitution, that without attainment of which there can be no declaration. This data-specific threshold is what this court declared in John Arun Mwau and two others versus IEBC and others. Petitions numbers 2 and 4 of 2017, consolidated, referred to as the ultimate yardstick for determining the winner in a presidential context. In Raila Odinga and 5 others versus IEBC, petition number 5, 3, and 4 of 2013, this court asserted that rejected ballot papers do not constitute a vote cast to be included in calculating the final tally in favor of a presidential candidate. We are not persuaded by amicus curiae's brief, that is Law Society, who attempted to persuade us to consider our position on this finding. We reiterate that rejected votes cannot be taken into account when calculating whether a presidential candidate attained 50% plus 1 of the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Similarly, in the same Raila 2013 case, the court further laid down the parameters of burden and standard of proof in electoral disputes. More specifically, the burden and standard of proof required in disputes challenging the outcome of a presidential election. And this is what the court said, I quote, in the case of data-specific electoral requirements such as those specified in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, for an outright win in the presidential election, the party bearing the legal burden of proof must discharge it beyond any reasonable doubt. The question that follows was whether the petitioners challenging the attainment of 50% plus one constitutional threshold and the computation by the sixth petitioner in general met the standard of proof settled by this court in Raila 2013 case. The premise of the sixth petitioner's percentage computation was a press briefing made by the chairperson of IEBC on 10th August 2022, when the evidential burden shifted to IEBC and its chairperson, as it does in election cases. They produced video evidence correcting the percentage voter turnout to read 64.6 at the time of the briefing. This percentage, however, did not include reports from all the Kim's kits and 86,889 voters who were identified manually using the printed register of voters. In our view, the assertion by the sixth petitioner that the percentage voter turnout was firstly predicated on the uncorrected percentage given by the chairperson of IEBC was negated by evidence adduced to prove the correction. Secondly, the sixth petitioner based his percentage of voter turnout on the total number of registered voters, while the chairperson of IEBC made reference in the press briefing to the number of registered voters who were identified through the Kim's kit progressively. The sixth petitioner also asserted that rounding off of votes cast in a presidential election as a means of assessing the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution kills and bars voters, which is illegal and unconstitutional. We have deliberated on this proposition and found that it is not mathematically sound and that the rounding off done by IEBC and the chairperson was correct. Consequently, we find that the petitioners did not provide a watertight case to warrant the setting aside of the results of the presidential election on the basis of not having met the threshold provided under Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. On the voter turnout, therefore, we find that the formula predicated on the number of voters identified through Kim's kit progressively and used by IEBC and the chairperson to generate a percentage of 64.76% was correct. Having settled the issue of voter turnout, we must ask ourselves whether in the making of the declaration, the chairperson of IEBC applied the formula in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, which is total votes cast less rejected votes divided by 2 must always give 50% plus one vote. Given the numbers that were presented to us by IEBC and the chairperson, this would translate to 14,213,137 divided by 2 plus 1, which makes 7.106569. The question that must inevitably follow is whether this formula, when applied, will confirm that 7,106,569 votes is less than 7.176,141, which represents the number of votes received by the first respondent. We find that it is, as such, on the basis of the foregoing formula and from the numbers provided by IBC and its chairperson and the declaration by the chairperson of the president-elect on 15th August 2022, it is our finding that the declared president-elect attained 50% plus 1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Issue number 8, on whether there were irregularities and illegalities of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. Although the petitioners have provided numerous averments pointing to possible irregularities and illegalities marked by failure of technology, arranged voter suppression, printing and utilization of Book 2 of 2, EU preparation by the IBC and its chairperson, commission indiscretions, transposition anomalies, agent absence, and many others, we are of the view that the pointed illegalities and irregularities were not of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. We will delve deeper into the details of this issue in our recent judgments. Last issue, what reliefs and orders can the court grant? Under Article 163(3) of the Constitution, it is provided that the Supreme Court will have A, exclusive original jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes relating to the election of the office of the President arising under Article 140. And Article 140 provides, I quote, a person may file a petition in the Supreme Court to challenge the election of the President-elect within 7 days after the date of the declaration of the results of the presidential election. 2, within 14 days after the filing of a petition under Clause 1, the Supreme Court shall hear and determine the petition, and its decision shall be final. If the Supreme Court determines the election of the President-elect to be invalid, a fresh election shall be held within 60 days after the determination. In exercising its jurisdiction pursuant to these provisions, the court sits as an election court with a mandate to determine the validity or otherwise of the election of the President-elect. It is clear to us that the jurisdiction of the court is quite circumscribed in terms of the orders or reliefs it can grant following the hearing and determination of the election petition under Article 140 of the Constitution. In the event the court determines that the election of the President-elect is invalid, it must make an order nullifying the election. Consequently, it has also to make an order directing IBC to hold a fresh election within 60 days after the determination. Should the court determine that the election of the President-elect is valid, it shall issue a declaration to that effect. The court has then, as a matter of course, to make an order dismissing the petition with or without cost, as the case may be. In the strict sense, therefore, these are the only orders that the court may make under the Constitution. The court cannot assume jurisdiction that goes beyond the purview of Articles 163(3) and 140 of the Constitution. However, nothing stops the court from issuing orders or reliefs by way of recommendations. Indeed, since 2013, this court has issued many recommendations arising from the determination of 3 petitions challenging the election of the President-elect. The recommendations are meant to improve our electoral landscape and hence aid in the development of our democracy. In this regard, this court has been greatly aided by the contributions also of the amici curiae, and the court places a heavy premium on those briefs that were filed and those which were admitted. The final orders made by the courts. This is a unanimous decision of the court, and we make the following orders. 1, the presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with the presidential election petition numbers E001, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 of 2022 are hereby dismissed. As a consequence, we declare the election of the first respondent as president-elect to be varied under Article 143 of the Constitution. This being a matter cutting across the public interest, we order that each party do bear their own costs. It is so ordered. And finally, the court has asked me to also acknowledge, although we'll do it in the long draft, the enormous contribution made by counsel in these proceedings, and also the orderly way the counsel, all the advocates and parties conducted themselves. They remained seated throughout the proceedings. That is the judgment of the court, a unanimous one. We shall issue a media summary to help the media summarize the case. I think that is all. Thank you very much for coming.
My Lady, Madam Chief Justice, and the learned judges of this court, again, I am requested by my colleagues to thank you most profusely for your labors into delivering this judgment, listening to all of us, and giving our nation this judgment so that we may move forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
May it please the court, it is not true that I asked the Attorney General Emeritus to talk on our behalf. Next time you should talk to me. Let me similarly, on behalf of the lawyers for the counsel for the first and second petitioner, thank the court, and it has been a journey, worthwhile journey, sitting through these proceedings, and we thank the court for your patience and for the delivery of this judgment within the time stipulated. We thank you.
Madam President, members of the court, I wish to request just a couple of minutes for the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya to make a few remarks in appreciation of the work that the court and Kenyans have done on this exercise, if you allow. Thank you. I call upon Mr. Eric Theuri to come and make his remarks. It is also his birthday. I would have sung happy birthday for him.
My Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the President of the Supreme Court, the Deputy Chief Justice, and all the Justices of the Supreme Court, I think it would only be fair that I make my remarks after counsel for the respondent, Senior Fred Ngatia, makes his remarks to the court.
Madam Chief Justice, thank you very much. It's so kind for the President to acknowledge that age goes before youth. Mine is to thank the court, to thank my learned friends for the effort we all expended. We thank this court for clarifying certain issues, and we look forward to a less corrosive 2027. Thank you very much.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, it's so nice to have two madams at the same time, and members of the court. Since there are only men talking, I decided that I should become a woman and talk. It's becoming too much of a male affair in here. But on behalf of I think we were the third petitioner, I wish to thank you, and you've clarified the Regulation 87.4, which I was feeling very passionately about, that it was unconstitutional from what I've heard. But thank you very much for the time you spent, and we do apologize if at times we looked like hooligans. I mean, you have said we behaved well, but we didn't behave as well as we should have. But thank you very much for your time and for delivering this judgment.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, members of the court, I, on behalf of Attorney General, take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely for the great job done and for the courage to clearly define the limits of the law, which will help us empower IBC on the way forward, and hope that this might be the last of the petitions after elections, once we carry out a proper elections based on your guidelines. Thank you.
The Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court. On a light note, my members would be extremely worried if we take the submissions of Senior Counsel Orengo that this should be the end on account of fees. But really, the Chief Justice, on behalf of the Law Society and all the members of the society, we wish to, first of all, take this opportunity to thank the court in the manner in which it has conducted these proceedings, extremely efficient, especially in light of the really short and strict timelines that you've had. But the management of the proceedings, the manner in which the court adopted a somewhat inquisitorial nature to the conduct of these proceedings is something that as a society we have noted, and we wish to commend the court. And we do hope that the other courts, as they determine any petitions, election petitions that would go before them, will similarly adopt such inquisitorial attitude, so that we try and really enrich the process that these proceedings intend to achieve. Secondly, I wish to also thank the council, all the advocates who have appeared before you. They have demonstrated extremely high standards of decorum and courtesy, and have also demonstrated a flair for persuasion of the court, including the use of PowerPoints, and of course the now famous pinky pinky ponky mimic. But all that really, I'm sure, has demonstrated, especially to the younger members of the society, how to conduct themselves before the court and how to really prepare a persuasive brief, and we thank all the advocates who appeared before this court for the good work that they have done. And of course, as a society, we feel extremely proud that they have been able to raise the profile of the advocates in this country a notch higher from their presentation. So, my lady and my lord, it's not lost to us that at the end of these proceedings, and once we are able to get your judgment after 21 days, that it is democracy and the Kenyan people who are the winners. The decision today, in a way, validates the choices that were made by the Kenyan people on the 8th of August, and they also help to build confidence in the institutions that manage the elections and the court. We recognize that no country is born as a democracy, and that it is a process, and the process of challenging an election, as has happened before this court, is part of the processes of building confidence within the electoral system. And we thank all the petitioners for choosing to challenge the results before this court. But at the end of the day, Kenya stands tall as a beacon of democracy, and we are very grateful that we've had this opportunity also as a law society to appear before the court and to give an amicus brief which the court has had time to consider. So we thank you and we wish you a good day. I know it has been a long 14 days, but you can rest, and we'll be looking forward to the decision that you deliver within 21 days. Thank you so much, my lady and justices of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been asked by the President of our court to react to your submissions, and in so doing, I am obliged to say that we are truly humbled by the statements that you have just made. More humbled because those statements come from both sides of the divide. And thank you for appreciating what we have to do within a very short while. Thank you for appreciating that it wasn't our wish that we were doing what we were doing. We were doing the wish of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the laws of the Republic, the facts of the cases that you placed before us, and the evidence in rebuttal. We know that, and we have repeatedly said this, the President and I, whenever we have had time to talk to you in other fora, that we are incomplete without this side of the bar. We are incomplete without the advocates. We thank you. We will get opportunity to do that in the main judgment, in the reasoned judgment. But we really appreciate your industry. We were impressed by the submissions you took. And we were impressed, and we said this the last 3 days, I'll tell you something about that in a minute, by how deeply you believed in your clients' cases. That we think is a mark of an extremely grown legal profession, and we ask that you do not bring the bar down. You keep taking it up. In any contest of whatever nature, and even if we say there are no winners and losers, and even if we say that the winners are the Constitution and the people of Kenya, The truth is that some 6 million Kenyans will not be happy today. But that's the nature of the work we do. What we hope, and we hope you can advise your clients and our brothers and sisters that are the Kenyan people, that that is what was expected. One side had to win. One side had to be in total or a great extent of compliance with the Constitution and electoral law than the other side. That's how we saw it. We thank you very much. We, the 7 of us, have not slept since we parted company on Friday. I think it is showing on our faces. And we thank you that you appreciate that we work under difficult circumstances, especially because of time. As ground rules, we agreed when we left you here on Friday that we would not pick any of your calls. A lot of you called us, but we just couldn't pick your calls. And I hope you understand that we couldn't. We saw that you were trying to call us, but we just could not pick the calls. I hope you understand. And now if you allow us, again, on behalf of these 7 men and women, thank you very much for appreciating what we have to do. Thank you for giving us the honor to serve this country in these capacities. And let's hope that we can continue to grow our democracy this way. And thank you very much for everything you also do for the country. And now you allow us to go home and sleep.
Thank you. The court is adjourned.
Very well, there you have it. William Samoei Arap Ruto is officially Kenya's 5th president after that win. His win was affirmed by the apex court there. They say once you've cleared the bush, you cannot hide it in it anymore. Well, the apex court judges have cleared the 9 bushes that were standing between William Ruto and his win, and given the clean bill of health to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. While there are some issues here and there at the IEBC, yes, but that did not warrant the annulment, and they have affirmed that democracy and Kenyans are the winners. All the 7 judges, it was a unanimous decision, all the 7 judges have upheld that win. Ray? Ray?
Indeed, yes. I was just thinking about those 9 bushes there. And there was one of the issues that rather came out, and this one we actually even saw. We actually saw...
Yeah, indeed, William Ruto is the president-elect, and as soon as he is sworn in next week on Monday, then he officially gets into the Kenyan history books as Kenya's 5th president. That is after all the 7 judges said yes, indeed. And talking about bushes or the petition, the final orders being the presidential petition has been dismissed. The election was valid and carried out in a manner that was free, fair, and verifiable. And as you can see from the pictures on your screen live from Uasin Gishu, Yosonyeri, and Milimani, and let me correct myself there, the swearing in will be next week on Tuesday. As you can see, jubilation in Nyeri, the yellow colors, the people there, the UDA colors, the UDA logo there, people celebrating the win. It's not anything different from the picture above that is in Uasin Gishu. As you can see there, people had to brave the heavy rain, the heavy downpour in Uasin Gishu to ensure that they listen keenly to one of their own, William Ruto, hailing from that County. And as I had alluded to earlier, is that all the 9 issues have been dispensed with. And talking about the technology failing and integrity verifiability, that has also been dismissed. Actually, one of the key issues that all Kenyans we were looking at is the 50+1, and from what the judges have talked about there, giving us calculated and verified reports say that yes, indeed, William Ruto did hit the 50%+1 as required by the law. And also, did the irregularities affect the final outcome? Yes, indeed, there were here and there, but that did not warrant any. The irregularities did not warrant the annulment of that presidential election. Was there interference, transmission of Form 34A, uploading of Form 34A? No evidence presented, according to the 7 judges, to show interference on the form before or during the uploading. That has also been dispensed. And also, they're talking about the postponement of the election in 8 electoral units. That has also been acted upon and said it was a genuine mistake, and IEBC should have examined the template, but it was not a calculated move to suppress voters in the 8 electoral units. Another issue that has been dispensed with is whether the IEBC tallied verified results as required in Article 138(3) and 138(10) of the Constitution. Yes, indeed, they did that. Right?
Now, some of the issues there, and I'd want us to zero in on that one of the fifth, the number 5 of the issues, whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidates and other elective positions. This is an issue that has perennially been questioned whenever we've had presidential petitions. We saw this happen in 2013, we saw this happen in 2017. And also now in 2022. But now issue number 6 on the conduct, and this heavily lied on the conduct of the IEBC as the agent that was in charge, or in as far as oversight is concerned, whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138(3)(c) and 138(10) of the Constitution. Here we had the 7 judge bench actually go further to even issue a recommendation, and I'd want to paraphrase there with the CJ, their Chief Justice Koome, saying that there are far-reaching reforms required of the IEBC, and thus pointing at serious grievances in as far as governance of the IEBC is concerned. However, no information shows that the election was compromised, and also questioned the participation of the dissenting 4 commissioners there, questioning why they participated up until the last minute. And very curiously there, she further pointed out and said that it was a last minute, an 11th hour boardroom rapture. I'd want to bring in the views of our lawyer here, Gibson Gisore, in regard to that particular issue, the verification, tallying and declaration of results, and the implications it has therein into the conduct of the IEBC and also the conduct of the chair. These have been adversely mentioned by the petitioners and now the judges while actually doing the pronouncement of the verdict therein. So what is your take in regard to that, Gisore?
Regina, I think first, before I go into into answering your question, let me congratulate William Ruto the 5th, because that is now a momentous occasion for the country, because there has been an issue. We have been through this electioneering period for the longest, now that we have a president-elect, substantive.
Now, talking about a president-elect, our viewers, what you're seeing on your screens is are live pictures from the current residence there. We are also having live pictures from the that is Nyeri jubilation, as you can see. Kenyans celebrating now the Supreme Court there, unanimously upholding the election of William Ruto as the 5th president. He is currently William Ruto president-elect. We expect that the swearing in is going to take place within 7 days after this particular judgment has been made. That makes it effectively September 13th. That is Tuesday. On your split screen there, you're having different views there. We have Nyeri there in celebration. We are having sights and scenes also from Karen residents, and we are also having pictures from Wasin Gishu County, County 2, 027 there, and in Eldoret. Seemingly a calm crowd there celebrating that particular decision by the IEB, by the Supreme Court there, upholding the election of William Ruto as president-elect. His swearing-in ceremony will be on the 13th of September, 7 days after the pronouncement there by the 7-judge bench there, led by none other than Chief Justice Martha Koome. 9 issues were brought forth, and they failed the test of time, so to speak, to have a nullification of his election there. Now, Gesora, you were giving your opinion in regard to the impact.
Yes, as I was saying, I want to congratulate William V.
Now, sorry, let me interject there. Let's have a listen in to lead counsel, senior counsel, and governor-elect Siaya James Orengo there in Mani.
Are we all right? First and foremost, I want to thank our team of lawyers. As we know, we are a team of nearly 50 lawyers, and we have been working very hard for the last 14 days, this being the final day. Secondly, we want to thank our clients, the petitioner number 1, Raila Odinga, petitioner number 2, Martha Karua, and other eminent persons in this team, including Senior Counsel Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, for having their trust and confidence in this team of lawyers to prosecute their case in petition number 5, which has been consolidated with other petitions, and put their case before the Supreme Court. I want to say without a fear of contradiction that we do not agree with the decision of the Supreme Court. Like Al Gore, I will say we accept the decision, but we do not agree with it. And I'm saying this as a seasoned practitioner that courts sometimes make mistakes which have to be corrected over time. Courts make political decisions. As you know, in the United States of America, there has been a long-standing case that has been held as universal truth of jurisprudence involving women's rights, Roe versus Wade. It took them 50 years to overturn that case because of a Republican Congress and a Republican president and a Supreme Court that was basically appointed by Republicans. And therefore, I want to say, yes, in accordance with the law, we got to accept this decision as the law of the land. But I think it is a very ideological decision. I think there are a lot of what was said in the judgment, and we'll have time when that judgment comes out to put out a critique. But all it means is that in our jurisprudence, the petitioners will always have a big burden to carry when you have an electoral commission which is not open and transparent. The best way for this court to have made a decision was with the servers to be fully opened and all the election materials be placed before the court, as would happen in a case where justice has to be rendered. As you know, and I am saying this again without fear of contradiction, we wanted a comprehensive audit of not only the technology that was applied by the Electoral Commission, but we wanted a proper audit, although time was of the essence, but I think we had sufficient time to carry out a proper audit, including looking at the issue of the foreign intruders, the Venezuelans, which you would notice the court avoided in making any comment about those intrusions and invasions of the system, the technology, the IT structure. That again, the court did not refer to, but probably in the judgment, the recent judgment that is coming on the 21st, they will say something about it. And therefore, I want to end by saying the rule of law should prevail. The court normally has the last word in making a statement as to what is the law of the land. But as citizens who are sovereign, we're entitled to disagree, and disagree very vehemently. I think the court, in conducting the proceedings during the hearing, I think they were patient. They listened to us. It is only the outcome that we do not agree with. Finally, I think our clients, the two petitioners, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, may be addressing another press conference, but we are happy to talk to you on this issue. No, I mean forgeries. When the DCI, the Director of Criminal Investigations, what do we put before the court? A lot of it was from an agency of government. I didn't see them talking about similar incidents in matters concerning the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. That's why I was saying it was a little ideological. They were looking for things on which to destroy our case, but similarly not taking sufficient time to look at what happened on the other side. And that will be another story for another day.
You admit you might not have been well prepared for this case?
We were very well prepared.
What are the
I think compared to 2017, we were a lot more well prepared.
What would be the 2 or 3 points of mistake that you say the court might have made a mistake on that?
In 50% plus 1, I think they were ideological. We are using the baseline of total registered voters in the land as against those who turned out to vote. If you read any legal material on what should be a turnout, including the Black's Law Dictionary, turnout is normally based on the registered members in a country as against those who turn out to vote. So there are so many other examples we can take up.
Are you still confident that on all grounds?
Yeah?
On all the key 8 issues you lost?
The issues that the court formulated, but we're quite happy to live with it and talk about it another time. Philip, would want to say something?
Just on the idea that we lost on all 8-9 points, we find it incredible that that could be the holding of the court. In more than several of those cases, we had overwhelming evidence. As my senior counsel, Mr. Rengo, says, the servers were not opened. The involvement of the Venezuelans for a full month before, half a month before the elections, and up to the 16th of August was not explained. No, it wasn't even offered. We perhaps are a little distressed on the over-reliance of a registrar's report that has no input from us. That report was completely silent on the failure to open the servers. The servers, repeat, the servers have all the answers. The exact role, we provided evidence that the Venezuelans were downloading documents, creating documents, and generating documents. None of that was touched. But as my colleague says, we hope they'll address all this in the final judgment. As somebody has said, it's incredible that we could lose on all points and they could win on all points. But as Senior has explained, it's probably the ideological aspect of this judgment.
Are you still confident on the 21st it will be a different ruling?
No. They have tied their hands. They can't get out of it. They have given their final decision. It's now a question of them finding the reasons for those findings and justifying them. It's not always easy, but I think they have some time to do it.
The other thing that I found a little bit disturbing is the presentation of the Form 34A by somebody I really respect as an advocate, Julie Soweto. It was described as hot air, but you could see when that evidence was being adduced before the court, how engaged even the justices were. So I found it rather odd for them to describe it as hot air. I think that's why I'm saying this is ideological, because they would have said on the evidence presented, we find there was more weight as to the evidence which was adduced by the other side. But to say that it was hot air and it was a document coming from the Electoral Commission, I found it very, very disturbing.
If I may explain a little further on that point made by Julie Soweto in the petition, that gentleman, Camargo's name was not supposed to be on Form 34A. If at all he was involved in this election, he was involved on the technology side. So to find it anywhere near a Form 34A raised more questions than answers. There was silence. And of course, on the issue of the famous 34A that Julie was describing, it was found to have been signed by the agents of UDA and UDM on the 7th, which is before the elections. No mention was made of that. So many things, many questions, perhaps more questions than answers, but it is the decision of the court. They have to live with it just as we have. Is that all? Thank you.
Professor Agenda may want to say something. Okay. Sawa.
Well, that is the first press conference held by the petitioner's lawyer, Raila Odinga's lawyers. They are led by Senior Counsel James Orengo and Philip Murgo. And as I said, is that they are opposed to that judgment. Let's hear what the Nyeri governor has to say in regards to the same, but we will be crossing over there to know exactly their sentiments or sampling some of the sentiments of leaders. As you have seen, Uasin Gishu is packed, as you can see on your screen. There are also, as you can see, in Nyeri as well. Earlier on, we had a live feed from the president-elect residents in Karen, but the live picture that you can see on your screen is live from Uasin Gishu, where it is the home of the president-elect William Ruto. And indeed, as you can see, they have braved the rain to just listen up to the whole judgment by the 7 judges, and they are elated. As you can see, earlier on they were dancing to that, but as the lawyers representing the petitioner have talked about, is that despite the overwhelming evidence, they said that without any fear of contradiction, they do not agree with the decision and say that mistakes are to be corrected over time, challenged availing of election materials for comprehensive audit. But they say that they will look at the judgment keenly after the 21 days that the judges have talked about, so that they may give a more detailed report on the same. They say they were more prepared than the year 2017. Ray, they say that they were even more prepared than 2017. Yes. And looking at all the issues were trended on by the 7 apex judges for a unanimous decision as well.
Indeed. And yes, Troy, yes, that is something that has come up there from senior counsel James Orengo there, who was leading a contingent of at least 42 lawyers, for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition there, putting off some of the prayers that they wanted. And they're saying, well, history has taught them something else, something new. In as much as they were prepared, well, it did not go their way. And they have picked that issue that all they have not even have had a single win or reprieve in all the 9 issues that the Supreme Court judges were making a decision on, and they said they even had some quite weighty evidence in some of the prayers that they sought. Remember, the question is, one of the issues was whether there was interference in the uploading of the transmission of the Form 34A from the polling stations to the IEBC public portal. This being the second issue that was they were seeking to have a judgment all. However, according to the Supreme Court judges there, who are unanimous in their decision that saw the upholding of William Ruto as president-elect, is that no credible evidence was presented to show interference, as well as they went further, the judges went further to just say that even with the findings of the scrutiny of 14 polling stations, there was no evidence, and that all the forms that were uploaded at the portal vis-a-vis what they found after scrutiny of the 14 polling stations is that the documents that were uploaded by the IEBC portal vis-a-vis what was found after that scrutiny that was ordered by the Supreme Court is that the documents were original and did tally. Then also they said that another issue that took is that whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidate and other elective positions, while declaring the judgment there, that are reading out the judgment, is that yet this is an Martha Koome there said that this was an unproven hypothesis and there were no significant, rendering them insignificant discrepancies to have the 7-judge bench annul, or rather nullify the election of William Ruto as president-elect in the August 9th polls. Those are just some of the live pictures of what is happening in various parts of the country, including Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, and a bit of CBD there. We'll be having a listening into what is happening in Karen, where we understand that leaders under the UDA, the Kenya Kwanza coalition there, are meeting, having a meetup there, lunch, and maybe we're expecting that President-elect William Ruto is going to be addressing the leaders there in, as well as the public, being his first address officially after the judgment that has been delivered there by the Apex Court there. Now, among the issues that came up was, for determination was the issue on the verification, tallying and declaration of results at Troy there. And this bordered on also the conduct of the IEBC as an oversight body when it comes to matters of election, as well as the conduct of the commissioners and the conduct of the IEBC chair. Therein, we saw the Apex Court give recommendations, quoting and saying that there are far-reaching reforms are required within the IEBC, and maybe this is something that we are likely to see prioritized once the president-elect is been sworn in on September 13th. This happens to be Tuesday there, given that after delivering that particular verdict is that no information shows that the election was compromised, and also questioning the participation of the dissenting 4 commissioners there, and quoting that, other than seeing a last-minute boardroom rapture, and I'm using the words carefully there as used by the Chief Justice there when delivering this particular judgment. So Troy would want to have this conversation then. Are we seeing what key areas should the president-elect, once sworn in, based on focus on, based on the issues that have been raised in this particular petition? Maybe we can rope in our panel here that has been with us since morning and is still here with us, pre and post judgment. Troy.
Indeed, for me, if you ask me as a journalist, one thing I would actually urge the president is to unite Kenyans. Of course, every election leaves some groups that divide, some divisions here and there, and I believe that would be a good platform to start from, reaching out to the other side so that Kenyans, looking at the election cycle in Kenya, is quite extended, and it will be good if we put all matters, politics and election aside, and then have a working government. That's me. And of course, we can bring in our experts. We are joined by two lawyers. We have been having Gibson Gisore, who is a constitutional lawyer since morning, and also we also have Henry Kurauka, who is also a constitutional lawyer. And perhaps we have not even touched on how you guys have perceived that being officers of the court. Henry.
Yes, thank you very much. I do agree with the Supreme Court. Courts do not determine matters through speculations or hearsay or assumptions. The courts are guided by facts, law, and merits of each case. And you can see the judges have been able to answer all the issues that were raised by the same court, and I do agree that their findings are illegal because they are only two alternatives, either to validate or invalidate the elections. That is the power of the court. The other thing I would like to state is that for the entire judgment, that's where we may find the recommendations. That is within 21 days. We will be able to read the entire judgment and try to see the recommendations brought by the Supreme Court. These recommendations may be done by the government, IEBC, which is an independent organ, or our parliament, because some may require legal amendments. The other thing I would like to say is that courts do not conduct the elections. It is the IEBC, and therefore it would be unreasonable to expect the Supreme Court to declare any person as elected. Finally, Ben, I would like to say that now we have leaders, and congratulations for the leaders who have been elected. What we need now is to embrace constitutionalism, core values whereby the leaders are able to adhere to the rule of law, to embrace the good ideas of governance, core values, integrity, and to act in good faith, because they have a time to serve Kenyans. And for Kenyans, this is the time now, I want to say, back to green. We go back to our usual activities, our day-to-day, because at the end of the day, people of Kenya are the sovereign according to our constitutions. So we have to embrace peace, we have to be, brotherly and sisterly, and ensure that no violence or any activities that may affect our peace. Perhaps I would take this opportunity to say congratulations to our president-elect, who will be sworn on 13th of September, which is a public holiday by dint of the presidential assumption office.
And just a quick one. What stood out for you as a lawyer and in regards to that judgment, and bearing in mind that all judges affirmed and all issues were thrown out?
Yes, one thing that came out very clearly is the unanimous judgment. It is very rare to find the judges agreeing on every aspect, every issue in the pleadings. The second thing is their analysis and their findings in all the issues. It came out very well. They were able to link the role of IEBC as a body corporate, where they raised issues of technical team. Remember, returning officers, presiding officers, the technical team, and many persons play a part. So it is one body corporate. And the way they were able to interpret Section 138, subsection 3C, which refers to IBC to render credible and transparent elections vis-a-vis Article 138, subsection 10, that gives the chairperson power to declare presidential elections. The other thing is, of course, the issue of irregularities and the standards to annul or invalidate elections. Remember, election matters have higher standards than in civil matters, where it is balance of probabilities, and lower standard allegations of fraud, criminality, and so on, are matters that require very high standards of proof, and they are beyond the jurisdiction of the court.
Gisore, let me throw the ball to you. What really stood out in that judgment that has just been delivered by the 7 judges?
For me, Bentro, is the fact that we've been here with you analyzing this election, and I think I've been very consistent that I really didn't see any much of an issue with this election. My only concern was the boardroom rupture, which has been stated in point number 6, and that for me was very dear to my heart, because when I saw that happening during the announcement, I thought that that was very wrong, and that has been actually been cleared out in that we have seen the judges say that that was an corporate working for purposes of the IBC, and then there should be recommendations. I think more training should be conducted on how they should behave and on how they should be able to conduct their in-house affairs, because the law is very clear, and the law has been very clear. The courts have really found in favor of the president-elect that and
wewe umepokea vipi? Kwa kwangu wenyewe mimi nimepokea hiyo ruling ya court, but ijanifurahisha vile. Juu kwanza nikianza vile petition ilienda kwa mbele ya jaji Koome. Vile nilisikia akiangusha petitioners wote wa 6, akawaangusha petition yao yote. Imeniambia eti Kenya yenyewe imekaa kani kucheza sabiki jackpot mbao. Yenye unaweka pesa 20 bob alafu unachagua autoplay na mashini ndio inakuchagulia mshindi. Hiyo kitu janifresha yenyewe. Kusema ukweli, Kisumu naye tuko na amani. Juu hatutaki vita. Awali nimekuwa nikisema, hata nikiambia watu wangu wa bodaboda wengine nikawaambia eti punda imechoka. Na ikichoka imechoka kabisa. Tutaendelea kufanya na rais mwenye amechaguliwa. Na ningependa kumuomba huyo rais wetu William Ruto. Vile hata alisema awali sijui watu wa Kisumu kufanya kazi na yeye sijui nini. Atupilie hizo mbali na kuja tuletee maendeleo, kwa sababu ndio amechaguliwa. Na hata Koome alisema eti Supreme Court is the final. Hakuna kitu yenye tunaweza fanya. Na yenyewe kama mimi kwangu hiyo matokeo hajaniridhisha kabisa. Lakini umekubaliana nayo? Nitafanya nini? Lazima nikubaliane nayo. Juu yeye ndio ametoa uamuzi yake. Na hakuna koti nyingine tena tunaweza enda. Na kitu yenye ni ubi kabisa kusema tu kweli. Hakuna venye angesupport hata petitioner mmoja, aseme eti Julie Soweto petition yake ilikuwa sawa, lakini hiyo iwezi fanya tunalify election ya president elect, na ameanza na moja didn't reach our court nini suffrage. Ingine pia it didn't meet our court sijui nini vitu mingi akazitupa zote, hadi venye aliambiwa eti kuna Jose Kamago aliinterfere na system. Nimesikia akisema eti Jose Kamago alikuwa maintenance wa IBC portal. Sasa tunashindwa IBC ili employ Jose Kamago ama IBC pia ilikuwa na watu wake wenye walikuwa inafaa waifanye hiyo maintenance. Hiyo kitu ijanifurahisha kabisa.
Tuache tuhangaike hapa Kisumu kwa sisi tukupiga kura. Tulipiga kura na tutafulia pia kazi kama sima mayus. Angalau hata vile ananiona kwa sahi nampasia hii message. Nitafuatilia kazi bwana. Asituache kama inawezekana atume hata gari siku ya swali ngeni pia sisi tuende.
I'm a lecturer at Maseno University here. And I want to say that today the ruling and the verdict is out, and we respect it. Of course, some of us have sentiment, we may not agree, but now that is the way and it's the final one. We just want to now ask our new president-elect, that is Dr. William Ruto, that the country is one and he has to lead us all equally, whichever way we voted. Of course, we'd love him to come and visit Kisumu town. There has been a lot of rumors that Kisumu is always chaotic. As you can see, it's all peaceful. These are peace-loving Kenyans. And all we want is now just to see how the bottom-up economy is going to revive this economy.
They've actually proved so many people wrong that we need a very peaceful county.
Definitely. People thought that Kisumu will be wild, there'll be bonfire everywhere. That has been totally dismissed. We are peaceful, all the shops are working. I'm just from an Airtel shop, I've been served well. All the things I was doing in town as usual has gone on well. So these issues of saying Kisumu is a bad place, like the other day the ambassador for America was saying, we want to dismiss that seriously. We are doing well. All we ask is just the Kenyans to move on peacefully, and there is always another time to fight it.
You've intimated the fact that President-elect Dr. William Ruto is actually welcome to Kisumu, which is quite positive. However, moving forward, what are some of the areas that we need to focus on so then we can actually foster that relationship? Because at times the politics of this country has been that if you're not supporting this side, you're seen as opposition. How then do we move forward so to ensure that we move together as a unit?
Definitely want to ask a new president-elect that the idea of the winner takes it all must not prevail. We just want to ask him that all of us are Kenyans and he should also focus on developing all the regions equally. We want equity for all the economic resources in the country. Kisumu has so many industries which are closed, the Koomes, the breweries. We want all those awaken up so that our youths can also work. Let us not have a situation whereby everything is taken to Rift Valley and elsewhere. We want to see our youth also on the forefront. And it comes to forming the new government, we want to see ministers from all regions of Kenya. We want to see how our former President Uhuru did it through a coalition. We must have some form of coalition because Kenya comprises of the 14 million plus voters. And you can see it was a close neck-to-neck competition. You can imagine the 6.9 million that I also feel they've lost it. We want to feel to be part of the economy.
Part of the economy.
Yes.
Just before I let you go, it would be unfair for me to allow you to go without asking you this question.
Yeah.
With the ruling of the Supreme Court, of course, the immediate repercussion is that Dr. William Ruto is the president-elect, right?
Yes.
His election is actually validated, right? But when you look on the flip side, the political fortunes of Raila Amolo Odinga and, of course, the region, what does it mean?
Definitely, I will tell you that Raila Amolo Odinga still remains a hero in so many ways. For once, all these petitions that has been there since 2013, 2017, and now this one, Kenya is growing democratically, and I think without these petitions, we would be in a bad political situation. Now we have seen it. Even those who are going to vie next, they will be knowing that taking anything to the court may not mean you're going to win it again. We know where the court has also not treated as well. We all saw it. Very glaring evidence was put up on the court, and some of them have been wished away. Things like Jose Camago, even a class 2 can see that this was forgery. It was done live on IBC portal. We want to say that we just accept the decision of the court, but we do not definitely agree with it. So this is a lesson to those of us who are going to go into politics, that it is never all solved at the court, but we learn to now do our work well, even before we go to that court.
Probably the last question. Yeah. The last 3 presidential elections, there have been petitions in court.
Yes.
We've not seen people being taken to task in terms of arrest or what have you. Is it time that probably the court would have actually been explicit in terms of trying to arrest these situations that actually continuously, each electioneering year, bring us to the same situation?
Yes, I would also say that that is a sentiment that most of us were expecting to see the chairman, Chebukati, taken to court straight away. But you can see after the court's verdict...
The commission is not just Chebukati. There are a number of people in there. So then of course, there's...
all this rot ought to have been punished, because when you tell us to take everything to the court and the court decides who the winner is, then other things are put under the carpet. That simply means we are moving on with some rot still going on. So this should have been cleared first. Then Kenyans would be happy, because definitely a lot has gone on wrong. We cannot say that the 4 commissioners, everything was just on the wrong side. So we would have expected the government to do something about this mistakes that were done by some commissioners and all that. So we would love to see improvement by making arrests. Just the same way there are corrupt individuals in this country who are never arrested. We just hear a lot of talks but no action. This time it should have started with the IBC, cleaning that rot first. That is the only way we would wish it. Otherwise, for Raila Amolo Odinga, he's still our hero, and we know that he always chants the way. Never think that Raila is defeated. He will come in another form. He is a metamorphosis. Raila will be back in action and is going to form a very strong opposition. Remember the days of those hooligans who came there, Turu Magarians. We know he'll be keeping our president in check, and we are not sad about that. For our people who support Azimio, we know that aluta continua, and we shall still win in many situations. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. We have another lady, gracious lady here, who will also give us her views on exactly today's ruling. Mama, unaitwa nani?
My name is Lynette Omwaka. I work with Equity Afya Medical Center. First, I want to thank people of Kisumu. The maturity they have shown. I didn't believe this. They shown the maturity. They see the day Chebukati misled the country. Again today, the Supreme Court has misled the country. They have accepted again. I appreciate the Kisumu residents. What I want to tell our elect president, Mr. William Ruto, I like his tactics, yes, but he must move closer to Raila Amolo Odinga, because the democratic he's enjoying today, it's Raila who fought for. So let him not distance himself from Ruto, from Raila Amolo Odinga. And I remember it's Raila Odinga who pulled him from somewhere to where he is today. So we want to thank him, to congratulate him, and we welcome him in Kisumu. Bitu lazima ziendelee. We have to move on. Yes.
Thank you very much, Lynette. Ben, those are...
Thank you so much, Achola Simon there. Apologies for that technical hitch, but he has sampled quite a number of resident sentiments in regards to how they have gotten the Supreme Court or the Apex Court decision, which has affirmed the election of William Ruto as President of the Republic of Kenya. And news just in is that IBC also will be holding a presser a little bit later at about 4 p.m. And of course, we will be headed there to know exactly what they have to talk about. And as you can see on your screen, from where the cameraman is, you can see that that is William Ruto's defense counsel, flanked by a lot of leaders there, led by senior counsel Fred Ngatia. I can see Kato Akigen, I can see senior counsel Kioko Kilukumi, and a host of other lawyers and advocates who were assisting in the presidential petition. And of course, leaders elected on a Kenya Kwanza ticket, and also friends of the deputy president, who is now the president-elect. I can see former LSK president Nelson Habi was also contesting in the MP here in the capital, Nairobi. Right?
Well, as I said, we have heard so much, especially from Kisumu there, and as our colleague there, Simon Achola, put it in 2008 as well as 2017 there, just showing that the electorate has come of age. We have matured, that we're going to remain peaceful and let the various organs of the country continue making the decisions as required rather by duty. Now, I want to rope in a constitutional lawyer as well as Gibson Gesore. In regard to what we have heard right now from residents in Kisumu, they are imploring President-elect William Ruto to work with them and for them. When they say work with them, they have been alluding to President-elect William Ruto actually working with Raila Amolo Odinga, who was their president of choice, their words, and now also bringing development, may it be infrastructure, security, down to Kisumu. How then? How do you think that the president-elect is going to work at marrying the views of the electorate in Kisumu, who happen also to be Kenyans, with vis-a-vis, his stand on matters politics, juggling the two?
I think, thank you, Regina, for that question. Kenya is one. Once the President-elect William Ruto has been confirmed by the court that indeed he is the President-elect, we expect him to move away from now the local arena where he was dealing with the henchmen around him, and then move above and then be able to deal with all Kenyans. That's what I think I've gotten from Kisumu. The people are saying that much as that you've been elected president, we didn't elect you, that does not mean you neglect us. We expect also to be served as Kenyans because we live in this country, and I expect nothing less from the deputy president and the president-elect now, William Ruto, because Kenya is all one and the constitution we use is one. We expect that even if the people of Luo Nyanza voted overwhelmingly for Raila Amolo Odinga, who is now been found to have lost the election, it does not mean that he neglects those people. He will need to find people from that region whom he will work with. And I think there are quite a number of Kenyans from that side who are not fully supporting Baba or Raila Amolo Odinga. So he will be among those people. He will make them part of his government so that they feel represented. That is one. There is also the aspect of him. Actually, somebody alluded to that he needs to go to Kisumu. It means they have agreed that indeed this thing is gone. We have been beaten. As Yukubali Kushindo sio mshindani, they have accepted that indeed we have to proceed on with life, and he's our president now. He should feel welcome to come to Kisumu and address us as he can go to any part of the country. And that shows, or that plays to the aspect that Kenyans have indeed matured. Kenyans voted. Kenyans have trusted the constitutional process, that is the courts. The decision has been given. Much as some of them do not agree, they still say, we have nothing to do. Now he's our president. Let him come and work for us. And that is, I think, very important.
Now, is this the end of the road of Raila Amolo Odinga? He has been termed as an enigma, an engineer, the one to watch, Baba. Is this the end of the road?
I don't think so. I think, Regina, you know Raila better than that even if people are trying to pull the aspect of his age, Baba has been written off severally. This is a man who served sentence came out and tried to liberate Kenyans to get the Section 2A removed. And then again, he ran an election, lost, came, I think, distant fourth. And then we saw him rise again through funny means, come and join Moi, which was not expected. So you never see him coming, basically to say you never see Raila coming. So that is why I think even his people know that we are waiting for his direction, we're waiting for his signal. Whatever he tells us, we will do. So I'm sure he will sit down with these people and then they will be able to decide the way forward. In one way or another, after the BBI, we wrote him off and said, now he's finished. But then here he is.
From the shots that you are seeing, we're seeing the family of President-elect William Ruto. They're led by Nick Ruto as well as June Ruto, just trying to access the podium there. And in this podium, we have seen various leaders as well as part of the legal team that were defending the election there. That is his family there. Now we'll be referring to it after the swearing-in ceremony that is slated for 13 September. That is going to be the first family there. Nick Ruto leading his siblings there as well as a sister. And that is a fast family. So these are just direct signs that we are expecting any time from now to be hearing from William Ruto. president-elect, and this is after the apex court upheld his election there. Now, as we continue to wait to see if we're going to have that particular address from now, we were just looking at the ripple effect of this particular verdict, and when it comes to the life and time of Raila Odinga there. And my guest in studio, that is Gibson Gesora, maintains that Raila is an enigma. We are not over and done with Raila. But now, let's talk about the issue and the role that we expect to see that the opposition is going to be playing. There's been a lot. What is your take, Gesora?
I think...
okay, what you can see that is Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua also accessing the podium. They're trying to access the podium. He's flanked by the wife there. And these are just live scenes from current residents. Clear indication that we are about to get that speech. That is a man who has been credited with delivering, especially in Madeira, where he comes from, and he participated in the debate there and took Kenyans by storm there. There's a lot of misconception and perception in regard to his capability to actually hold fort on his own, but he took Kenya by storm, so to speak. So we have the Deputy President, elect, that is Rigathi Gachagua, flanked by the wife there, just getting to the podium. Earlier on, we just saw the first family there, Nick Ruto as well as Jim Ruto there. Anytime from now, we expect to see, and there he is, man of the moment, President-elect William Ruto there, walking out, flanked by his wife, Rachel Ruto there. And in her official tweet, Rachel Ruto took time to congratulate the president-elect, and she said that indeed she's proud of the steps that have been taken and that he has held steady. That is a man of the moment who has made history by being the first deputy president to succeed his boss at one attempt there, and following the judgment that has been delivered by the apex court this afternoon. They said that indeed he was duly elected as Kenya's fifth president, having garnered at least 7.17 million votes in the just concluded August elections. As you can see from his demeanor there, he's a man full of relief. He's a man who is happy. He's a man who is thanking even his, council there, that is Ngatia, who led a contingent of at least 50 plus legal minds to ensure that that particular declaration that was made by IBC Wafula Chebukati chair there, he remains as is. Both Chalet there among the people who are congratulating or rather sending their felicitations to President-elect William Ruto. These are live scenes from the current residents there. A moment, let's have a listen in.
Thank you. we're going to start with a word of prayer, and we're going to ask the spouse of the Deputy President, Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, to lead us in a prayer. Welcome.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we stand here to worship and to honor your holy name. You are God all by yourself. We thank you for the great country of Kenya and to every person that came out to vote and exercise their democratic right. Our Lord and our we bless you, we honor you, and as we stand here, Jehovah God, to celebrate another milestone where Kenya, Jehovah God, is being lifted up to become...
To just come and address us. Welcome. Oh, for prayers, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Let's pray. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the world, the most gracious and the most merciful, Master of the day of judgment. It is you we worship, and upon we call for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those who are blessed, you have blessed, not of those against whom there is anger, and none of those who are misguided. Amen.
Thank you very much. So for now, I'd like us to, those of us who are seated, stand up as we welcome the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, to come and to just address us from the podium. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. It might take getting used to kuzoea hiyo title mpya, lakini zoea.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the one and only Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, the First Family, and all of us who are here today. God is good, and all the time. Do I have anything to say? Your Excellency, today is a great day for this country. It marks the beginning of the economic transformation of the Republic of Kenya. We are here not to say that we have achieved this victory, but to say that this victory was the work of God. Amen. The rocks that were put in our path could not be lifted by a human being. It is all the work of God. And I must say that we have seen the heart of God all through for the last 4.5 years. It's been a long and tedious journey. Against all the odds, against serious mobilization and weaponization of the state machinery. Today, the son of an ordinary Kenyan, whose father and mother are not known, is the President of the Republic of Kenya. We thank God. I remember last year, we attended a church function at 7 a.m. somewhere in Kenya. And there was an evangelist from Nigeria, and he tried to explain to us why our outgoing leader had abandoned William Ruto. And he told us not to worry. It was all God's doing, so that when he becomes president, no man can say he made you king. Therefore, we give glory to God, and we thank the people of Kenya for what they have done for their country. This is a great country, and Kenya has no problem. The problem of Kenya is one of leadership. Once you put the right leadership into place, this is a beautiful country with very resourceful and hard-working people. All you need is to create the right environment for the people of Kenya to prevail. And I have no doubt, agreeing with the rest of Kenyans, that the man we have put into office, Dr. William Ruto, is up to the task. So, Your Excellency, mine is with a lot of humility to assure you that myself and the team under you, we shall give you the necessary support so that you can pretend over the transformation of this beautiful country. We shall work day and night, and I must admit that though we may not be able to be as hardworking, to be as zealous, to be as passionate as you are, we'll give it our best shot. And I want to urge all our colleagues in this struggle, those who to join us, we build this country together. We have nothing against anybody because we are Kenyans and we are good people. And all we want is the economic transformation of our beautiful country. Before I invite our president, let me take this opportunity, Your Excellency, if you may allow me, give a word of assurance to the public service. We are aware that your morale is low. We are aware you feel demeaned. We are aware you have become non-productive because of what you have been taken through. I want to assure you on behalf of my boss that our first job is to restore the dignity of the public service. Our first job is to cushion civil servants from harassment by officers in the police force under the guise of fighting corruption. Our work is to protect the civil servants from extortion. Our work is to make sure that we get a working public service to assist us in the management of the affairs of this country. And I have no doubt in my mind that if all of us support Dr. William Ruto and his team, in a year's time, he will restore Kenya to where President Mwai Kibaki left us. It is now I'm the most privileged person to invite a brand new president. So join me in inviting the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to come and say something.
Asanteni sana. Tafadhali tuketi chini. Of course you agree with me that I am overwhelmed. This is a moment like no other. And let me first take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God. Yes, it is God. I say it is God. Without God, we wouldn't be here. I have gone through many difficult situations, but because of God, we are here today to celebrate that today the people of Kenya have made a choice, and that choice has been confirmed by our judiciary. Let me first and foremost say we are truly grateful as a team, as the Kenya Kwanza team. We are grateful to God because we have come a long journey. We have worked hard. But as the Bible teaches us in Proverbs 20 verses 7, that some trust in chariots and others trust in horses, but we trust in God. It's not the waking up early. It is not the working long hours. It is the favor and the grace of God that has gotten us here. And we are acutely aware of that. Let me also, in a very special way, thank many people, many people who have prayed for us from across the religious divide. Many people have prayed for us. In fact, I said on the day I was given the certificate, I said we were prayed into victory. I want to thank many people who prayed across this country. Many people fasted, and we are truly, truly grateful. And I want to say to the people of Kenya and to those who have made effort to get us here that we will not let you down. We will work hard and we will not let you down. Let me also, in a very special way, thank my friends, starting with my wife Rachel, who prays for me every day. Before I leave the door from that house behind me, she always holds my hands and prays for me. And my children, for believing in me and always encouraging me. Very special thanks goes to my friends seated here, the people we started this journey with, under very difficult circumstances. I know many of you have suffered because of being my friends. Many of you have been taken to court. Many of you have been harassed, your children, members of your families. The only crime is that you chose me as a friend. I don't take it for granted that you are my friends. We started with many of you who are formerly members of Jubilee. You know what happened to us. I do not want to say. But we believed in a better Kenya. We believed in a freer, more democratic, more rational Kenya. Along the way, many brothers and sisters joined us from other political parties. I want to also say a very big thank you to them. They gave momentum to our journey. And I want to say asante sana. Let me also congratulate and recognize and appreciate the people of Kenya who believed in us. They went out of their way. Under very difficult circumstances, they believed in us. They listened to us. You know, the legendary Mama Mboga and Boda guys. They are the heroes of our campaign. They defined this election. They were the embodiment of our quest for a better economy for our Kenya, for our country. The millions of Kenyans who believed in us. Today, by voting for me, the millions who woke up early to go and vote, they have not only voted for me, but they have opened doors and gates for their own children in every village, in every neighborhood, knowing very well that their children as well can become leaders. And every child is free to dream, and every child is free to aspire to any office. And working hard, believing in God, they can get wherever they want to go. I think my election opens possibilities for all our children, irrespective of their background, irrespective of where they come from, irrespective of their financial status. But this afternoon, with the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court of Kenya, our lengthy, suspenseful, and protracted election has come to an end. My fellow presidential candidates and I made our respective cases before Kenyans and submitted ourselves to their sovereign decision at the ballot. After the results of the vote were declared, it was taken up before the Supreme Court for scrutiny to make sure, beyond all doubt, that the will of the people had prevailed. The court returned its verdict, and I welcome it with tremendous humility. I salute the judges of the Supreme Court who have performed their duty with utmost fidelity to the Constitution. They listened to all parties, considered all issues, applied the law, and demonstrated their learning, impartiality, and patriotism. Their professionalism has elevated the stature of the judiciary, enhanced the place of petition process in legitimating election results as the true reflection of the people's decision, and afforded the nation an opportunity to reflect. It also afforded the nation an opportunity to debate and to come to terms with the implications of the last general election. I do not take this for granted, and I thank the judiciary in general and the Supreme Court in particular for staying strong as the shining beacon of constitutionalism and the rule of law, even in the most daunting of circumstances. And you know what I mean. The Supreme Court scrutinized, examined, and dissected and tested the declaration of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission against the high standard established by the Constitution. The decision vindicated the Commission's effort to go all the way and deliver an election that exceeded public expectation and fully met the constitutional threshold of a secure, transparent, free, fair, and accountable election. The return of a unanimous decision on all the 9 issues confirms the fidelity of the IEBC to both the law and the Constitution. I therefore commend the Commission for their noble achievement at tremendous and regrettable cost to serve the people of Kenya by ensuring that their sovereign will is upheld. As I do that, we are all aware that there are men and women who lost lives in this election when they shouldn't. There was blackmail, threats, intimidation, and all manner of attempts to subvert the will of the people. The IEBC stood firm. The judiciary has vindicated the IEBC. This appreciation takes us to the point of proper appreciation of the just concluded legal process. Many of our supporters were a little unhappy about the delay, and some might have been tempted to impute bad faith in the petitioners, who they say they saw to be taking advantage of the law to frustrate their wishes as expressed through the ballot. A lot of this anxiety is the result of long-standing suspicion of national institutions, especially when political contestation is involved. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 has done a lot to create comfort in institutions and the rule of law, and we continue to make encouraging progress on the path towards becoming a higher trust society, standing fully on its constitution. It was therefore perfectly legitimate for the petitioners to go before the Supreme Court to have their questions answered, doubts assuaged, and fears allayed. By exercising their constitutional right to take advantage of opportunities to establish the truth, the petitioners tested the result and inscribed upon it the highest stamp of judicial, legal, and constitutional approval. Our electoral and judicial institutions have won, and the Constitution has asserted itself and prevailed. My esteemed competitors now have a credible basis on which to consider the outcome, and we are vindicated by the choice of the people of Kenya. The court's decision completes the loop of institutional stewards of the rule of law, entrench our Constitution, and express the sovereign will of the people who have articulated themselves quite eloquently, directly, and through their constitutional institutions. I congratulate all patriotic Kenyans who presented themselves as presidential candidates. It is not an easy decision, and a national campaign is not a walk in the park at best. I want all of you to know that your effort is acknowledged and deeply appreciated. Wahiga Mwaure and Ruth Musheru, George Wajakoya and Justina Wamai, the Honorable Raila Odinga and the Honorable Martha Karua. May the spirit of love for country and selfless service lie long in your hearts, and may Almighty God always remember you. Competitive electoral politics can make and has made our politics an arena utterly devoid of grace. This fills the life of political candidates with loneliness, worry, and exaggerated sense that the stakes are do or die, and elections therefore matters of life and death. It poisons political competition, exterminating the sporting spirit which unites winners and losers by enabling them to access the grace to define their relationship in terms of what they share and not what divides them. Democracy is expected to unite a people, strengthen their society, and improve their institutions, and must not become an acrimonious, fearful, and desperate enterprise. We offered alternative visions and missions and submitted to the sovereign decision of the citizens of Kenya. We are only competitors, not enemies. We vied to unite and strengthen Kenya, not to divide and weaken it. I therefore consider all of my competitors to be my worthy compatriots. Kenyans are united in the quest for a better society that is kinder to its children, gentler on the vulnerable, respectful of their rights, and committed to serving them. Those who voted for me, as well as those who voted for my competitors, want the same thing for themselves and for their children. I honor this aspiration, and I am committed to do and to rise up early, work hard all day, every day, so that we can realize it together. My deputy and I and the Kenya Kwanza team pledge to make Kenya a country of everybody and everyone. My administration shall do justice to all, regardless of their social status, religion, ethnicity, gender, whether they voted at all or whom they voted for. I therefore extend a hand of brotherhood to all my competitors and to all their supporters. We are not enemies, we are Kenyans. Let us unite to make Kenya a nation where everyone shall be proud to call home. My administration will recognize in full the now established tradition of honoring our leaders who have served this nation and shall not in any manner interfere with their privileges and their entitlements in retirement. They are revered elders of our nation who deserve respect at all times. It is now time for us to prepare for the day when we wake up to the momentous duty to serve Kenyans. Let us all reflect on our contribution and look forward to build this country and nation together to achieve the glory of Kenya, express its heritage and splendor, and fill every Kenyan heart with thanksgiving. As I said earlier, the hero of our campaign is the legendary Mama Mboga and Boda Boda. The hero of the election is one Wafula Chebukati and the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And the hero of our democracy and the rule of law and constitutionalism is our judiciary. We celebrate all Kenyans, and I pledge and commit to work as the Kenya Kwanza team in making sure that we take Kenya to the next level. I will be making a much more comprehensive statement further down the road. I thought I should recognize everybody who has made a contribution towards this success today. As I said, it's not about me and my good brother Gachagua and the leaders who are here. It's about all millions of Kenyans who have made a contribution to us getting where we have. I will shortly be putting a call to my good friend, President Uhuru Kenyatta. We have not we have not I haven't talked to him in months. But shortly I will be putting a call to him so that we can have a conversation on the process of transition. Yeah. I know he worked hard in his own way, but the people of Kenya have made a decision. And we have absolutely no issue with the democratic choices of any Kenyan. You remember I said earlier, when I chose to support Uhuru Kenyatta, I did not give him conditions that he must support me. I have made that very clear. So I take no offense at all that he decided to choose and support somebody else. And therefore, we will remain friends as we have been in the context of where we are. And, and we look forward to building on the foundation that's already there in the many issues that I worked with him, and be able to take Kenya to the next level in the many things that we would have wanted to do that we did not do. We are a very responsible people. Government is a continuous enterprise, and we will complete all the projects that have not been completed, as we have said, and we will build on that foundation the programs that we have committed to the people of Kenya, and we will hit the ground running because we are aware of what we need to do. I will also be putting a call to my worthy competitors, beginning with Raila Odinga, my worthy competitor, with his Azimio team, so that we can begin to contextualize how we are going to work together for the people of Kenya. Those of us who will be working from the executive and the Azimio team who will be working from the opposition. And as I committed to the people of Kenya, I believe in the rule of law. I do not believe in the handshake stories. I believe in an accountable government held to account by a responsible opposition. That is how Kenya is going to move forward. And so I look forward to a conversation on how they will hold us to account and make sure that we deliver on the commitments that we have made to the people of Kenya, and public resources are put to good use in an accountable manner, and so that we can reap the benefits of what the people of Kenya have done in electing us into office. We will then be working with all the other people as we get down to doing what we committed to the people of Kenya that we do. I know there is huge expectation. Many people are texting me and asking, when is the Hustler Fund going to be launched? Many people are asking me, many farmers want to know when subsidized fertilizer will be available so that they can get on with the journey or with the business of growing food for us so that we can reduce the cost of living. Many farmers are asking when we are going to begin the journey on agro-processing and value addition. Many people across Kenya want to know when we are going to begin our housing program. I want to commit that as soon as we are sworn into office, in fact, beginning tomorrow, I will be working with the people in government offices so that by the time we get sworn in, we will have work to do and begin the process of implementing our plan. Let me say to all of you, I know many people have come here. I know many members of parliament are here, many governors are here, many senators are here, members of county assemblies. Let me take this opportunity in a very special way to recognize our legal team, led by Senior Counsel Fred Ngatia and Senior Counsel Kioko Kilukumi and Senior Counsel Kiragu, and of course my chief agent and team leader of the legal team, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki. And all the senior lawyers here, let me not mention all their names. We had the best legal team anybody could assemble. And we are very proud of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for protecting our victory and for doing your bit. I remember when I talked to them, I told them those of us who are politicians have done our bit. We handed over the baton to them, and I told them they should not drop the baton. And they brought it home in one piece, and we want to celebrate them. Tuwapige makofi jameni hawa mabudu. Let me also say, for good record, that these great men and women, our legal team, volunteered their services for free. It is amazing that they said this is a patriotic duty they are doing for their country. And they were going to donate their time, their intellect, their professionalism to make sure that they do that is what is right for Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate on behalf of the Kenya Kwanza team your sacrifice, your contribution, and your commitment to this journey. Asanteni sana. Of course, there are many volunteers. There are many volunteers who came across. There are many people who supported us in many ways. There are many people who contributed merchandise. Many people contributed resources of all types, merchandise, airtime, equipment, transport, and it was just amazing. We ran a campaign. Many people believed that I was very organized, but I want to tell you, it was not me. Everybody made a contribution. That's why the whole thing looked seamless. We didn't have to push nobody to do nothing. Everybody did what they were supposed to do without asking. So I want to say thank you very much to our team. I want to announce that this marks the end of the politics of deceit and the politics of betrayal and the politics of conmanship. It is the end. We want the politics of the Kenya of the future. Every leader must be held to account on what they say, and they must match what they say with what they do. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, that with the opportunity God has given us, we want to have a country based on the rule of law. As my deputy has said, the criminal justice system will be reserved for fighting criminals and criminality and making sure that public resources are protected and criminals are brought to book. The criminal justice system will never be used again for political reasons. Let me say it again. The criminal justice system will never be used again against those who have a contrary view, political view to ours. I want our competitors to rest assured that though the rest of us have been subjected to threats, blackmail, intimidation, and unnecessary fights, I commit that under our administration, nobody will be vilified or victimized or prosecuted for holding a contrary political view from ours. This is a democratic country, and we want to remain so. Our competitors have nothing to fear, like the way many of our supporters have had everything to fear for being our friends or for holding a contrary view from those who wielded power. So, and as I have said, we will respect our president, Uhuru Kenyatta, in his retirement. We will give him the respect and dignity a former head of state deserves. We are honorable people. We are not petty, and we are not jealous. He has done a good job, and he will have his place in the history of Kenya. So nobody should peddle any falsehoods or that we harbor anything against the President of Kenya. When our good friend Raila Odinga retires also, we will give him the respect he deserves as a Kenyan leader who has made a huge contribution to the democracy of our nation, and every other leader that deserves respect. So to all our friends out there, we want to grow a nation. We want to build a society that is based on the rule of law and respect for our elders. So let me leave it there for now. The rest of the things we are going to say, I will take maybe one or two questions so that we can conclude this press conference. Na nitasema kwa Kiswahili, nitajibu maswali kwa Kiswahili. Sisi tumekubaliana? Kama mnataka niseme Kiswahili kidogo, nimesema ya kwamba kwa niaba ya team ya Kenya Kwanza tunamshukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya kutupatia ushindi. Hii ushindi si ya William Ruto na Gachagua, ni ushindi wa mamilioni ya Wakenya walioamka asubuhi na mapema kupiga kura ili hata na watoto wao waweze kupata nafasi ya kuwa na ndoto ya kuwa viongozi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Nimesema vile vile ya kwamba tunawashukuru wale wote, hasa IEBC ambayo ilisimamia uchaguzi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mbali na changamoto za makomishna ambao waligawanyika pale mwisho, IEBC ilifanya uchaguzi ambao ulikuwa wa huru na haki, na kila Mkenya ametosheka. Ma-MCA wamechaguliwa, wabunge wamechaguliwa, maseneta wamechaguliwa, magavana wamechaguliwa, na leo mahakama ya upeo imeidhinisha uchaguzi wa rais pamoja na naibu wa rais, kumaanisha kwamba IEBC ilifanya kazi ya muhimu. Na nimesema shujaa wa uchaguzi huu ni Wafula Chebukati na makamishna waliohakikisha ya kwamba uchaguzi huu haujapatilishwa na watu ambao walikuwa na njama ya kuharibu uchaguzi wetu. Nimesema vile vile tutapata nafasi kama viongozi kuongea na rais wetu ambaye anaenda kustaafu, ili tuweze kupanga mambo ya kukamilisha succession kwa njia na taratibu ambayo iko na heshima. Na nimesema vile vile kama vile tuko na desturi kama taifa, viongozi wetu wote, wale ambao ni elders wa taifa letu, viongozi wanaostaafu kama rais, watapata heshima na watapata haki yao katika mahali pa heshima katika taifa letu la Kenya, na hakuna wasiwasi yeyote kwa mtu yeyote kwamba kutatokea na jambo lolote. Yale ambayo yamefanyika, Waswahili wanasema yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange yaliyomo na yajayo, na hivyo ndivyo tutakavyofanya. Tumekubali vile vile ya kwamba kamwe criminal justice system katika taifa letu la Kenya haitatumika kuendesha mambo ya siasa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Wanasiasa wote wako na huru wa kuwa na msimamo tofauti ya kisiasa bila ya kujali ya kwamba watashurutishwa, watalazimishwa, watafunguliwa mashtaka yasiyo na maana. Hiyo haitafanyika katika taifa letu pale tukiwa viongozi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Wananchi wengi wameangaishwa, wamesumbuliwa, wamefanyiwa mambo mengi kwa sababu ya misimamo yao ya kisiasa, na tumesema haya mambo tutayakomesha. Tunataka kuwa na nchi ya demokrasia, mahali maoni ya kila mtu ni ya muhimu na hakuna mtu atashurutishwa kuwa na msimamo mmoja ama msimamo mwingine. Any questions, good people? Thank you very much. I don't think you have any questions. Uko na swali ya kusema nini? Sema jina.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Congratulations on your win. My name is Ibrahim Karanja. I work for NTV. Yes, you have repeatedly said during the time the IEBC declared you as a winner, and even now when the Supreme Court has upheld your win, that you will work your government and with the opposition to the extent that it remains in the opposition. From where you sit, how should Kenyans take then your move of incorporating members of parliament who were elected in what were opposition parties in the election? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You know, as I have said, there are many people who today are in Azimio, not because they want to be. We have many people who are forced, blackmailed, threatened into belonging to Azimio. There are many leaders. If many of these leaders, if they tell you their stories, they are horror stories. Many of them were told, if you don't join Azimio, this court case, KRA, will be brought on you, and many other threats. And that's why I said the other day, our good brothers, competitors on the other side, they have to really think of how to take their coalition into the future now that they don't have the instruments of blackmail, threats, and intimidation. Because they have built their coalition using force and blackmail. And you know, this is a country, a democratic country, and you cannot force anybody to make political choices they don't want. Imagine, even a law was passed that makes people prisoners of a certain coalition. That once you sign a piece of paper here, and they make sure you sign that piece of paper at night when the lights are switched off. And then you are told, once you sign, you cannot leave. You know, that is not a country that we all wanted to belong to. So there will be people who will want to join Kenya Kwanza, and you know, a majority of the people who have decided to come and join Kenya Kwanza actually were people who we were together before. They were just boxed into a corner, threatened, blackmailed, and told they must belong to a different formation. So, because we are a country of free choices, yeah, I want you to know that we will have an opposition in Kenya. There will be no handshake like the one we witnessed before that creates a mongrel of a government where nobody knows where the line is. That one will not happen. But there will be people who will choose because of preference, because, for example, I'm sure maybe you are talking about Ali Roba and his team. Ali Roba and his team are members of Jubilee. We were together. Or Kiraitu Murungi for that matter. These are people we were together. They were just told, you must be here, otherwise X, Y, and Z will happen. Now that we are breathing fresh air and freedom has arrived, they are now, they can now make the choices. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, my good friend. Mpatie ule microphone.
Congratulations, Sir President William Ruto.
Asante.
My name is Kevin Mihona from Mwangaza TV.
Yes.
Your Excellency President, there are young men like us who had some different thought about the verdict of this ruling with the court. What would be your encouragement to them? They are burning. I've been from the streets of Nairobi and some of them are burning. Kindly tell them a word of hope. Thank you.
As I have said, two things. We are a democracy. And in a democracy, the majority have their way, the minority have their say. Number two, I have said here, the administration we are going to run is the administration that is going to serve all Kenyans, irrespective of whether they voted at all or whoever they voted for. We are going to serve the people who voted for us and those who did not vote for us, because we are going to run the government of Kenya. And the government of Kenya is going to be the government of Kenya for all Kenyans. So they have absolutely nothing to worry. Nothing to worry. We are going to serve all Kenyans equally. Yes?
Mr. President, congratulations.
Thank you.
My dream was to be a professional footballer, but I had to kill that dream. What's your plan now that you're in power in terms of stadiums and making sure the football in this country works? Because there are so many dreams out there have been killed because of individual selfish reasons. What's your plan on that one?
The same way the people of Kenya have made my dream a citizen from nowhere come true. As I have told you, I will work hard. You have read our manifesto on matters to do with sports, and we will work hard to deliver on our commitment so that people like yourself and many more who have dreams and their dreams stagnated or died because there was no opportunity, that we create that opportunity so that people like yourself or even other people who have aspirations like yours can also attain or make their dreams come true. That's how. That's how. Yes, one last question. Yes, give
Yeah, my name is Ken Jenga Wambui from Minoro TV.
Yes.
We understand that from the Constitution, Chapter 9, Article 141, the President shall be sworn in the first Tuesday after 7 days. What is this one thing that you will promise Kenyans that you will deliver within the first 100 days once you assume office?
There are many things, Njenga Wambui. And how is Inoro, by the way? It's good to have you around, and I want to promise you that you will be treated equally like all other Kenyans. I know sometimes people think the people who really fought hard against us that we have a grudges. We don't. We are Democrats, and we will work together. However, I will, your question on the first 100 days, let me not say it today. I will be making a statement on my inauguration. Just be patient, kidogo. Sawa Bwana Njenga. Asante. One last one. Where are my good friends from Citizen? Citizen. No, it was.
Citizen.
Where are they?
No,
it's okay.
Congratulations on your win, Mr. President. My name is Brenda Wanga from Citizen TV. I know you have said you will give a comprehensive statement a little bit later on what you intend to do in your first 100 days. You've said that in your manifesto before, but I know most of us are quite concerned and would like to know what your plans are in regards to fighting graft. That has been quite a big issue during this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's a fair question. And how is my good friend Leto, by the way? And say hello to Chemutai Goinchi. So, as I have said, I am going to make a comprehensive statement. And I want to promise you that among the things I want to do on the 100 days, one of them is going to be about tackling corruption. So expect a statement and expect there are two things that I said in the manifesto. Number one is the judiciary fund, and number two is to have an accounting officer for the police and the entire criminal justice system, so that they will never depend again on resources from the office of the president. They will have their own independent budget and an accounting officer, so that they can go after anybody that is involved in graft or in wastage or in theft without getting permission from the office of the president. We will treat those institutions as the Constitution expects us, as independent institutions. But I'm going to make a statement about on that, or as among the things that will be in my 100 days to do list. Sawa. Very good. Otherwise, I think we can leave it there for today. Mimi nataka ni waambie asante sana for coming. All the good friends from the media, thank you very much. We're going to be sharing information with you as often as we can. And I am just requesting that let's put the campaign behind us and let us look into the future together. We may all have supported different candidates, but the people of Kenya have made a choice. Sindio? Sasa tujipange tukwenda mbele pamoja. Bas, asanteni sana na watakie baraka ya Mungu. Thank you.
All right, kindly let's remain seated. Kindly let's remain seated for a minute. Would just like to have a few photographs, Your Excellency, with your permission.
Live from the DP residence in Karen here in the county of Nairobi, President-elect William Ruto, in his first speech since the Apex Court affirmed his win a couple of hours ago, and perhaps to fast track to what he has been talking about, we'll be delving into that much with my colleague Regina Manyora. We are also joined by Advocate of the High Court Gibson Gisore and constitutional lawyer Henry Kurauka. Very quickly, some of the things that he has been able to point out, and it's a question that we very well knew in the media, it's gonna be there. That is, what do you intend to do in the next 100 days? And he has, of course, he has been tight-lipped a little, but he has broken the ice there, talking about tackling corruption will be the first, and we expect a much comprehensive report. But something that he has said, and I know quite well, will identify with you two, my good learned friends, is the judiciary fund. This is something that we've had for a very long time, and he has talked about accountability for the police and also the criminal justice system. They will have their own, they will be more or less autonomous, and they will have their own budget so that they do not rely on the executive. A very quick one, Kurauka.
Yes.
What do you make of the DP of the president-elect now?
Yes.
speech and in particular in actualizing the judiciary fund.
Yes, thank you very much. The speech is wonderful. I believe we expect more on the 13th. Now, on judiciary fund, it was introduced in our constitution in 2010, and it has taken many years, more than a decade, to actualize it. We cannot talk of judiciary's independence without financial independence. We have other forms of independence, like the way we have seen our Supreme Court and other courts do. There are other independence, like administrative, without interference with any other organ. Presidency is actually a very important arm of government because the president is the epitome of national unity. A lot of things will be said by our president-elect, but let me say this. Yes, it may be easy to promise when we are campaigning, but when it comes to actualizing, it may not be practical to actualize some of these things within 100 days, because there are many other institutions that need to put input into it. For example, fighting corruption. There are more than 10 institutions that must be involved. Some of them are independent, like courts. You cannot take someone to court today and expect that person to be taken to committee the following day. We need a lot of, consultation. We cannot even borrow from other jurisdictions. For example, China has been able to handle corruption very well. When it comes to criminal justice, that our president-elect has, put very well, we can borrow leaf from countries like the Netherlands, which has a very good criminal system, whereby before people are taken to court, there are 99.9% that a case will be sustained. Of course, Kenyans have a lot of expectations. Already, he has rightly put it. Some are asking, when is the funds coming? Thank you.
Yeah, and tossing the ball to you, Ray and Gisore, he talked about an accountable government held firmly by a robust opposition to hold them to account. And again, talking about we are not going to be having a criminal justice system that will be going for all the wrong people. Gisore.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I've listened to him, and that was very clear from him that he wants an accountable government. That is very commendable. For him, from what I've heard, he's visualizing a government which is...
Before we hear from you, Council, we want to take you to some live pictures that you see on screen there. We have a combination of what is happening at DP residence now that the president elect residence there, as well as Sugoi in Eldoret, which happens to be in Wasen County.
And allow me to come in with some of the things that have been mentioned. Kurauka, he has mentioned very quickly, the electoral process is done and dusted. Now we should embark on nation building. That's a very strong statement, if you ask me, because after every election cycle, the country just has a break or something, and then we go back to politicking again. And now he wants us to put all that behind and focus on nation building. And again, the handshake question has popped up. He said, yes, we're going to work together, but no handshake as witnessed before. Quite a strong statement.
Very well. Already we have several handshakes since the results were announced. If I go by what I have been... But to be very sincere, it is practically impossible to govern this country without some form of handshake. And that's why I commend our president-elect for embracing leaders like my senior Kiraitu Morongi and the other leaders. Of course, we expect more of these, working together relationships. They may not be really handshake, but it could be a version of the same. But what I would like to say is that, yes, we need a robust and effective opposition. For that to happen, we need legal reform, because the laws we have cannot create the opposition that was contemplated in now and de facto BBI. But let me say this as well. What is very important right now is national unity. We have no space to have chaos or infighting, and I think we Kenyans, being the supreme power of this country, as per the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution, we are not ready to fight each other because of politics or whatever results from politicians. And we want to embrace peace, amani, peace, amani, all through. And my take on what the president-elect has said, that everyone will be treated equally. Whether you belong to Azimio or any other, you will be viewed in the same eyes before the law, and you will enjoy all the rights and benefits as a Kenyan.
All right, and we will be delving into that more a little bit later. But as we were having the president-elect speak for the first time since the court affirmed his win, we also had a parallel interview where IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati was having a presser at his office, 21st floor of the anniversary towers. This is what he had to say.
Good afternoon. A statement from the Commission as regards the verdict of the Supreme Court today on the presidential election petitions. The Commission appreciates Kenyans for peacefully exercising their democratic right to vote on the 9th of August in accordance with Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. In fulfillment of the Constitution, the Commission put in place a robust and transparent election infrastructure to ensure that the votes cast were counted, electronically transmitted, verified, tallied, announced, and declared in line with Articles 81 and 86 of the Constitution. The general election was conducted by about 1,000 dedicated permanent employees of the Commission, assisted by over 400,000 temporary staff countrywide. The Commission is grateful to this staff for a job well done. Additionally, the Commission recognizes the support by stakeholders, including the judiciary, the National Police Service, and service providers who participated in the electoral process. The Commission gives special recognition to development partners who provided support that bridged financial gaps in the Commission's budget. In the course of discharging our constitutional duty, the Commission and its staff endured harassment, intimidation, abduction, arrests, and some lost their lives. It's tragic that Mr. Daniel Mushoka, a returning officer for Embakasi East constituency, was abducted and tortured to death in the line of duty. In addition, Mr. Geoffrey Kitobo, a returning officer for Kishugu constituency, died in what could be election-related stress upon completion of elections in his constituency. In this general election, the abuse of IBC staff reached an unimaginable scale. Apart from the two deaths, the Commission and staff suffered other atrocities, including, but not limited to, assault and injury of the chairman, Commissioners Professor Abdi Gulier and Boya Molu, and the Commission Secretary and Chief Executive Officer Mr. Marijan Hussein at the National Tallying Center during the declaration of results. Unwarranted arrest of a voter education coordinator by anti-terrorist police unit on the floor of the National Tallying Center, who was detained for 3 days. Abduction, torturing and holding incommunicator for 9 hours of the managed election operations and the support staff by persons to be believed to be security agencies. Attempted arrest of 3 staff members who are lawfully verifying election results on the floor of National Tallying Center. Abduction of a staff of a service provider working at the National Communication Center. Harassment and physical assault of staff of service providers manning heavy-duty printing and photocopying machines at the National Election Communication Center. Physical assault of election officials in parts of Narok, Kakamega, Kirinyaga, Wajir, Nairobi, amongst others. In one instance, a presiding officer in Eldas constituency was shot in the leg, resulting to amputation. Physical assault of returning officers bringing results to the National Tallying Center. Breaking into offices of senior commission staff at the National Tallying Center with the intention of accessing sensitive data. Ethnic profiling, targeting, and cyberbullying of members of the Commission and its staff. To date, no one has been arrested for these crimes committed against members of the Commission and its staff. As it stands, no human rights or civil society organization have condemned these heinous acts meted on the Commission and its staff. Working for IEBC should not be a death sentence. The Commission reiterates that election is a process and not an event. This process started immediately after 2017 general election, and the Commission tested its systems and processes in over the 40 by-elections in the last 5 years. Therefore, the Supreme Court judgment today is a testimony that the Commission conducted a free, fair, transparent, and credible general election that met the democratic aspirations of the people of Kenya. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is finally vindicated. We look forward to the full judgment of the Supreme Court, as well as feedback from our stakeholders during the post-election evaluation exercises which will inform areas of improvement in the electoral process. Finally, the Commission wishes to thank immensely its legal team in not only defending it, but also ensuring that the sovereign will of the people of Kenya is protected. God bless Kenya. God bless the IEBC. Thank you. That's our statement today. And unless you have 1 or 2 questions, I believe it's been a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is
Kisii. Now we take you to Kisii, where Kenyans are in a celebratory mood there. Let's have a listen in into what is happening in Kisii.
Sisi kama wananchi wa Kisii, vile mnavyoona, wananchi wametoka, biashara zinaendelea, wananchi wanasherehekea kwa amani, hakuna vurugu yoyote. Tunaomba amani iendelee.
Na kama kanisa kutoka Kisii na wote ambao tulipiga kura, leo tunasherehekea ushindi wa mheshimiwa wetu ambaye ni rais mteule William Samuel Ruto. Kanisa letu, kanisa lote Kenya, tunashukuru kwa sababu kanisa limetulia, kanisa limeomba na kanisa limeonekana kwa wakati huu.
Mungu sana kwa ajili ya mama Martha Koome kwa ile decision wamefanya haki kwa mwana Kenya ambaye tuliamka asubuhi tukapigia hasara kura. Tuko na furaha ya kwamba haki imefanyika katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tunataka kuambia watu wetu wote tusherekee kwa amani.
Now from Kisii, we take you to Kiambu County for the similar. Let's just find out if residents in Kiambu share the same sentiments as those in Kisii.
wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo tunaomba ya kwamba akaweza kuendelesha taifa kwa njia ambayo inayostahili, na tumefurahishwa kwa sababu mahakama imetuonyesha vikamilifu ya kwamba hawa hawatakubali kushurutishwa na mtu yoyote. Wamefanya uamuzi ambao uko huru.
Siasa imeisha, hata wale ambao walikuwa mlima walikuwa saidi ile ingine, tukawaomba mkuje sasa tutengeneze taifa yetu ili tuweze kuwa kitu kimoja.
Tulikuwa tunamuomba Mwenyezi Mungu sana William Ruto akuwe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, ile zile hustlers fund na zile promises zote, mambo yote tuliweza kuambia wananchi wa Kenya. Lazima sasa, hakuna jambo la kusema ni kwa nini haijafikishwa. Sasa lazima tuambatane, tufanye kazi kama familia moja ya UDA kutoka chini kwenda juu.
Justice has been done, na sheria imedhibitishiwa kwamba Kenya ni nchi ya sheria. Tumefurahi sana, na nimefurahi sana kwa maana tumeona president wetu amekuwa William Ruto, na kama vile tumekuwa tukiomba atieni mtu wa watu, na sasa kazi ni kwake, tufanyie watu kazi.
Take you to Wajir to try and see if the residents there have received this news with jubilation or not. Here's Wajir.
Hatutaki vita ama mahakama hivi watu futa ni kufute. Hiyo haina faida. Kenya ende mbele, biashara endeke. Wale waanguka na wale wanapata, sote ukue pamoja wafanye kazi. Tujenge nchi yetu.
Kika nilifurahia hiyo uamuzi ambaye Supreme Court ulifika. Hii ni kuonyesha Kenya imeendelea kwa kile njia. Na kuna haki pia. Kwa sababu hiyo ni dirisho ya kwamba ulimwengu mzima Kenya nchi demokrasia, kama mtu kuelimisha ana haki ya kwenda, na tuna majudges ambao wanaangalia kitu kwa haki.
Hawatakani watu wabishane ama wagombane juu ya urais ama juu ya uchaguzi. Hiyo imeisha. Kila mtu ni marafiki na pia mandugu. Sasa wacha tufanye biashara yetu na kila kitu ambaye sisi iko na faida na upande wetu.
Now from Wajir, we take you to West Pokot to just sample what Kenyans have to say in regard to the decision made by the Apex Court. Here's
Kwanza ni kushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa yote ambayo nimefanyika siku ya leo. Ya pili, tunawashukuru wale churches ambao walifanya hii kazi. Na zaidi ya yote tunamshukuru rais wetu mteule Ruto kwa kukaa na kuomba Mungu.
Nashukuru Mungu kwa kumpatia Martha Koome hekima na maarifa.
Tunataka amani katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
From West Pokot, we want to take you to Kibra, right here within Langata constituency and Nairobi. Here are the sights and sounds from Kibra.
They do their job. That is the better. We are tired of election.
Jina ni Zado Kokonda. Mimi ni mkaaji hapa Kibira. Sisi wakaaji wa Kibira tumefurahia na huu uchaguzi venye majaji wameamua na venye wametuambia kiongozi wetu ni William Samoei Ruto. Tumefurahi kwa sababu yeye ndio tulivotia. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Majina ni Tunda Winisho. Mimi nasema watu wa move on tu juu ishakuwa. Asikubali kushindwa si mshindani. Kwa hivyo tu move on, tuendeleze Kenya, tuendeleze uchumi. Ni hivyo tu.
Mimi ni Joseph Masika. Nimefurahia sana kwa uamuzi ambao imefanyika. Kama wananchi tuwe kitu kimoja, tuendelee na maisha. Maana hakuna mtu atakuletea chakula kwa mlango. Wewe pamoja na mimi ni majirani, tuendelee kuwa na amani.
Mimi naitwa Geoffrey Beth.
Mimi ni mkaaji wa Kibra lakini nyumbani ninatoka Bomet County. So kama kotini ameamua hivyo tutakubali tu. So naomba wa Kenya tukaa mahali tuko hapo. Tuendelee na maisha yetu tu. Mimi naomba tu amani.
Sindi Asenti, mkaaji wa Kibra. Si tumeheshimu mahakama vile imesema. Sasa kitu yenye naomba tu wa Kenya kuwe na amani. Ni hayo tu.
Jina langu ni Jason Chesi, nikiwa mkaaji wa hapa Kibera. Malilio yetu na maombi yaliyo watakatifu yamesikika. Ruto amehangaishwa, ameenda mpaka mahakamani, imekuwa proved kila kitu iko sawa. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya tumetoka katika minyororo ya wafungwa, tuko sasa uhuru. Mungu ametusikia na freedom has come to the country.
Ina Elias Mkoyani. Mimi naona mahakama wamecheza pati yao, wamemaliza. Wameangalia kila kitu, wameona kuna evidence. Kwa hivyo mimi naona mahakama walikuwa.
Jina ni Roslyn Simiyu. Kile naomba tu kwa serikali yetu ambayo imeingia saizi, mahakama imefanya mambo yao na washughulikie maslahi wa wananchi ambao wako chini. Especially unga imenini sana, imepanda sana. Na pia upande ya masomo watu waangalie. Kibira tunaumia sana upande ya masomo. Mambo ya CBC imekuja, inabidi mzazi huyu mmoja ndiye anatafuta hustle ya kula na pia anatafuta hustle ya wanafunzi. So watushughulikie upande wa wanafunzi pia.
Kuendelea mbele, wataangalia vile watafanya economy ya Kenya iwe sawa kwa mwananchi mdogo. Mwananchi mdogo anaumia sana. Wananchi vyakula imeongezeka sana. Tunataka vyakula ishuke. Hiyo ndio wananchi wanataka. Mambo mengine hatutaki. Hiyo yajua tujui hata.
Kwa majina naitwa Henry Mutu. Ninashukuru kwanza Mungu kwa maana ametupatia amani. Tumeomba sana amani imedumu Kenya. Na washukuru wa Kenya kwa kudumisha amani. Na pia Supreme Court tumeona vile imekata hiyo case, na sababu kwa mashindano mpaka kuwe na mshindi na mshindwa. Kwa hivyo yangu ni kusema mwenye ameshinda hongera, mwenye ameshindwa atii, alafu tuungane tujenge Kenya.
Now from Kibera there, let me take you to Mwingi. Let's sample what is happening in Mwingi following that particular judgment.
Kama watu wa Mwingi tunataka kushukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya siasa zilizokuwa na upole na amani, na watu wakapiga kura zao, na sasa ni wakati wa matokeo ya hukumu ambayo ilipelekwa kule kotini. Sasa ningependa tu kushukuru na kuwaomba wa Kenya turudi kazini, tuchape kazi. Rais wetu ambaye amepewa nafasi hii na koti, na yeye aanze kazi yake, na sisi kama wananchi tukamunge mkono, hata wale waliopigia mlengo ule na wale walipigia mwingine, tushikane pamoja tuweze kupeleka nchi yetu mbele.
Mimi ni chairman wa bodaboda hapa Mwingi Town. Yangu ni furaha sana kwa wakati kama huu. Nishangu na vingelegele kwa kupata rais wetu tulikuwa tunatarajia.
Chenye ningependa kusema ni kushukuru mahakama yetu ya hapa Kenya kwa sababu ya ile kazi ambayo imefanya kazi nzuri, kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumepata kiongozi ambaye ni wa halali. Na ningependa kuhimiza na kuambia watu wa Kenya wenzangu, tudumishe amani na tukumbali kile ambacho kimetokea. Yule ambaye amekuwa rais tumkumbali kama rais wetu na tufanye kazi na yeye.
Those are sentiments from residents in Mwingi. Now let's sample what Kenyans had to say, those residing especially within Naivasha in Nakuru County.
Sugoi. Order.
kazi na wao pamoja, kwa sababu tulikuwa tumelilia Mungu sana na amefanya kulingana na haki na sheria yenye tulikuwa tunataka. Kwa hivyo sisi tutakuwa na amani kuanzia saa hii mpaka milele na milele.
Na mimi nilikuwa upande wa baba na asiyekubali kushindwa si Msudani. So mimi nataka kusema congratulations Deputy President ambaye umechaguliwa kama President wa Kenya.
Those are sights and scenes from Naivasha there in Nakuru County. Now I want to take you to Uasin Gishu County and in particular to Sugoi, where my colleague Timothy Kipnusu is on ground. Good evening, Timothy. There, we will be joining Timothy Kipnusu, who is in Sugoi there, the home of President-elect William Ruto there, already surrounded by Kenyans who are eager to give their message in regard to the latest development. Good evening, Kipnusu. How are you? I hope you can hear me loud and clear now. Tell us, what is the situation in Sugoi?
A very good evening to you, Regina Manyora, back there at the Broadcasting House in Nairobi. Yes, indeed, I'm still pitching camp here in Uasin Gishu County, the political bedrock of the President-elect William Ruto. Actually, I am at Ruto's residence here in Sugoi, and celebrations were underway a few minutes ago. A number of residents who had gathered here to celebrate the announcement or proclamation from the 7-judge bench were here, and the celebration was immense, the excitement was immense, and just before we managed to make our way here in Sugoi, a number of areas, particularly in the CBD, was you cannot move. Transport was really paralyzed because a number of residents took to the streets to celebrate. It was pomp and color, celebrating the son of the soil, Dr. William Samuel Ruto, after the judgment made by the Supreme Court judges. And just to paint a picture, I'm joined by a number of residents, including elected leaders who are here together with residents to celebrate the victory from the 7-judge bench after they have affirmed the President-elect William Samoei Ruto. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Actually, is Nicholas Bitok, the area member of County Assembly for Tapsagoi ward, the ward where Ruto comes from. Many thanks indeed for joining us. How do you make the assessment of the judgment from the Supreme Court? Who made the decision today?
Kwanza nashukuru, mimi naitwa Nicholas Bitok Rende, MCA at Tapsagoi ward. Hapa penye nyumbani kwa President elect. Tunashukuru sana kwa judgment ambayo imefanyika siku ya leo. Imeonyesha kuwa ilikuwa uwazi na walifanya kazi jinsi sheria inavyotakikana, kwa sababu kwa kweli hakukuwa kuna kesi. Ruto aliweza kushinda kinakaubaga. Tunafurahia sana judgment bench ya watu 7 ambaye wote 7 walikubaliana kuwa President William Samoei Ruto ndiye aliyechaguliwa na wananchi, na yeye ndiye anastahili ushike usukani ya urais katika Kenya, taifa letu la Kenya.
As a leader who is elected here in Tapsagoi ward, what are your expectations under the administration of William Samoei Ruto, bearing in mind that the country is really grappling with a number of issues from corruption and of course also the high cost of living? What is your expectation au matarajio yako ni yapi?
Matarajio yangu ni makubwa sana, kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe namjua Rais Ruto tangia alipokuwa mbunge wetu, akakuwa deputy president, na sasa amepewa usukani kuwa rais. Na matumaini makubwa sana kwa sababu ameweza kuyatatua mambo mengi katika taifa letu la Kenya. So kwa hivyo tuna matumaini mengi, na atayaweza mambo ya economy, mambo mengi, hata ya corruption ambaye mara mingi wamesema kuwa yeye ni corrupt, lakini sisi wenyewe kwa sababu alikuwa mbunge wetu na amekuwa rais wa deputy president wa Kenya, naelewa na kujua kuwa atafanya mambo yatawezekana. Yes.
Nyinyi wanasiasa kila mara mnakuwa wepesi kutoa ahadi mbele ya umma, lakini kutekeleza inakuwa ni donda sugu au ni kitendawili. Kwa mtazamo wako kwamba baadhi tu ya ahadi ambazo wananchi wametoa kwa viongozi nyinyi ambao mmechaguliwa wametoa kwa wananchi, ni nini hasa kinakuwa kigumu kutekeleza ahadi zile?
Mambo ya kutekeleza mambo ya ahadi katika uongozini ni mara mingi watu wana mahitaji mengi na mapato ni machache. Kama for example sasa kama ward yetu hii ina mahitaji ya over millions, lakini sasa for example ward allocation ya ward yetu ya Tapsakut tunapata 45 million. So wakati unapanga kusukuma ingine kuweka kando kuongeza ingine na kufanya hauwezi timiza yote kwa safari moja. So inakuanga scarce resources na mambo mengi ambayo tunahitaji kufanya.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Bitok, the member of County Assembly Tapsagoi Ward. I can get a view from the chief or Sugoi chief David Samoei. Actually he has the same name with the president elect. Pengine unahisi vipi kuhusiana na ile uamuzi uliotolewa na majaji wa mahakama ya Upheld?
Kwanza majina yangu ni Senior Chief David Samoei wa kata ya Sugoi hapa Uasin Gishu. Kwanza kama mkaaji wa hapa tuna furaha nyingi sana kwa sababu koti kuu ama Supreme Court siku ya leo imetoa uamuzi ambaye inafanana na ile wananchi walishatoa pale tarehe 9 mwezi huu wa Septemba, mwezi huu wa Agosti wakati wa uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo mambo yalikuwa sawa sawa, muda tu ambayo tulikuwa tunangojea na court time is the best.
Pengine jambo ambalo unaona kwamba Ruto anastahili kulipa kipaumbele hasa atakapoapishwa tarehe 13?
Mambo ni mengi, lakini usalama wa nchi yetu, mambo ya uchumi wa nchi yetu na pia ile ahadi ambazo walitoa kwa wananchi, yeye ni mtu wa kusema na kutenda. Nafikiri mambo yote ambayo walisema katika manifesto yetu ya UDA atimiza kabisa. Kwa hivyo tunaamini yeye ni mtu wa kusema na kutimiza.
Asante sana chifu wa eneo la Sugoi. Pengine nizungumze na mmoja wa wanasiasa ambaye amechaguliwa kutoka ward ya Simat kule katika eneo bunge la Kapseret na kutoka Oscar Sudi. Pengine kwanza kabisa kwa yule ambaye anatizama umevalia ngona haya, pengine inaashiria nini hasa wakati ambapo eneo hili linasherehekea kutangazwa kwa Ruto kama rais mteule?
Asante sana. Kwa majina ni Solomon Limo, mimi natoka kule Simat Kapseret ward, sub county ya Kapseret. Actually siku ya leo tuko na furaha sana. Tunavyoona sisi tumevalia hii inaonyesha tumepata ushindi. Na tuko na furaha sana kama jamii ya Kalenjin wote. Tuko na furaha sana kwa sababu ukiona tumevalia hiyo ni ishara ya kuonyesha tumepata ushindi.
Pengine katika uongozi wa Ruto unatarajia ni nini hata anaweza kufanya ili iweze kuhakikisha kwamba taifa hili linapiga hatua kubwa kwa maendeleo?
Asante sana. Tuko na expectations mingi sana kwa president wetu Dr. William Samoei Ruto, sababu tunajua sisi wote tunajua ni hasla na atashika mahasla wote. Mama mboga tunajua wako na ahadi ya mama mboga, watu wa bodaboda, hawa ndio watu deputy president wetu Dr. William Samoei Ruto atainua kutoka chini mpaka juu.
Asante. Regina, allow me for the purposes of gender interview a lady here. Songa hapa mama, pengine uweze kutueleza unahisi vipi baada ya Ruto kutangazwa na kuwa mshindi, na vile vile kuzungumzia kuhusiana na kuwepo kwa wanawake katika nyadhifa mbalimbali za uongozi, marake hilo limekuwa halijajitokeza japo wananchi wameweza kuchagua wanawake wengi katika nyadhifa mbalimbali za uongozi kuanzia kwa gavana na kwenda chini. Pengine matarajio yako ni yapi katika uongozi wa Ruto atakapoapishwa?
Asante sana. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Nelly Cheruyot. Nyumbani ni hapa Sugoi. Tunashukuru kwanza Mungu Mwenyezi kwa maana tulipoomba akatusikia. Tarajio yangu yenye naambia Ruto, Mungu akusaidie kama vile alikusaidia, utasidi kusaidia wananchi wote, hata kama ni upande wa kina Raila atasaidia huko. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya, tunaomba amani, tunashukuru Mungu alitupa amani, lakini tunaomba Ruto asaidie kwanza vijana. Kunao vijana wa mapotapota wako na shida sana, tunaomba rais wetu akuja saidia. Kunao mama mboga, ndio unaona hata Mungu alisaidia wa mama wengi ndio akachakuliwa, kwa maana anajua uchungu, na sana sana najua wa mama wengine nao wanatusikia. Tunasi Ruto sana tusaidie. Kuna watoto wetu walimaliza university wako nyumbani hawana makazi, tunaomba hata akipata nafasi wengine waende ngambo, wengine atuandikie vijana wetu kazi, ndio sisi kutembea tu. Hizo tu ndio naomba Mungu tu amsaidie Ruto, asaidie asimame kabisa imara, aone kila mtu hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote.
Asante. There you have it, Regina. A number of residents and of course also elected leaders the having high expectation from the President-elect William Ruto once is sworn in, ranging from a high cost of living, talking of unemployment amongst the youth, talking of fighting the thorn, or the rather corruption, which is a thorn in the flesh in the country, and of course a number of issues helping the Mama Mboga. Remember, Ruto has been categorical that those are the people that he will be taking keen interest to help and ensure that they really get development or get assisted to put food on the table. And of course, we will be here just to paint a picture. A number of elected leaders, I'm told they will be having a function tomorrow to just to give thanks to God for granting them an opportunity, having their son in the top seat in the land. From me, Timothy Kipnosu, I hand you back to studio, Regina Manyara.
Indeed, Timothy, thank you. We can see even from the background, indeed, residents down there in Sugoi are quite in quite some jubilation there after the verdict was delivered in their favor. Now we want to cross over to Bomet and see if the situation is as in Sugoi Uasin Gishu. Here's Bomet.
Kwa sababu watu ambao wamefaidika ni wapiga kura. Wana furaha kwa ile uamuzi ile tumepata kutoka kwa mahakama yetu ya upeo, our Supreme Court, kwa sababu wameamua unanimously 7 out of 7 to upheld the election of our 5th president, none other than William.
Now, those were scenes from Bomet there, and also just members of the public expressing their, views in regard to the direction in which the judgment at the Apex Court has taken. Now we go to Migori County. Let's sample also the sights and sounds of Migori. Well, peace, we move as one and deliver on the promises that you made to us during the campaigns. It seems that President-elect William Ruto has his work cut out. Ben?
Indeed, Ray there, and as you can see, Kenyans, just as they voted peacefully, they are celebrating peacefully. And I would like to engage my lawyer because he has to attend to some other matters. But looking at the two speeches, one by the president-elect and one by Wafula Chebukati, and of course by the Supreme Court, they say that the election conducted by IEBC was free, fair, credible, and verifiable, and actually affirmed that all the 7 judges did that. How do you think Wafula Chebukati is feeling at the moment? Because he has overseen 3 elections, twice in 2017 and now 2022, all which were disputed, but the court has vindicated him.
Oh yes, he must be over the moon now. Because for the last 7 days, he has been very demonized by various quarters, and the Supreme Court decision is final. There can be no appeal or any variation. What I'm happy about, and we must say ongera to all Kenyans, everyone wants peace, peace, peace. We be united. We move forward.
All right. I'm informed that we have an issue on your with your microphone, but we are gonna get to that. Let me cross over to the other side and get Wakili's sentiment on the same. How is Wafula Chebukati now feeling from his statement? He talked about a lot was happening behind the curtains. Threats, intimidation. And he talked about 2 officials actually died. And something very interesting he mentioned is none of the civil societies came out to condemn that. I don't know whether Wakili's microphone is okay now? All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's hear from Gisore first.
Yes, Bentre, you see, Wafula Chebukati was the man who said everybody was gunning for. And the fact that the court has actually exonerated him or didn't quite find him to be guilty of the things that they were asking, I think it's about time we say that he's like that lady who was brought to Jesus for stoning. And Jesus started writing the sins and people disappeared. So that is how he should be feeling, that his life has been saved, because the man has really worked. The man has really given his best, but Kenyans cannot be really in a position to say that he has done that, but at least the court found it in his favor. That is something which should give him remorse. He's retiring in January, so he will go home a happy man. And he doesn't have another election to run to be accused. So he should be the happiest man. About the civil society bit is quite interesting, because I mean, he feels the weight that how is it that everyone cannot be able to see it from my side? Everybody should be able to point fingers and say that it's me who is the bad person. And I think he should be the happiest man. He will sleep soundly today.
Yes. Wakili.
Yes, in my view, Chebukati must be very happy. I know, or rather I suspect, he must have applied the Maraga land decision and complied with it to the letter, going by what the judges have ruled. And as I was saying earlier on, the Supreme Court judgment is final. There can be no appeal, there can be no variation, and we have to accept that reality. Every Kenyan must accept that. We now need to move to the next stage of nation building to ensure there is peace. I'm very happy with Kenyans, because across the country, including a stronghold of Honorable Raila, everyone says we want peace. We want amani, we want peace and unity. That should be the spirit, because it is a core value under Article 10 of our Constitution, because what is important to us is peace, a peaceful and thriving nation. It is unfortunate that we lost some officers during, in the line of duty. That should never happen again in Kenya. No Kenyan should lose life. No Kenyan should fight each other. No Kenyan should be injured because of electoral processes. And I think we have really gone, a lot of changes have taken place. We are quite far ahead compared to 2017.
And one final one, looking at what IEBC is talking about, and now, yes, we have been given a clean bill of health, and supporters of President-elect are elated and say that indeed we have followed the law and IEBC has been on top of its game. On the other hand, we have supporters of Azimio and Raila Odinga who really take it as a big loss. Yes, indeed it is a loss, but don't we have to look at the other side of how Kenya has won? Because at the end of the day, just as I said earlier on, is that the petitions at Raila has come up with since the year 2013 have worked towards strengthening the democracy and the rule of law. There are so many things. We had a big law lacuna, but now we have some constitutional interpretation brought about by this petition, which will make our electoral process better. We have seen 7 judges today have affirmed that. Going forward, yes, indeed, it is a big loss for Raila Odinga, but a big win for democracy.
Yes, true. In my view, as we await for the final decision, which will be quite a number of pages, that judgment will really help us to do a number of things. It will assist our parliament to come up with legislation to improve our electoral processes. Secondly, that judgment will develop our jurisprudence, when it comes to electoral matters. Of course, it has a lot of bearing to multiple other petitions relating to other positions. Also for legal education, it will assist us, and for completeness of record. So we need to thank Honorable Raila for taking us through all these petitions. Of course, no person can describe the laws than former Senate Kakamega Senator Malala. And we must thank him. We must say that he has really contributed to development of electoral processes. Finally, on that aspect, I would like the other courts, the judges of the High Court, judges of the Court of Appeal, also to embrace the issues that have been raised by the Supreme Court for consistent jurisprudence on electoral matters. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, constitutional lawyer Henry Kurauka. We have been here since morning, and thank you so much for your insight. And just as the president-elect has talked about, thank you so much, because ni kujitolea. He talked about all the lawyers in his legal team.
Asante kwa nafasi.
Actually had all the time, and they decided to do it for free. Thank you so much for your insight and for your time. Back to you, Gisore. What does it talk about when you talk about the jurisprudence that is the precedent that is set by the petitions that we've had? Because talking about the Honorable Raila Odinga is that in 2013 and 2 in 2017 and 1 in 2022, all presidential elections. And if you ask me, the presidential petitions, not only do they point out some of the issues that we should be looking at as a country, but it will better the jurisprudence. Looking at 7 issues, the 9 issues, and all judges had affirmed. What can we get from this petition that will aid us to make the 2027 election and all the other elections that may come in between far much better than we've ever had as a country?
I think for me, I would want to first thank Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because it's because of his temerity that we have been able to even be able to celebrate today's judgment the way we have. Because right from 2013, there has been development in terms of jurisprudence at the Supreme Court, that is at the Apex Court, and that has contributed greatly to the changing of our laws to align them with the Constitution. Why I also want to congratulate him further is for having the courage to go to court this time round. Because some people could have said, why go to the court? You've been beaten. Why again go to court? But he said, I'm not doing it for Kenyans. I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for Kenyans. And indeed, we have seen that is actually what us. For me, I think, as I said earlier in the show in the morning, the most important thing was my point number 6, where at least even the court itself did realize that indeed the working of IBC is not in order. It needs to be fixed. I expect the judgment which comes forth, the full judgment, should be able to highlight some of the areas, actually some of the key things which they thought need to be looked into deeply, so that we can again give it to Parliament to pass the necessary legislation or amendments to ensure that if we will find ourselves in 2027 at this particular spot, we will at least be clear on what is expected. So, pointing forward, I'm seeing a situation whereby we're going to have the Supreme Court, or somebody thinking twice before going to the Supreme Court, because if you count your eggs and you realize they are short, you just keep quiet and concede. And that is a situation which we will be happy to have in future. And that is courtesy of the efforts of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Actually, I wanted to toss it back to you, Ray, but perhaps we'll get the final say here on what IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati has mentioned there. Just shows you or underscores how election matters in Kenya are a matter of life and death. And some of the lessons that he has talked about there is that intimidation, threat, and everything. But unfortunately, that is exactly what we've had since the Zacchaeus Chesoni-led Electoral Commission, to the Kivoito-led, to the Isaac Hassan, now to the Wafula Chebukati. But the good thing is that Wafula Chebukati is exiting the electoral body. His head is held high after conducting the biggest and perhaps one of the most contested election in the country.
Now, before we even, just throw some spanner into the works, Ben, as well as Wakili here, what has come out very clear during this particular petition is that we have focused on matters ICT. ICT has gravely been mentioned, and the process, the portal and such, and some of the key lessons that we may actually pick on in as far as ICT is concerned. I would say ICT is a good servant but also a terrible master if it's not used well. When we talk about the constitution of the IEBC, Wakili, in closing, I think this is the second last question posed to you. What are we likely to see now that this is the last election that is going to be officiated by Chair Wafula Chebukati? So it means we have an opening going forth. Now, the use of the use of ICT by IEBC, as the judges said, that it was well informed to include efficiency and such. But now, lessons that we can learn from here, allegations of hacking and unhacking, numbers that do not add up. What are we likely to see? What impact is it going to have in as far as ICT resource is concerned in the country?
I think that was put very clearly by the court, and the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, has also highlighted some of the things that they are going back to get reports from the stakeholders, and that he has been very key, and I want to thank him because part of the success of this election was because he involved stakeholders from the word go. In the previous, he even got a report, even got an audit report of the 2017 election, and even implemented the minor KI case of the 2017. So what we are actually going to see in future, is the fact that ICT is going to play a key role, because with those allegations coming forth, you don't just wish them away ever, that the court did not find them sufficient. It's important to assuage the fears of Kenyans that indeed, from where we stand, the election is going to be clean. And what I'm looking at is the perspective that there's that aspect of contracting smartmatic. I think we're going to see less of that. We're going to see an IBC which I'm foreseeing an IBC which will be given enough resources to have their own system here locally, which will comply with our data regulations. Because now, if we are keenly to look at whatever it is that they did with Smartmatic, then we raise the issues. Why did we pass the Data Act 2019? Because if we can be able to violate it by having Smartmatic tell us we cannot give you that data, it does not belong to you, you just voted and that is it. Whatever it is you have in the system, that is all you paid for. Basically, that's what they fell short of telling us. Yeah. That pesa imeishia hapo. But then we are going to foresee a situation where we are going to have a data center here, an IBC which will be hosting everything from their own conveyance. They have been asking for money to have their own building. I hope they get it this time, and money to set up their own system which they will be conducting. So that if we want to audit it, we audit it from within local here. Now, that will be interesting.
Sorry. We solve ICT problems, solved